Chapter 598. What do you mean Aegon ran away? Where did he go? She took off her helmet, and her fluffy silver hair fell on the slightly bulging silver breastplate in front of her like a galaxy. Under the sunlight, her violet eyes, slightly red jade-like face, crystal-like hair, and shiny plate armor seemed to be shining. Ymond was not in the mood to admire the queen's jade-like phoenix talent. He sighed and said, Aegon took the pterosaurs and returned to the Westeros with Tyrion. At this time, half a month had passed since the Battle of New Gith. A third of New Gith's dragon-slaying crossbow array was destroyed. It was dark, and it was difficult to aim at the target. Dragon Queen had the absolute advantage in the dragon battle. She only controlled Big Black, spat out dragon flames, slashed with her greatsword, and sharp claws, and killed 3 pterosaurs and 5 pterosaur knights. The dragon's roar resounded for more than 10 miles. The crew of the entire bay, the soldiers in the city, and the upper echelons of the Alliance army all heard it. They heard the wounded howls of their pterosaurs and the sorrowful cries before death. The 38 dragons were like 38 trains at the highest speed colliding together, and the chaotic battle that followed was like a gang fight on the street with machetes. That night, the crew of the bay and the people of New Gith saw the dragon flames split open the dark starry sky like the sharp blades of gods, leaving behind an indelible bloody scar. That night, the direct collision between dragons was like the drumsticks of gods. The surface of New Gith Bay was like the skin of a drum, shaking violently, and the sound was like thunder. That night, scales fell like snow in the sky above New Gith City, and blood sprinkled like rain. In the night battle, both sides were unorganized, and the battle was abnormally fierce. However, Dragon Queen's 3 fire-breathing magic megalosaurus had too much of an advantage. Especially Dragon Queen's ferocious flames. Every time she waved the long sword in her hand, a 40-meter-long flame blade would cut through the sky. The pterosaurs were grazed, and their skin and flesh were split open. When the dragon knights were hit, they would not be injured by the blade, but they would be roasted into bamboo meat, crispy meat wrapped in iron armor. After the incident, the little demon only gave one comment: the queen's fighting style made mortals despair. In the end, Dragon Queen won Dragon Jean that night with a score of 120. Well, Dany also lost a pterosaur. Even 2 dragon knights had died. One of the pterosaur died in battle, and the dragon knight fell to his death in the city square, creating a large pool of blood. The other dragon knight was crushed to death by the pterosaur's bite, like a mosquito that had its fill of blood being swatted to death on the thigh. The enemy had lost 14 dragons, while Dragon Queen had only captured 6. It was truly tragic. Long Jean obtained a complete victory, and Dany obtained complete control of the air. The 17 dragons bombarded without restraint. In the early morning of the next day, 2,000 elite soldiers hidden in the cargo ships disarmed the New Gith dock, and the troop transport ships from the old Gith town began to disembark. By noon, Zingis, the courtyard that connected the western continent to the eastern Jade Sea, had already fallen into the hands of the Dragon Queen. The gold and silver they plundered was worth tens of millions of gold royals, and the grain and military supplies exceeded 500,000 tons. They also captured the 2nd and 3rd companies of the Iron Army Regiment, infantry, and a dozen or so mercenary groups, totaling more than 20,000 people. There were even 9 steel swords. However, Dany didn't make things difficult for the merchant ships and sailors of Zingis. Nearly half of the merchants had been captured by the Dragon Queen in Tauros, and there were even some who had just returned from Astapor after paying the ransom. Furthermore, the New Gith Bay was too wide, and there were too many ships and too many roads to stop. As a result, more than half of the Allied army commanders who had stayed in New Gith successfully escaped. Those who didn't escape either had too few guards by their side and were killed by Dany's assassins, or they were unlucky and died in the chaos, or they were defeated in the process of commanding the battle, died in battle, or were captured. The Allied army was truly valiant. In the situation where they had lost control of the air, they still maintained the good operation of the command system, and the soldiers in the city resisted stubbornly. Although there were many times where there was stubborn resistance, there were kerosene bombs falling, the Allied army didn't collapse. Well, it was also Dragon Queen's fault. This time, it was a surprise attack. She brought very few troops to New Gith, only 4,000 people, which gave the Allied army a chance to fight in the streets. Taking down New Gith wasn't the end, but the beginning of a series of conflicts. New Gith City was just a lone island. The real foundation of New Gith was Jean Island, which was more than 20,000 square kilometers in area. China's Taiwan province was only 36,000 square kilometers. Originally, the Allied army's first fleet was fast near Jean Island. That night, a large number of ships escaped to the next island. In this half a month, there were people from New Gith crossing the bay almost every night, attacking New Gith from Jean Island. That situation could be taken as a reference to how the railway guerrillas dealt with the Japanese in the city. Gith guerrillas versus true dragon Japanese. Actually, Danny's strength looked like a Japanese invading the village, but her goal was very much like the guerrillas. That was because she didn't take over New Gith to rule, but to destroy the Allied army's control of the summer sea route. Dragon Queen's strategic goal was the same as the railway guerrillas, to destroy the enemy's transportation hub and increase the enemy's cost of transporting supplies to the front lines. This scene was like the railway guerrillas taking down a crossroad in the 9 provinces. Not only did they want to blow up the railway, but they also wanted to defend that road. The railway guerrillas definitely wanted to defend a certain section of the railway and completely cut off the Japanese's transportation line, but they didn't have the strength. But Danny did. She only left 2,000 Wings of Liberty there. With the help of the Githa's fortifications, 2,000 people turned the 16-square-kilometer island into a sea fortress. Destruction was always easier than construction. She was a destroyer, destroying the summer sea route. In this half a month, the 1st and 3rd fleets of the Allied army took turns to bombard New Gith indiscriminately, using catapults and ballistae. The 2,000 defenders didn't care. They only shrank their forces and placed them in the Great Pyramid and the city's tunnels. Because the wildfire general burned the city with oil bombs, the people of New Gith had dug many underground tunnels and underground fortresses. Unfortunately, the catapults didn't have any lethality against the Great Pyramid. In fact, the catapults had a limited range and couldn't reach the Great Pyramid in the center of the city. In other words, other than landing on the beach, the Allied army couldn't threaten the Wings of Liberty in New Gith. But did the Allied army dare to land on the beach? They had tried. It wasn't easy to take down the pier and climb up the city wall. The Megalosaurus had already rushed over from Estapo. Landing on the beach obviously couldn't carry scorpion crossbows that weighed hundreds of kilograms, but the strongest single-handed crossbow, the long-arm crossbow, which was loaded with feet and very powerful, which was the crossbow that Tyrion killed Tywin in the TV series Power Rangers, couldn't kill the Megalosaurus, not to mention that the Megalosaurus was now wearing a steel belly armor that weighed hundreds of kilograms. Danny had just returned from New Gith at this time. In the early morning, the Allied army launched the 5th landing. That's right, there had been 4 before, and when they broke through the dock area, the shapeshifters in the city immediately sent a message to the Dragon Queen. 3.5 hours later, Danny flew 1,200 kilometers and appeared in the sky above New Gith. The Allied army had 10 pterosaurs, and they were throwing kerosene bombs at the Great Pyramid and the Wings of Liberty. After Dahe appeared, they immediately surrounded him. But the Megalosaurus was faster than the pterosaurs, and the Dragon Queen could also slash out a 40-meter-long fire sword. After killing 2 pterosaurs and burning 4 pterosaur knights, the remaining pterosaurs fled back to the Allied fleet. The fleet had the Dragon Slayer crossbows, so Dahe didn't take the risk. Once they had control of the battlefield, the next step was simple. Dahe was unscrupulous. Under the control of the Dragon Queen's fire control, he no longer spewed out pillars of fire, but a 100-meter-wide carpet of fire. It only took 10 minutes for the 4,000 soldiers of the other side to all perish in the sea of fire, and no one survived. In the first 4 times, Dany still restrained herself and tried to reduce casualties, capturing almost 8,000 people. But this not only increased the burden on her side, reaching the upper limit of 2,000 soldiers, but also increased the courage of the enemy for the 5th landing. Dany believed that after today's tragedy, the Allied army would be much more cautious when deciding to launch the 6th landing. Having just defeated the 5th encirclement of the Allied army, the Dragon Queen was originally very happy, but when she returned to Astapor, she heard the news that Aegon had fled. For the Iron Throne. Aegon wants to return to the King's Landing to fight for the Iron Throne, Ymont said. Why did he suddenly have this idea? Did Tyrion bewitch him? Dany asked. Ymont said bitterly, with dragons, there is power, and the increase of power will encourage ambition. Becoming the king of the 7 kingdoms is obviously much better than being a patrolling knight in Slave Bay. According to what you said, shouldn't I be in the sky now? It's just a pterosaur. On the battlefield of Slave Bay, it doesn't even have the qualifications to fight alone. This morning, I killed 2 more shadow pterosaurs, Dany complained. You have high standards. The Westeros are different from here. Ymont frowned and thought for a moment before saying, the situation in the 7 kingdoms has changed drastically. Kevin is dead, and Cersei and Tyrell are fighting for the Iron Throne. They almost fought at the King's Landing. Aegon thinks that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Tyrion agrees. Aegon came to Slaver's Bay for 2 reasons, to marry you, and to become a Dragon Knight. From the beginning, he came to Slave Bay to obtain power for the Iron Throne. Now that he has obtained what he can obtain, it's not surprising that he left. As for Tyrion, he came with Aegon to bring you back to the Westeros. He wants to use your power to take revenge, to prove that he is, a person, a Lannister. Sigh, I should have told him my true identity, old Ymont said, vexed. Is this a betrayal? He stole my dragons without even saying goodbye. Dany sneered. You swore that the one who ends the long night will be king. Aegon was worried that you wouldn't agree with his actions. Ymont explained, then continued, Aegon didn't betray you. He never swore loyalty to you, but Tyrion, the old man smiled bitterly inside. He is a brave man with a kind heart who cherishes family. Unfortunately, he only thinks of himself as Lannister. You will probably never get his kindness and family. His bravery will not be displayed on the battlefield of Slave Bay. Don't make it sound so mushy. You make it sound like I yearn for dwarves' family. Dany cursed in her heart, but she sneered and said, Tyrion, that bastard, is usually afraid of battle, but now that the Battle of Meereen is imminent, he took my 2 largest pterosaurs. He really doesn't deserve to be human. What do you plan to do with them? Ymont asked. Dany hesitated and said, did he take Messai? No. He said that he would correct Cersei's mistake and take the Iron Throne back to Targaryen no matter what, Ymont said with a strange expression. Whether or not Tyrion took Messai determined the nature of his escape this time. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop the prince. Dany was thinking about how to deal with the defector duo when John Clinton hurried over to her with a guilty look on his face. Knight, you didn't leave. Dany asked in surprise. I'm your military advisor. How can I leave on the eve of the battle? The old man said seriously. Chapter 599. Your Majesty, even if you want to leave, you have to wait until you defeat the Alliance army and win the Battle of Meereen, Old Awkward said in a low voice. Look, this is a knight, a true knight. Only this kind of person is worthy of trust. What is Aegon thinking? You didn't go with him, so how can he obtain the loyalty of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms? Dany asked doubtfully. The fight for the Iron Throne was not over just by taking down the King's Landing. You could ignore the wishes of the people, but you had to obtain the approval of the nobles, because the foundation of the king's rule was the nobles. Aegon, a prince who had been dead for 18 years in name, found it very difficult to even enter Riga and Ilya's household register, let alone obtain the loyalty of the nobles. If Clinton helped him, he might be able to rope in some of the nobles. Clinton's reputation in the Seven Kingdoms might not be as good as Barristan's, but he was still a well-known figure. Among the knights of the Seven Kingdoms, he was also publicly recognized as a righteous and honorable true knight. Without a doubt, Tyrion was more capable than Clinton, but his reputation was already rotten to the ground, and following Aegon would only drag him down. He has the support of the Golden Core, the dragon, and your approval, Clinton said with a complicated expression. Dany was also confused by the situation. Just based on Aegon's 50-meter-long pterosaur, the entire Seven Kingdoms would be sure of one thing: whether or not Aegon was Lajazi, the Dragon Queen would definitely think that he was. Otherwise, even if she did not cut off his head, she would not give him the pterosaur. This was also one of the reasons why Illyrio and Varys had sent Aegon to Slave Bay from so far away. Tell me, what should we do? I have made an oath, and I will not go back on it. But if we tacitly agree that Aegon is using my name to fight for the Iron Throne, it will be the same as going back on the oath. Dany threw this difficult problem to the two honest people. Ymont was still frowning in thought when Old Awkward immediately said in a firm tone, "Your Majesty, you are right, a sacred oath cannot be violated. His Highness is your junior, and also your. He is not your vassal, but he has received your help and grace. You must not sully your honor for your own selfish desires. Look, this is a true knight with honor and conviction." The words of a true knight made sense. Dany was once again convinced that the knightly culture of Westeros still had some redeeming qualities. "Sir, what do you think I should do?" Dany asked kindly. "I don't know," Old Face said bluntly. Dragon Queen was stunned. "But I know what I should do," Chon quickly added. "What are you doing?" Dany asked with a wooden face. "I'm going to Pentos to persuade Prince Aegon to give up his irrational behavior and ensure that your oath is not violated and your honor is not tarnished," Chon said. If she didn't know Old Guy well, Dany would have thought that he didn't succeed in escaping and was now planning to never return. "You didn't persuade him before. Is it useful to go now?" Dany asked suspiciously. Chon said with a serious expression, "Whether it can succeed or not is one thing, whether I do it or not is another. I've raised the prince for more than 10 years. I can't watch him do wrong. He's my adopted son after all. I have to persuade him to come back." At this moment, Old Ymont also came up with an idea and said, "Persuasion probably won't work. The temptation of the Iron Throne, sir, tell Aegon that if he doesn't want to follow Her Majesty's oath, he shouldn't affect her honor." "What should I do?" Old Ymont's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "Two branches in one family." "Two branches in one family?" Chon exclaimed. "Yes, two branches in one family, just like Dain of Starfall City and High Recluse City." Old Ymont nodded. "Master Ymont, are you letting Prince Aegon be the branch family?" "I'm afraid he won't be willing." Chon was the first to be unhappy. He didn't agree with Aegon's actions, but he didn't want the Silver Prince to become a second-class Targaryen for no reason. Indeed, the lords of Starfall City and High Recluse City were both called Dain. But for thousands of years, High Recluse City had always been a vassal of Starfall City. In fact, there was a more direct example than Dain. The king of the north, Stark, and Call of Karhold City, Stark. It was obvious that Ol Chan didn't want Riga to become Riga Cartargarian. There's no main branch family, just like Fursway of Riverbend, Yimont said. Fursway of Riverbend was another example. There was no distinction between the two families. One was a red apple, the other a green apple. It was more like the red dragon and black dragon of Targaryen. Well, after Aegon ran away, Ymond completely treated him as a black dragon. Whether Aegon was a descendant of Black Fire or not, Ymond decided to treat him as a black dragon from now on. I'll try my best to persuade the prince to come back. Ol Chan reluctantly agreed to Ymond's suggestion. If the family was split into two, the Dragon Queen naturally wouldn't have to take responsibility for Aegon's actions. Aegon could also do whatever he wanted. But this would do more harm than good to Aegon. He was fighting for the Iron Throne, but it didn't mean that he had secured it. Now, he still needed the support of the Dragon Queen. At the very least, he needed the Dragon Queen's tiger skin. Right now, Ol Chan could only hope that his adopted son would be smart and follow him back to Slaver's Bay to be a glorious winged dragon knight. While Dany was discussing Tyrion's betrayal, Tyrion was also tormented by his own actions. After the day of patricide, the pure and happy little devil was gone forever. If there really was an Avicii hell, he would have been wandering around in it. During the day, sounds, colors, touch, and smells could be intoxicating. At night, in his dreams, all his emotions would surface clearly from the depths of his soul. A person living in regret would buy himself a drink, but would never be willing to sleep sober. Your Majesty the Queen, no, don't take away my Tessa. I beg you, I can help you match the wildfire, I can go to the rainforest, the old dragon knows the way, I can even help you. The dwarf knelt before the queen and begged bitterly. The dragon is mine. You betrayed me, so I want to take back Tessa. The dragon queen's expression was cold. She lifted her leg and kicked. Like kicking a rubber ball, she kicked the dwarf until he rolled back a few times. The dwarf struggled to get up and wiped away the blood on his forehead. When he looked up again, he saw his father staring at him with a stern gaze. He had a golden lion helmet on his head and a golden plate armor made of dark red porcelain on his body. His breastplate and gloves were decorated with complicated golden spiral decorations, while his gauntlets were made of golden sunlight. A pair of golden lionesses lay on his shoulders, dragging along a thick and heavy cloak made of pure golden silk. It was majestic and luxurious. But when he looked down, he saw that Duke Tywin's lower body was bare. His dick was covered in blood, and there was a crossbow bolt stuck in it. Father, I'm sorry. The dwarf's tears flowed down his face as he started to cry. You're a bastard, but I shouldn't have killed you. Tywin only looked at him with his cold blue eyes, his thin lips tightly pursed. Tyrion, you killed me. The dwarf wiped his tears and looked, only to see Uncle Kevin looking at him in place of his father. Uncle was wearing a gorgeous dark red velvet suit with golden lions embroidered on it. He had a crown on his head and sat on an iron throne full of sharp blades. His neck was empty, and his head was tucked under his left armpit. His eyes were full of resentment, and his mouth opened and closed as he spoke. Tyrion, you said that you are a Lannister. You said that you would seek a better future for the Lannister of Casterly Rock. I believed you, and paid with my life for it. But here you are, regretting it. What's in Slaver's Bay? Do you want to free the slaves? Ha 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 ha. No, I don't regret it. I want to return to King's Landing. I want to correct Cersei's mistake. Before the Dragon Queen officially interferes, I want to control the situation in the Seven Kingdoms awo. Tyrion howled and sat up. Before he could wake up, a furry head lifted from his crotch and said in a muffled voice, "Lord Dragon Knight, you're crazy." Tyrion looked around. He was in a luxurious palace-like room. The sea breeze blew in from the balcony, bringing him the sound of seagulls, the warmth of the sun, and the saltiness of the sea. And he was lying naked on a velvet bed. The mattress was so soft that he felt like he was wrapped in clouds. Perhaps it wasn't just the mattress, but also, the dwarf looked at the golden-haired female slave who was working hard early in the morning and asked, "How am I crazy? Did I say something? You hugged me and did that thing. You called out Dragon Queen, Cersei, and Jaime, and even Tywin and Kevin. Not only did you call her the queen, you even... Tywin is your father, right? Get lost." The dwarf said angrily. The female slave was very obedient. She got up and left. "Wait." The dwarf frowned. He looked at his hard as iron penis and shouted, "Come back." After he was done, Tyrion took a bath and staggered out of the bedroom. In the fountain garden in the backyard of the palace, he saw Aegon and Illyrio. The fat viceroy was sitting under a cherry tree, enjoying a jujube and glutinous rice cake. When he saw the dwarf, he immediately extended his hand, which was as thick as a carrot, and shouted, "Old friend, come and sit. I've prepared a cherry pigeon pie for you. I wanted to discuss what to do with you personally, but I heard at the door, sigh, it's good to be young. You've been busy until noon." The dwarf's ugly face was slightly red. He pointed at Aegon, who was shouting for the craftsman to paint the pterosaur by the pool and asked, "What is the prince doing?" Tyrion shook his buttocks left and right to stabilize his body. The chair was too big for the dwarf. It was originally used to seat the fat viceroy's fat buttocks. The chair was wide and deep. The dwarf felt uncomfortable, as if he had come to a kingdom of giants. "Didn't you see? Painted black." The fat viceroy stroked the tip of his oiled yellow beard. "I saw it. But why paint it?" The dwarf moved his buttocks to the side of the armrest and sat on the chair like a soft couch. The fat viceroy frowned and then relaxed. He sighed and said, "The pterosaur sounds a few grades lower than the megalosaurus. Fortunately, Prince Aegon's Balerion is big enough and intimidating. But its scales are like the seaweed in a smelly lake. Think about it. Don't the Westeros commoners and nobles have more feelings for the black dragon?" The fat viceroy chuckled. "So, even the name was changed." The dwarf lifted the tightly sealed bronze pot lid, picked up the pigeon pie inside and chewed. The fat viceroy narrowed his eyes and inadvertently glanced at the stone sculpture in the middle of the pool. He said, "Obviously, Elia is far less fated than Balerion." There was a naked young swordsman sculpture in the middle of the marble pool. His body was lithe and his movements were agile. It was the fat viceroy when he was young. Yes, the current Roshan had a youthful period where he could rely on his looks to make a living. The dwarf chewed on the meat pie and muttered, "But Elia is obviously more favored by Uncle Dwayne. You called the prince back in advance and did not even inform the Dragon Queen in person. You have already greatly offended her. If you lose Dwayne's support..." Chapter 600. That's right, Illyrio and Varys changed their plans again. The first time, their plan was simple. They wanted Robert to work hard until he became fat and weak and lost his ability to fight. They wanted the Seven Kingdoms to empty their treasuries and lose their strength. In the end, Littlefinger came in and killed the best foster father of the Seven Kingdoms, Jon Arryn. He exposed the secret that Robert's 3 children were not his own and started a war between lions and wolves. The second time, they planned to sell Dany and Rhys in exchange for 20,000 roaring warriors from the Horse King and let second brother Way lead the way for the true dragon. In the end, second brother Wei killed himself and Danny and Rise killed the Horse King. The third time, they planned to let the true dragon Aegon go to Slaver's Bay to find the Dragon Queen, marry her, tame the dragon, and return home together. In the end, the Dragon Queen did not care about them at all. The fourth time, they realized that the chess piece had become the player. Their plan was to follow the Dragon Queen's plan. Aegon tamed Blackie and survived the long winter while the Dragon Queen led thousands of troops to help her nephew seize the Iron Throne. In the end, Aegon tamed a pterosaur. Illyrio cursed in his heart, "Fuck 10,000 times and, child, why are you so impatient, 100,000 times?" If that was all, Illyrio and Varys would have just accepted it and continued to wait. However, two pieces of news came from Slaver's Bay and King's Landing, forcing them to change their plans. The first piece of news: Kevan and Pycelle were dead. Lannister and Tyrell, who were allies, turned against each other for the Iron Throne. King's Landing fell into chaos. The second piece of news: Aegon participated in the Battle of the New Gith Dragons. The death rate of the Pterosaur Knights in that battle was 215. It was terrifying. After the Battle of the Dragons, Prince Aegon also took on the task of patrolling the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay. Because the other side wanted revenge, there were even aerial battles in Meereen and Cayuan. Although Slave Bay's side won every time, there was no such thing as a complete victory in this world. Aegon's Ilia had a huge body and had been surrounded by several pterosaurs many times. But it had never succeeded. The Dragon Queen would not allow her side to be outnumbered. These two pieces of news could be summed up in 2 words: opportunity and crisis. In the Westeros, there was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ascend to the Iron Throne. In Slaver's Bay, Aegon was in grave danger. The Battle of New Guise was just the beginning. One could imagine that the battle would only become more and more intense in the future. How could he let the true dragon Aegon die for the Dragon Queen? Illyrio did not hesitate to change his plans for the 4th time. "We've got everything we can get from Danny Rise. If we continue to stay in Slaves Bay, there will be assassins inside and enemies outside. The disadvantages outweigh the advantages." Varys also dragged his stump to express his agreement. Oh, Kevan's death was sudden and inexplicable. Varys had snuck into the secret passageway of the Red Keep to investigate how Cersei had assassinated Kevan. In the end, he had stepped on a trap that Tyrion had suggested and Kevan had arranged for people to set up, breaking his left leg. In short, Varys and Illyrio both believed that Aegon should not continue to stay in Slaver's Bay. Aegon received Illyrio's letter and agreed with his plan. To be honest, even without Illyrio's letter, he had planned to return to the Westeros after the Battle of Meereen to fight for the Iron Throne. Yes, Aegon was not completely heartless. During his time in Slaver's Bay, he had repeatedly fought at the forefront for Aunt Dany's great cause. Knowing the significance of the Battle of Meereen, Aegon had wanted to delay his departure, but Tyrion changed his mind. The dwarf told him, when the Battle of Meereen ends, the chaos in the King's Landing will have subsided. Either my sister will suppress Tyrell, or Tyrell will control the King's Landing. Either way, you will face the pressure of half of the Westeros. Either you immediately return to the Westeros and seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, or you stay in Slaver's Bay until summer comes. Moreover, the Queen has 20 pterosaurs now. Without you and me, she will only lose 1/10 of her aerial strength. But Dragon Queen has 5 megalosaurus, so 20 pterosaurs is only 1/10 of her aerial strength. Thus, if we leave now, it will have little impact on her. For you, Prince, this opportunity will change your life. If there is a long night and you hide in Slaver's Bay, you will definitely not be able to become a savior and have no fate with the Iron Throne. If there is no long night, when summer comes and the Dragon Queen helps you obtain the Iron Throne, you will only be Aegon chosen by my aunt to be king. Do you want to be Aegon the Conqueror or Aegon chosen by my aunt to be king? Of course, Aegon wanted to be Aegon the Conqueror. Even if my sister is useless and a pushover, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will definitely not stand by and do nothing when foreign enemies invade. Under the cherry tree, the dwarf chewed on a piece of meat pie and mumbled. Prince Aegon is not a foreign enemy. He is only taking back what belongs to him. Ilio put down the rice cake and said with a serious expression. Of course, he is the son of Rhaega and Ilia. He should be the first successor to the Iron Throne. Tyrion nodded in agreement. But you have to convince the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Varys' reputation is not better than mine. How do you plan to deal with the prince's relationship with Dorne? You even changed her name to Ilia. To think that I praised the prince in front of Princess Elaine for being filial. The prince is not a vassal of Queen Dany and Prince Mikhael. He should interact with them as a king. Ilio said in a low voice. Tyrion raised his eyebrows. How? Ilio said, we will follow your plan. We will attack and take down Storm's Rest. The prince will announce his identity and use his status as the rightful successor to the Iron Throne to summon the loyalty of the Storm Lords. After becoming the Duke of a kingdom, Prince Aegon will have the capital to form an alliance with Dorne. Then we will combine our forces and head north to King's Landing to seize the Iron Throne. This plan was indeed first proposed by the dwarf. A long time ago, when they had just arrived at Slaver's Bay. With the Golden Regiment as the backbone. Is it reliable? Tyrion frowned. The Golden Regiment is absolutely trustworthy, the fat governor said with certainty. That day, Tyrion rode Tessa and Aegon rode the Black Reaper Balerion. They brought the spice merchants and flew south to Myr. By the time the old man found Myr, the Golden Regiment had already begun to board the ship. They boarded the ship and left Myr, crossed the narrow sea, and headed straight for Storm's Rest. Harry, your contract with Myr has been terminated. Clinton found the commander of the Golden Regiment, Sir Harry Strickland, known as Homeless Harry, who was directing soldiers to transport the giant elephant onto the ship. Whoa! Harry saw the black pterosaur landing beside him and whistled. He said in surprise, I didn't expect you to become a dragon knight. Where is His Highness? Clinton learned about Aegon from butler Ilio and flew to Myr. Before he landed, he saw a dense group of marching troops at the docks. Before he looked for Harry, he circled the city and did not find any traces of the pterosaur. They went to Queen's Corner. Harry laughed and went over to give his old friend a big hug. Clinton had served in the Golden Regiment before and was an old friend and comrade with Harry for many years. If Varys had not entrusted little Aegon to him, Clinton would have been the commander of the Golden Regiment. You're fat and old. Clinton hugged his old friend's bloated and loose body and sighed. Harry looked at the old man and touched his sparse hair. He sighed. You're bald too, but you're still full of energy. Your arms are so strong that they hurt my ribs. He. Clinton laughed heartily and greeted the commanders of the Golden Regiment who had rushed over after hearing the news. He then pulled Harry to the side and frowned. Is the prince with Ilio? What else? Harry was confused. It was that guy who encouraged the prince to leave Slave Bay. Clinton frowned. Jon. Although I'm unhappy with his repeated changes in plans, I really don't think Ilio is wrong this time, Harry said. The prince's actions went against Her Majesty's oath, Clinton said. That's not our queen. Jon, you're loyal to Prince Aegon. Harry said meaningfully. Clinton knew that the Golden Regiment had never belonged to the Dragon Queen, so he did not argue with him. Why did the prince go to Queen's Corner? To seek help. Queen's Corner has tens of thousands of barbarians and hundreds of warships. In this special period of the Narrow Sea, it's almost the strongest force, Harry said. Old Guy could not believe it. They just left Slave Bay without saying a word, almost betraying us, and now they're going to ask the Queen for help. The prince is always the Dragon Queen's nephew, Harry said matter-of-factly. Old Guy shook his head. You're taking things for granted. You're not taking the Dragon Queen seriously. I've seen her before. She's a skinny little girl who looks good, but... Harry recalled. That day, she was sitting in the corner with her head down. She didn't say a word. She was a very shy and weak child. At that time, I would never have thought that she would have the fame and achievements she has today. Sigh. A sigh filled with complicated emotions. The mercenary leader continued. If you think that I don't take the world-shaking Dragon Queen seriously because of her weakness when she was young, then you're wrong. You can only be strong if you have no desires. The Dragon Queen agreed to help Prince Aegon, saving us time and effort. The Dragon Queen insisted on her illusory honor, so we'll work harder. Harry stretched out his wet fat hand and made a grabbing motion. He said confidently, the current wind's rest fort is like a red persimmon on a tree branch in autumn. With a light touch, it can be picked and eaten. If that's the case, why did the prince go to Queen's Corner? Old Guy asked with a wooden face. Harry shrugged and said, the dwarf insisted. At least the Queen has the royal fleet to send us to Wind's Rest Fort. Although the people of Mill agreed to terminate the contract, they were also willing to arrange ships to send us away. But the number was too small. The warships were all sent to Slave Bay to participate in the World War. The people of Mill are so generous. Not only did they agree to terminate the contract, they even provided ships. Don't tell me you agreed to some treaty that's disadvantageous to the Queen. Old Guy asked suspiciously. What can they do if they don't agree? Mill relies on the Golden Regiment to defend against foreign enemies. Today, we can protect Mill from being attacked. Tomorrow, we can also turn into bandits and rob the city. Of course, we're the Golden Regiment. We won't be so unprincipled. But the Golden Regiment is also a mercenary regiment. Any rational leader of a city shouldn't believe in the moral integrity of mercenaries. So, providing ships and food to send us out of the country is the best choice. Old Guy was stupefied. Chapter 601. Tyrion proposed going to Queen's Corner for 2 reasons. First, as Harry had said, to seek help. However, Tyrion did not expect the Dragon Queen to send barbarians and warships to help Aegon land at Storm's End Keep. He only wanted 1 or 2 barbarian shapeshifters. The imp had been a slave for almost a year and had participated in more than a dozen wars. He deeply understood how terrifying an absolute information advantage was on the battlefield. It was no exaggeration to say that if he was given a shapeshifter as a follower, he would not lose to War God Robb in the War of the Four Kings. In addition to shapeshifters, the Dragon Queen's Royal Navy, which dominated the Stone Steppes archipelago, was also the dwarf's target. It was almost 1,000 kilometers from Mill to Storm's End Keep. The Golden Regiment had 10,000 warriors, thousands of horses, hundreds of elephants, and countless military equipment and provisions. It was impossible to transport them all at once. In the original plot, the Golden Regiment used the Stone Steppes archipelago as a springboard to land at Storm's Corner, 500 kilometers to the south of Storm's End Keep, the territory of the Onion Knight. The Onion Knight's castle was most likely raided. They first took down Eagle's Nest Castle and rested for a long time at Old Awkward's house before reorganizing their 10,000 men and attacking Storm's End Keep. In addition to seeking help, Tyrion had a second goal, to obtain the Dragon Queen's forgiveness. The day before yesterday, he had run away without telling the Dragon Queen, mainly because he was afraid that the Queen would take away their dragons. The dwarf knew that Dany could do it. However, the monk could run away, but the temple could not. Tyrion's goal was the King's Landing, Lannister and Casterly Rock City. He had to reach an understanding with the Queen, otherwise, his future efforts would be as illusory as a fortress on the beach. When a child wanted to do something that their parents did not allow, they would often act first and report later. When the deed was done, the parents would scold and whip the child, but they would still help the child do what they did not want to do. Aegon was not the Dragon Queen's child, so he would not receive such treatment. There was a 99% chance that the Dragon Queen would not comply with her orders, but she would not treat them as enemies either. Tyrion was very realistic. He had never asked for the Dragon Queen's protection. As long as she did not treat him as an enemy, he would be satisfied. At the end of the day, Tyrion's goal had always been clear. He had committed an unforgivable crime, but he had to protect Casterly Rock from the coming storm. He didn't care about personal honor or loss at all. How should I put it? Tyrion had achieved half of his goal. Old Boar did not hesitate to reject Aegon's request to rent the shapeshifter and the ship, but he did not announce that he would deprive them of their dragons. Tyrion had watched the Magic Mirror livestream a few times and knew that Dragon Queen could definitely communicate with Barristan remotely. There was no doubt that the old knight's attitude basically expressed the Dragon Queen's will. Tyrion was a little disappointed that he did not receive help. He did not hear the Dragon Queen scolding. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. It seemed that his relationship with the Queen would never return to how it used to be. Their relationship could not be said to be good, but when he faced her, he was open and had no desires. He was neither servile nor overbearing. But now... Sigh. When he met John Clinton at Mere's docks, Tyrion was still a little distracted. "Ah, sir, you're here too. Very good, we have the hand of the king." Illyrio's exaggerated laughter woke the dwarf up. The hand of the king. Let the other ghosts bite off this fat merchant's mouth. When he and Aegon had just flown from Slave Bay to Pentos the day before yesterday, the fat viceroy had promised that he, Tyrion, would be the greatest hand of the king. But before Tyrion could mock him, he heard Clinton say solemnly, "I'm here to bring Prince Aegon back." Back where? Tyrion slid down from Tess's fleshy wings and asked in confusion. Back to Astapor. The old man looked straight into Aegon's drifting eyes and said word by word, "Prince, do you know how much criticism your actions will bring to the Queen? She made an oath, and now you are using her name to break her oath. No righteous king would do such a thing." Illyrio used his hands full of sparkling rings to straighten his robes that were wrinkled from riding the dragon as he shouted. "This is a rare opportunity. The Queen is the Queen of Slave Bay, and the Prince is the King of the Seven Kingdoms. It's the best of both worlds, so why not? Besides, when she made the oath, she did not know that Prince Aegon was still alive. That was then, and this is now. An oath is an oath. A knight will stake his life to protect his oath. The Queen is a true knight, the Night King." The old man shook his head. "I am also a knight." Aegon pursed his lips, no longer avoiding his gaze. He looked at his foster father and said, "I will take responsibility for my own actions. I will not use her name to do things. She cannot represent me. My actions have nothing to do with her, and her oath has nothing to do with me. Once I take down Windrest Castle, I will announce this to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. One family, two branches." Tyrion raised his eyebrows. "One family, two branches." Aegon frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, one family, two branches. She is my aunt, and this will never change. But who said that my aunt and nephew will never be separated?" The wrinkles between the old man's brows deepened, and a deep sense of fatigue assaulted him. But Aegon was the Silver Prince's son, and also his foster son. No matter how tired he was, he had to force himself to stay alert. He looked at his foster son with sincerity and tried to persuade him. Your Highness, isn't it better to stay in Slave Bay and wait for winter to pass? The 7 kingdoms have just experienced the chaos of the 4 princes. The summer rations have yet to be harvested, and winter is already here. If we experience another great battle, how many people will die? What are the crimes of the common people? The reason why the queen made such an oath was because she considered this point. 1 family, 2 branches, is very simple to protect her honor, but it would betray her selfless love for the people of the 7 kingdoms. Ah, old man, you're overthinking it. The Dragon Queen had this idea, but it was more of a troublesome excuse to avoid falling into the Westeros dung pit. But when Aegon heard this, he began to frown and think hard, his expression conflicted. He also felt that he should not let down his aunt's benevolence, but now that the arrow was knocked, it was too difficult to retreat. He looked at the dwarf with a pleading gaze. Tyrion touched his black nostrils and said with a gloomy expression, Sir Clinton, I do not deny that the Queen's decision is a great mercy to the people of the 7 kingdoms. I also do not deny that the 7 kingdoms will have an upheaval that will not lose to the War of the 4 Princes. But the current situation is like 2 hooligans fighting, and the innocent passers-by have already been killed. Then, if a 3rd or 4th hooligan joins in the fight, the dead passers-by will not come back to life and die again. This analogy, Clinton was stupefied. Aegon said angrily, I'm not a hooligan. Ilio glared at the dwarf and said unhappily, His Highness is not a 3rd hooligan. He will end the upheaval as an enforcer and bring eternal peace and true prosperity to the Westeros. Yes, my war to revive the Westeros will be the last war. After that, I will reduce taxes, recuperate, and help the refugees, Aegon hurriedly said. Your Highness, do not make promises beyond your ability. That will make the nobles of the 7 kingdoms think you are frivolous and unreliable. The dwarf could not help but perform his duty as the hand of the king admonishing the emperor. I'm not boasting, Aegon said with a red face. How will you help the people? Didn't my aunt use 50 million gold royals and 10 million gold royals worth of jewelry to buy 10 million tons of food? Since Slave Bay does not lack food, why not use it to help the refugees of the 7 kingdoms? Aegon said. Your Highness is so benevolent. Ilio immediately praised with a smile. The dwarf's cheek muscles twitched a few times and asked, Do you know the Queen's true purpose in buying food for 60 million gold royals? It's definitely to save people. I'm not eating it for myself. Aunt is so kind and treats me so well. She won't refuse a request that does not go against her principles. Aegon vowed solemnly, his eyes full of confidence. Sigh, with her attitude towards gold, 60 million gold royals should be to save people. But her method of saving people is different from what you think. Right now, the Ursos continent is growing food, right? The last sentence was asked while looking at Ilio. The fat merchant frowned and said, I also received some orders from the Bravosi. Tyrion nodded and said with more certainty, the Queen only needs the world to produce more food. She doesn't have to gather all the food in her hands. What do you mean? Aegon asked blankly. In other words, if the night comes, the Queen will not be able to harvest a single grain of wheat. So your Highness, please do not promise anything related to food to the people of the 7 kingdoms. The dwarf spread out his hands. Then we should take care of ourselves first. I can bear the food of the Golden Regiment, Ilio said. Seeing that there was no turning back, Clinton sighed and said, If that's the case, I'll be leaving. Hey, knight, you are the king's hand of the prince. Where are you going? Ilio hurriedly pulled the old man back. When the Battle of Meereen is over, I'll come back to help the prince. After the old man left, the dwarf said with a wooden face, Clinton is the king's hand. What about me? Knight is my foster father. Aegon said hesitantly. My friend. Ilio placed his fat right hand on Tyrion's shoulder and advised softly, "You should know that a righteous and noble hand of the king is easier to attract people's hearts." Tyrion's ugly face contorted. For the first time, he had a trace of doubt about his decision to take this risk. While Aegon was leading the Golden Regiment west across the narrow sea, Dragon Queen was busy dealing with the increasing number of armed conflicts. The old man had only been back in Astapor for a day before he volunteered to go to the rainforest to find the way. "Prince Aegon is my foster son." His actions of taking 2 dragons increased the difficulty of air defense at Slaves Bay. "I cannot correct his mistakes, but I must compensate him for the losses caused by his mistakes." That was what the old man said to the Dragon Queen. Dany saw his determined expression, and she did need more pterodactyls, so she agreed to his request. On the second day after the old man left, the Dragon Queen began to consider feigning an attack on the Dothraki Khalasar. She ambushed New Gith, sealed off the Strait of the Maiden of Liberty, and burned the slavers and mercenaries from Bayasabad along the Raza River. Yes, the kingdom of the descendants of Hair Cologne, established 8,000 years ago, was destroyed by the Zebra people. The remaining descendants of Hair Cologne built 3 cities along the Jade Sea. Bayasabad was only a few hundred kilometers away from the Raza River. Once they reached the Raza River, they could take a boat straight to Meereen. Enemies surrounded Meereen from all directions. Dany had harassed the enemy forces in almost every direction, except the Khalasar on the Great Sea of Grass to the north of Meereen. Because she felt that they would be her underlings sooner or later. But if she kept treating the centaurs differently, it would arouse the suspicions of her allies, and her backstab plan would be difficult to achieve. Therefore, Dany prepared to find a few of the most unpleasant persimmons to pinch. She was not targeting anyone, but all the Khalasars were soft persimmons in her eyes. Chapter 602. Just as Dany was preparing to take action against the centaurs in the northern plains, Jon came looking for her. "Yep, little Jon." In the study, Dany looked at the young man in the mirror with a complicated expression. She lamented, "Looks like you've gained more than I expected. In just a few days, your magic power has increased by several folds. You didn't need anyone's help and connected to my magic network with your own strength." Yep, Jon didn't use Aunt May's help to contact her this time. Jon held a glass candle in his hand, like an experienced wizard, using the magic crystal tower on Dragonstone Island as a signal relay station to connect to Dany's magic mirror across thousands of miles. "It's all thanks to Her Majesty's help." Jon had a calm temperament, and there was a strange charm between his brows. His eyes were deep, as if there was a galaxy flowing in them. Facing the powerful Dragon Queen, he didn't have his previous cautiousness. His expression was calm and at ease, but he didn't lose his manners. Dany wanted to ask him what he had gained, but she knew without guessing that the other party wouldn't answer such a personal question, or give her a nonsensical answer. "Where did you get your glass candle?" She asked a simple question. "I took a section of the dragon crystal weapon you sent to the Great Wall and cast it into a glass candle." "Oh, where did you learn how to make glass candles?" The main material of glass candles was the dragon crystal, but it wasn't enough to elongate the dragon crystal into the shape of a candle. It involved high-level magical knowledge that ordinary mages wouldn't be able to come into contact with. For example, Dany didn't know how to make glass candles before she went to the cellar of the City of Knowledge to read Magic Network. "Melisandre taught me. She's basically my magic mentor now. She believes that I'm the child of prophecy and taught me everything she knows," Jon said with a complicated tone. "Damn, it's really the treatment of the child of prophecy. The people in this world were much luckier than the guy in Game of Thrones." If she didn't know about Aunt May's ability, Dany would have suspected that Bran had cast the Green Prophet's whisper on the red-robed woman. "Why are you looking for me today?" Dany asked. "I've met the people from the Iron Treasury. They've agreed to provide me with a loan service. With the northern region's taxes and minerals as collateral, the loan amount is almost unlimited. Therefore, I want to get some of the provisions from the Great Wall in advance, John said. So fast. The Iron Treasury just happened to send His Excellency Tai Chu Nestos to Eastwatch. I met him there. Tai Chu. Danny was even more surprised. Is it that long-legged, long-faced, long-bearded man Tai Chu who wears a long hat? Your Majesty has seen him before. John asked in surprise. That guy really has long legs. He was still in Astapor a month ago. What is he doing in the East Sea? This. John hesitated. He did not know if he should reveal the secret of the Iron Treasury. Why, does it have something to do with me? Duke Stark, you have something to ask of me. Danny raised her eyebrows. John shook his head and smiled bitterly. It does have something to do with you, but mainly. Forget it, you can find out if you want to. I won't hide it for Stannis. The Iron Treasury plans to provide him with financial support, but when he takes the Iron Throne, he has to pay back all the debts owed by the Iron Throne. Danny was stunned for a moment before she said in a strange tone, Stannis is already so weak, yet he can still make a comeback. P.S. Did he agree? Of course. John nodded. For the sake of the Iron Throne, he can even agree to such humiliating terms. I overestimated him. Danny sneered. Your Majesty, it's not an unfair agreement. John knew the inside story and decided to speak up for Erlu. The Iron Throne's debt to the Iron Treasury was all borrowed by King Robert. As his brother's successor, Stannis has no reason not to pay back the debt. Ah, that's true. Danny was surprised. During the Mad King's reign, the Iron Throne was profitable with Tywin's help. After the War of the Usurpers, the treasury accumulated millions of gold royals. Not only did they not owe the Iron Treasury money, but they also had a large amount of savings. After Robert's death, Cersei was on the Iron Treasury's list of losers because she was unwilling to pay back the interest. Not to mention borrowing money, the Iron Treasury was even funding Erlu to mess with her. So, the Iron Throne's debt was Robert's fault. If Erlu wanted to inherit his brother's throne, he had to fill the hole he left behind. But, in the end, the wool came from the sheep. The king only knew how to cut the wool of others. If Erlu really took the Iron Throne in the future, the people of the Seven Kingdoms would be the ones to pay back the debt. Has the new Commander-in-Chief been chosen? I said at the wall that as long as the Commander-in-Chief agrees, I will have no objections, Danny said. The Commander-in-Chief is Sir Alliser Thorne. At this moment, Jon's pale face twisted slightly. His tone had a strange mixture of disgust and frustration. He said that he will listen to everything you say. If you say he will lend it, he will lend it. If you don't, the Night Watchman will never lend it to you. Danny's mouth began to twitch. I said that the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchman is a very important position. You don't have to care about my face. The position of Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchman was very important, but it was difficult to get anything out of it. Even if a trusted member of the Dragon family was chosen as the Commander-in-Chief, it would only make it easier for the Dragon Queen to ask for money and food. Jon's pale face twisted even more. He was chosen based on his qualifications. It has nothing to do with you. Isn't he very foul-mouthed and disliked by the Night Watchman? Danny was puzzled. Sigh, he joined the Suicide Squad, hunted down the Deviants, and even stopped the Weeper's attack on Eastwatch. He helped tens of thousands of savages leave the Great Wall. Jon's expression was helpless. When the Dragon Queen was at the wall, in order to show that she was fair and just, every time there was an adventure mission, she would definitely choose a trusted member of the Dragon faction. After escaping death several times, Sir Alistair suddenly realized, holy shit, I've done so much. Last time, when John killed Jan Oslint, he even sent Alistair to Eastwatch, nominally because he was more suitable to manage the savages of the Great Wall. Indeed, Alistair was a trusted member of the Dragon Queen. Mans Red and the other captains of the savages were very cooperative with him. When he arrived at Eastwatch, Alistair was like a dragon in the sea. Everything went according to his wishes and he performed miraculous deeds. First, as the hub of communication between the savages and the Dragon Queen, he gained the support of some of the night watchmen who were originally savages. Then, when the Weeper disguised himself as a surrendered savage and attacked Eastwatch, Alistair had a group of savage underlings. They turned the tide and performed great deeds again. After that, under the protection of his underlings, he personally entered the depths of the Great Wall and helped Giro Dane recruit the last savage tribe, Dany's orders. With the food provided by the Dragon Queen and the credibility of the Dragon Queen's promises, Alistair was very respected by the savages. He once again succeeded and performed outstanding deeds. But no matter how outstanding his contributions were, he never thought of running for Commander-in-Chief because the Dragon Queen had excluded him from the election list last time. In the end, he did those things not because of the honor of the Night Watchman or because of sympathy for the savages. He was simply loyal to the Dragon Queen. As a loyal subject of the Dragon family, he would do whatever the Queen told him to do. Even if he became one of the candidates this time, he thought that he would just be a sidekick. But when the voting results came out, he and the other higher-ups of the Night Watchman were dumbfounded. He actually received 75% of the votes and was elected the 999th Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchman with an absolute advantage. In fact, Dany and Alistair had overlooked 2 points. First, including the savages, there were more than 2,500 Night Watchmen on the Great Wall. When John was elected, there were only 500 Night Watchmen. The new Night Watchmen had no prejudice against Alistair. Instead, they saw an old hero who was full of glory but indifferent to fame and fortune. Alistair really had no desires and did not do things for profit. Secondly, the impact of John's breaking of the oath was too great. Everyone subconsciously wanted to choose an old-fashioned and steadier commander-in-chief. The night was coming, and the Night Watchmen did not want any more accidents. There was no doubt that Alistair, who had 20 years of experience as a Night Watchman, met their requirements. After becoming the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchmen, Sir Alistair did not become arrogant, but his hatred for John was deep in his bones and he did not want to lend him food. That was why John went to the Dragon Queen. How about this? Go and find Blacksmith Tanner. I'll ask him for his opinion, Dany said. Lend him. The blacksmith was only surprised by the glass candle's means of communication for a while before he sighed. It's better to send Duke Stark and the savages who support him away as soon as possible. It'll be better for the stability of the Great Wall. John's face flushed red and he felt very awkward. He had actually become the existence that destroyed the stability of the Night Watchman. After that, Dany called old Ymont over and talked to the 2 old friends. Ymont had a lot of emotions when talking to Blacksmith Tanner and told him a lot about his experience in Slave Bay. Facing John Stark, complicated emotions spread in their hearts like seaweed, but they were speechless. John had failed to live up to Ymont's expectations and became a failed Night Watchman. But Ymont had also left the Great Wall and went to Slave Bay to burn his body for Targaryen. What right did he have to criticize John who had broken his oath for Stark? New Jith had fallen into Dany's hands and the Alliance's supplies were severely threatened. The army from Mataris could not help but speed up their march. The Alliance hoped to start the siege of Meereen before their food ran out. At this time, there were already more than 80,000 Alliance troops stationed in Borash. Borash was the bridgehead for the attack on Meereen and was only 600 to 700 kilometers away. As such, Dany became even busier. The operation against the centaurs in the northern plains of Myrene had officially begun. She rode her dragon and burned their tents, intimidated and drove Khalasar towards Borash in the west. If not, how could she stab them in the back? Khal Joma, Khal Ziko, and Khal Moro were all driven to the west by the Dragon Queen. She did not deliberately drive the centaurs to Borash. She only used the excuse of ensuring the safety of Myrene to drive the centaurs from the northern plains to the west or east. Most of them went to the west because the alliance's main forces were in the west. They had food and valuables. Other than the Khal who had split from Drogo Khalasar, most of the Khalasar had gone south to participate in the Battle of Myrene because they had received gifts from the alliance. Of course, the end of the slave trade in Myrene had a huge impact on the centaurs. This had destroyed the original ecology of the Dothraki seahorses. The centaurs could no longer exchange the defeated captives for supplies. While increasing the cost of war and survival, it also made the captives worthless and could only be killed. But the centaurs were stupid and could not think of this at this time. They were purely doing it for profit or revenge. Just as the Dragon Queen was attacking the enemies coming from all directions with Myrene as the center, the shapeshifters reported to her two pieces of mixed news. First, there was a blood plague in Borash. Dany was overjoyed. Bless the seven gods. On the eve of the Battle of Myrene, the Alliance troops had been infected. Second, Khal Jocko, whom the Dragon Queen had been looking for, had finally been found. His Khalasar was stationed in the plains 20 kilometers northeast of Borash. In theory, this was good news. Dany could finally bring her cheap son back. But when the two pieces of news were put together, it was a trap. Jocko's Khalasar had also been infected with the blood plague, and Khalasar was on the verge of collapse. Her cheap son was now Jocko's cheap son. Chapter 603. The blood plague was a highly contagious plague. The infected would have high fever, intestinal bleeding, diarrhea, and other symptoms. The way of transmission and symptoms were similar to the flu, which didn't sound serious. However, in this era where medical standards were still stuck at leeches sucking blood, the blood plague surpassed the Grey Plague and became the most notorious infectious disease. There was no cure for the blood plague and the Grey Plague. The mortality rate of the Grey Plague was almost 100%, while the blood plague only had a quarter. However, the blood plague was more contagious. It could spread silently through the air and was more likely to appear at the source of the plague. For example, the King's Landing Stinky Bay slums often had the blood plague. It was sad to say that. The blood plague had appeared frequently since human history. Before the first long night, the blood plague had already appeared before the ancestors had crossed the Dorne Arm and entered Westeros. However, after more than 10,000 years, humans still hadn't invented an effective treatment. They could only prevent the disease from occurring. Or, if they did, the patients would endure the disease. The blood plague wasn't as rare as the Grey Plague. It often appeared in areas with a large population and poor hygiene. For example, the slums of the city. For example, in large marching units. Borash was originally similar to Volantis. It was Valeglia's colonial city-state at Slave Bay. After the Great Cataclysm, without the deterrence of the Dragon King's absolute strength, Borash faced the threat of the centaurs in the northern plains. At this time, Borash was only a city ruin. There was no sewer system or street garbage collection system. However, more than 100,000 soldiers and horses gathered there. One could imagine the hygiene and safety. The blood plague wasn't usually identified when the first patient appeared. The less severe the symptoms of the blood plague were, the slower it would be discovered. If it was as terrifying as Ebola, the patient would be diagnosed within a day. For example, the grayscale disease and the Grey Plague had obvious petrified skin and were easy to identify. However, the blood plague symptoms were similar to the flu and diarrhea. The disease couldn't be discovered and could persist for a long time. This caused the epidemic to spread uncontrollably by the time it was confirmed. Think about the epidemic in reality. The Chinese were so swift and fierce, but the entire city was still quarantined. It was easy to imagine how efficient this fantasy Middle Ages, with a chaotic organization and inferior medical technology, could be. When the Dragon Queen received the news, she immediately used the excuse of determining the extent of the Allied blood plague to gather several shapeshifters to conduct a detailed investigation of Borash's situation. Among them, Jake's Khalsa was the focus of the search. Unfortunately, Dani lost two of her old friends. Jake and his wife, Lilith, were dying from the blood plague. Even Jake's Khalasar had been separated. On the day of Zhou Ji's death, his Khalasar had collapsed. Today's events were like yesterday's. In fact, Jake's choice was exactly the same as Dani's. After confirming that he would not be able to survive the blood plague, he immediately arranged for his Blood Alliance guards and Kars to flee with his son Django and daughter Glyze. Khal's roaring warriors were the most loyal warriors when Khal was still alive. However, when Khal was about to die, the only people he could truly trust were the Blood Brotherhood and his own Kars. Well, Khalasar was made up of many Khas. The Khas were led by the bandits, and Khal was the leader of the bandits. At the same time, he also had his own Khas. As the saying goes, the heavenly Tao is good at reincarnation, who will the heavens spare? The blood plague was different from the Grey Plague. The mortality rate was at most 25%. If it was handled properly, the actual mortality rate might be even lower. In other words, Jake's Khalasar, which had 15,000 roaring warriors, would only have about 12,000 survivors. Khal was critically ill. Khal's son was still young, but Khalasar still had 12,000 roaring warriors. What would happen next? Back then, Jake had seized a portion of Drogo's Khalasar's power as a bandit and promoted to Khal. Then, he led his newly formed Khalasar to hunt down Drogo's son. At the same time, Jake's Kars had also divided his 10,000 roaring warriors into new Khals. 5 new Khals led their own Khalasars to hunt down Jake's son Django. Old Yamad summarized all the information he had received regarding the centaurs. After analyzing it, he told Dani. Django isn't even 4 years old this year, but he has already subdued his own warhorse. You know what this means better than I do. In Dothraki, the centaurs who own warhorses are respected by the others. Half a year ago, Khal Jake and Khal Moro met by the banks of the Saihoru River and prepared to join forces to plunder Volantis Saihoru town. During the banquet, Django, the son of Jake, and Modo, the youngest son of Moro, competed to liven things up for the two Khals. The 7-year-old Modo lost to the 3-year-old Django without any hesitation. Modo was beaten black and blue. After that, Django also won the championship for horse riding, archery, and scimitar. That time, Django completely defeated Modo and won the 3rd bell for himself. The first 2 were obtained by subduing a wild horse and hunting a wolf of the plains. Khal Moro was shocked. Is this kid riding the steed of the world? Because of that, Jake died. The bandits under him were not willing to let his son Django go. "Oh, why is that kid so unlucky?" Dani cried out worriedly. Yamad was stunned. "He's not your son, why are you so agitated?" But when he thought of the pitiful Dragon Queen's experience of being a widow and losing her only son, the old man immediately understood. At the same time, he also felt sad for Dani. "Sigh, Dani, you're still young," and Dani did not have the time to deal with old Yamad's consolation. She immediately informed the shapeshifters to search for Jake's blood brotherhood. She rode Blackie and headed to Myrene as quickly as possible. 2.5 hours later, Blackie landed at the Great Pyramid of Myrene. He asked the white-masked Morona, but the other party said awkwardly, "The time is too short." Within a radius of a few hundred kilometers, even if 2 ravens and 2 falcons were released, it would be impossible to search the entire area in 2 days. Because of the Battle of Myrene, and also because the Dragon Queen had driven the Khalasar from the northern plains to the west time and time again. At this time, the 1,000-mile plains from Borash to the Dothraki Sea of Grass were filled with centaurs. Because of that, the shapeshifter's animal companions could not be found quickly and had to be identified carefully. But 2 days was enough for Django to die twice. Last time in the Red Wasteland, Kaholo, Zhuji's blood brotherhood, escorted Leg to Horse King City and was killed in 1 day. After all, Kaholo was leading the 500 strongest roaring warriors under Zhuji's command. Is there any way to find them quickly? Dany frowned. She could not be blamed for making a last-minute effort. After the second dragon battle, Dany ordered Morona to arrange for her raven companions to go to the Great Sea of Grass to find Jake's Khalasar. But after more than a month, there was still no news of Jake's huge Khalasar. There were 2 main reasons. First, Morona was a savage. She did not understand the centaurs' customs, nor did she understand their language. She could not distinguish their appearance. The centaur Khalasar did not have a clan emblem or flag. If she did not ask, she would not know who the Call of Khalasar was. Even if Blackie drew a picture of Jake and Lilith for Morona, just like in the eyes of the Chinese, all foreigners looked the same. In the eyes of the savage Morona, there was no difference between the bronze-skinned, long-braided, and almond-eyed centaurs. She even often confused Ricarlo with Kaluo. That was because Ago was in charge of the militia and wore the leather armor of the Mother of Dragons. Jogo was in charge of the Khalasar and wore the Dothraki vest. Kaluo liked to wear armor. Ricarlo stayed by the Dragon Queen's side to keep up appearances and was forced to wear the same armor as Kaluo. In order to obtain information from the centaurs' conversations, Morona, who was almost a grandmother, had to work hard to learn the centaur language. In fact, the biggest problem with Transfiguration spies was their language and writing. Morona's Transfiguration talent was the strongest, but the Dragon Queen only arranged for her to patrol Myrene and let the least talented goat Gisela go to Astapor Crow's Nest as a spy. Why? Because White Mask Morona and Wild Boar Polo didn't understand the Valeglia language. Morona could speak the ancient language, while Polo could only speak the common language of Westeros. On the other hand, Goat Gisela often used goats to haul goods and trade with Braavosi merchants. She learned arithmetic, writing, and Braavosi language, the local Valeglia language, just like Mandarin with a Sichuan accent. In order to make the Transfiguration spies more effective, Dany even arranged for scholars to organize a literacy training class. That was off-topic. Other than language and face blindness, which slowed down Morona's search, it was also because Jake had been avoiding the Dragon Queen. Others didn't know, but how could Jake not know how deep his blood feud with the Dragon Queen was? He had personally beheaded the Dragon Queen's son, strung his head on a stalk, and brought it in front of her to provoke her. Of course, Jake had to participate in the Battle of Myrene and use the power of the Alliance to eliminate the Dragon Queen. But before the battle, he had to avoid the Dragon Queen. Your Majesty, why are you looking for Jake's Blood Oath Guard? Jake is already dead. Even if the Blood Oath Guard managed to escape this time, he would still commit suicide. Since Khal is dead, the Blood Oath Guard won't live alone. Morona was confused. I swore to kill Mago with my own hands to avenge my mate Aloy. Dany said. Mago, who is that? Morona was confused. Centaurs like to call this Gu, that Gu, Ag, Hag, Jorgo, Django, Leg, Drogo, Mago. The barbarian spearwoman's head was about to explode. Sigh, it's a bit complicated. You can ask Sir Mormont or my blood oath guard. Dany was anxious and didn't want to waste any more time. She waved her hand and prepared to leave. At this moment, she didn't expect Morona to provide any help or advice. Unexpectedly, the barbarian spearwoman was still thinking about the queen's previous question. Actually, prophecies are the fastest, Morona said. Dany stopped and turned back in surprise. You can prophesy. I can, but this isn't the territory of the old gods. It's useless. Slave Bay believes in the 7 gods. Your Majesty, you can pray to the 7 gods, Morona said. Bring some people and continue to search. Dany climbed onto Blackie's back with a dark face. But just as she faced the midday sun and rose into the sky, a distant memory came to her mind in a flash. The house of memories that had been eroded by time opened its door to Dany again. It was in Queers, in the undying temple that froze the river of time. She met many doors. When she opened them, she saw many things that happened in the past, present, and future. She saw the Mad King ordering the burning of the King's Landing. She saw Rob's sad eyes in the bloody wedding. She saw 4 rats surrounding a beautiful woman called Westeros and violently violating her. She once opened a strange door. It wasn't a door, but a simple old cowhide curtain. Chapter 54, she opened the curtain and saw a vast grassland, the Dothraki Sea. A silver ribbon-like river meandered past. A tall horse carried 2 children along the river bank. Bless the 7 gods, that's Leg-Ann. Lilith's daughter, Glyce. Dany suddenly realized. Chapter 604. Dany suddenly understood the meaning of the prophecy. Shit, do you have to be so dramatic? I'm a transmigrator, how can a prophecy work on me? Dany was pleasantly surprised but also a little shocked. But after complaining, she was faced with another problem. She was not familiar with the location mentioned in the prophecy. The Dothraki Sea was indeed a grassland, but in the First Era, in the ancient mythological era, it was really a sea, a silver sea, the kingdom of the Fisherman Queen. Even today, the grassland was still covered with rivers and lakes. What was even more ridiculous was that as the seasons changed, the rivers changed, the lakes became grasslands, and grasslands became lakes. It was similar to the change between the rainy and dry seasons of the African grasslands. Many old centaurs who had lived in the grassland all their lives would not dare to say that they were familiar with every river. That was why the old bed slave Watson's notebook was so precious. Watson's notebook. Dany was stunned, then slapped her forehead and laughed. You're really riding a donkey looking for a donkey. When Dany had just transmigrated, when she led her little caste tribe through the Red Wastelands, she had sent an old Volantis man to the horse god's night kingdom according to the centaur custom. He was originally a bed slave, but later on, he had a mixed-blood centaur with a centaur woman, Blue Eyes Hag. Blue Eyes Hag's experience was legendary. Not only did he become a Khal, but he also had the ambition to unify the Dothraki Sea. For his son's ambition, Watson began to draw the terrain of the Dothraki Sea once a year. Even though Blue Eyes Hag died before his ambition was realized, and Watson himself became Drogo's slave, he could not give up on his dream. It took Watson 60 years to figure out the pattern of the Dothraki Sea's rivers and pastures. Even the cities that the centaurs of the Ursos continent passed by, such as the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay, Coer, the towns along the Lone River, Pentos, Myr, and other coastal cities, their customs, history, culture, city defense, and ruling families were all recorded. The cover was as big as an A4 paper, and as thick as a chinois dictionary. Other than the 12 types of spring cry that belonged to his old profession, everything else was to help the centaurs conquer the world. When the notebook fell into the hands of Dany, who had changed her core, it helped her understand this world better. Now, her cheap son might have to rely on that notebook to save his life. While sending a message to Xiao Gu, the Blood Alliance guard, Danny took out a large piece of dragon paper and shared her memory with Dahe with the black dragon spirit. Dahe drew on the paper with its claws that were thicker than Danny's waist. Well, a dragon meat printer was also Dahe's first profession. Of Danny's 3 blood riders, Gu was mature and steady, holding the position of commander of the militia. He had been in Myrene managing nearly 100,000 guys prisoners. Ricardo's talent was mediocre, but his appearance was dignified, and he was skilled in both swords and arrows. He stayed by Danny's side to keep up appearances. Jogo was adept at leading the centaur tribe. He had once led the centaurs to roam between Myrene and Borash. Now that he had returned to Myrene, the centaurs under his command attacked the spies infiltrating Myrene in the form of roaming cavalry. Summoned by Khaleesi, Xiao Gu quickly rushed to the top garden of the Great Pyramid. At this time, Dahe's sketch was not completed yet. "Khaleesi, you were looking for me." Seeing that he was wearing a brown Dothraki vest, Danny could not help but frown, saying, "Why aren't you wearing chainmail?" "Khaleesi, I don't need to go out of the city to patrol today. I'll stay in Myrene," Jogo said. John Bolton and the Wildfire General did not leave the city either. Weren't they also assassinated? "From now on, you can't take off your armor when you eat or sleep," Danny said sternly. Knowing that Jogo did not like to wear plate armor, she had specially asked the blacksmith Tobu to forge a set of tile steel chainmail for him. Because it was made of tile steel, the steel wires used to weave the chainmail were very thin and sparse. It was only 25 kilograms in total, very light. Perhaps it could not withstand crushing damage, but it was almost immune to ordinary arrows and sword slashes. "Okay." Jogo nodded in agreement. At this time, Dahe had drawn most of the river. There were no characters, only the river, grassland, hills and other landscapes under the wide-angle lens. "Look, do you know where it is?" Danny pointed to the ground with her mouth. The part of the map of the Dothraki Sea in Watson's diary was mainly studied by Jogo, because he needed to lead thousands of roaring warriors to roam outside. With just a glance, Jogo immediately nodded, saying, "I've never been there, but I've seen this place on the map. It's about 800 kilometers northwest of Myrene." 3 hours later, Danny saw the river in the prophecy. Jogo's eyesight and memory were very good. That place was exactly the same as the scene Danny saw in the Immortal Palace 3 years ago. The sun set in the west, and the open grassland was bathed in a layer of golden-red mist. The river water tinkled, and the brocade-like surface of the river undulated with a layer of slight ripples, like the bright eyes of a naughty child. Slap! Jogo slapped the nth bug that landed on his face, and asked for the nth time, "Khaleesi, what are we doing?" Dahe walked through the golden-red sunset, and Danny sat cross-legged on the grass beside the river, her eyes slightly narrowed and her expression calm. "Wait, it's not dark yet, it's not time yet." Danny looked as calm as an old dog, but her heart was beating like a drum. She did not see anyone, and for a moment, she suspected that she had overthought and misunderstood the prophecy. But inexplicably, she felt that she could wait for the person she wanted to see here. This feeling had also appeared in the Immortal Palace. At that time, she had an impulse to lift the cowhide curtain. She decided to trust her intuition. Of course, Danny was not someone who would resign herself to fate. She meditated in the clear river green, but Dahe was flying in the sky, searching for traces of centaurs in the direction of Borash. The last rays of the sun fell below the western horizon, and a waning moon cast a faint silver glow on the river. Danny, who had her eyes closed, finally opened her eyes and smiled. Magu was a typical centaur, cruel, brave, bloodthirsty, unafraid of death, loyal and fearless. He was about the same age as Jogo and Ricardo, and had similar life experiences at least the first half of their lives. They had all been subordinates of other Khalasar, and King Drogo had defeated their Khalasar. He had chosen brave youths and healthy girls from the captives to supplement his Khalasar, and the rest of the centaurs had either been reduced to slaves or bought into slave bay. Jogo, Ricardo, Jiki, Iri, and the other youths had easily accepted their fates. They did not hold a grudge against Drogo for destroying their Khalasar, or the current Khalasar. This was a centaur custom, and everyone knew it. It was a rule of the Dothraki Sea, as natural as the seasons. But Jogo, Quero, and the others had followed Khaleesi, becoming her Kars. Malgu had been assigned to Jocko's Kars. Their fates had diverged in that moment. After taking down the town of the shepherds, Malgu had captured a beautiful young shepherdess, and he had ridden her happily. Then Khaleesi had come. She had taken the spoils from him. This was a great insult to the centaurs. Everyone knew that even the Khal could not take a centaur's spoils of war. After the Khal's death, Malgu finally had a chance for revenge. He had fought bravely, following Jocko's call to intercept and take away Kaholo, who was riding the world's steed. He had dealt the final blow to Bloodguard Kaholo. Because of his bravery, Jocko had promoted him to Bloodguard, and he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He had made a bet with his Khal that the cowardly women of the Sunset Kingdom would cry at the sight of a child's head on a stalk. He had lost the bet. But he had taken back his spoils from the woman. Now, he could not even remember what the young shepherdess looked like, but he would not forget the pleasure of riding her again until the moment of his death. He still wanted to see the woman's enraged expression, and call for her companions to ride with her. Unfortunately, the woman did not get angry. She only swore softly that she would take his head one day. Malgu found it rather boring. The threats from the woman's mouth were like a breeze on the plains. Many years had passed, and Malgu heard more and more news about the woman. He was anxious, but not afraid. He swore that even if her demonic dragon used its mouth to bite his skull, he would not tremble or beg for mercy. On the contrary, Malgu was looking forward to meeting her again. Next time, he would use his curved sword to make her suffer. Only her tears and blood could wash away the humiliation of his spoils of war. Even the Khal could not take his things, so what right did Khaleesi have? When Jocko finally agreed to Wizard Kaholo's request and led the Khalasar towards Borash, Malgu happily pulled over the two female slaves and rode in front of everyone. Unfortunately, the horse god did not look after them. The pale mare, another name for the blood plague, took away the Khal's life and unfulfilled ambitions. His Khalasar split into 5 smaller Khalasars in a way that everyone knew. Then, everyone knew that the new Khal would kill the original Khal's son and bring his wife to Horse King City to become a Dosh Kalen. Lilith and Khaleesi were also dead. The new Khal only had one goal left, to kill Django, who rode the world's steed. That woman's actions inspired Jocko. Before he died, he also wanted to send his only son to Horse King City. Malgu was a blood guard and would carry out any orders from the Khal, even if it meant suicide. Thus, before Jocko completely died, he chose 300 elite knights from Khal's army and led Django and Glyze to leave the camp under the cover of the night. It was almost exactly the same as that woman back then. However, Django was just as terrifying as Leg back then. They were both so outstanding that the Dosh Kalen called them riding the world's steeds. Malgu suspected that riding the world's steeds was not a blessing, but a curse. Otherwise, why would they all end up in such a miserable state? They cursed their parents, cursed themselves. Yes, Django was about to die. He was a good horseman who was like a white lion on the plains. He was not even 4 years old and had killed 2 roaring warriors with his bow during the process of breaking out of the encirclement. However, there were just too many enemies, 10 times their number. Little Khal Django was still too young. His chest was slashed by the enemy's scimitar and he did not have long to live. Kal's 300 Kal's army also withered away. As a blood guard, Ma Guo was not afraid of death. He was even glad that he could die in battle. However, he had regrets. He regretted that he could not complete the Kal's last wish. He regretted that the little Kal would be like Leg, having his head chopped off and hung on a bamboo pole. He also regretted that he could not raise his scimitar and charge at the Megalosaurus. Sigh. In order to slay a dragon, he had even practiced using grass-stuffed cloth many times. Chapter 605. The night sky of the grassland was as clear as water. The river of stars could be seen clearly, moving slowly and silently without stopping. The earth was empty and desolate. The brilliant stars were like the lights on the dome. They extended from one end of the horizon to the other end of the horizon, illuminating the ancient and boundless grassland with dim silver light. Rub, rub, rub. In the quiet night, there was only the sound of insects and flowing water. Suddenly, there was the sound of limbs rubbing against the grass. There was also a hint of blood in the faint smell of grass. Who is it? Xiao Gu suddenly stood up, his hand on the hilt of the scimitar at his waist, and looked towards the south cautiously. A tall and strong white horse walked out from the grass beside the river. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely see two children sitting on it. The one in front was lying on the horse's neck, motionless. The 3 or 4-year-old girl behind, with long silver hair and a Dothraki painted vest, heard Xiao Ji's shout. She immediately cried softly. Her cries were weak and filled with helplessness and fear. Calixi, I don't know which tribe these centaur children are from. One of them seems to be injured. Xiao Gu turned back and said to Danny, who was still sitting cross-legged on the grass. Bring them here. Danny opened her eyes, her voice was filled with complex emotions. Where are you from? Xiao Gu took the horse bit and carefully looked at the children on the saddle. The one lying on the horse's neck was a silver-haired boy, who looked to be 7 or 8 years old. The wound seemed to be on his chest, and the blood that flowed out dyed the horse's stomach red. Hearing the sound, the girl could only cry. The boy slowly raised his head, revealing a pale face and dim purple eyes. Xiao Gu noticed that the boy was still holding a small scimitar in his hand, and his right hand was holding the scimitar tightly. Who are you? The boy's eyes were as alert as an injured lone wolf. Good boy. Xiao Ji's eyes lit up, and praised with a smile, Calixi, this little wolf cub is a good centaur. Danny stood up, and looked at the boy strangely. Different from her oval face, the boy had a chubby round face, and 2 dimples on the side of his face. Silver hair and purple eyes belonged to a foreign race, but he also had the bronze skin of a centaur and almond-shaped eyes. Boy, who are you? Danny withdrew her distracting thoughts and asked knowingly. The boy stared at Danny with his eyes wide open. There was a moment of confusion. I'm Django, the son of Kal Jocko. Who are you? It is indeed a centaur. Danny face-bombed. Only centaurs would have such a hard head. Even a slightly smarter child would give a fake name when being chased for thousands of miles. Jake. The admiration in Xiao Ji's eyes quickly turned into cold killing intent. He pulled out his scimitar and was about to strike. Don't move. Danny took a step forward and pressed on Blood Alliance Guard's shoulder, stopping him from moving. Calixi, he's Jake's son. We can kill him to avenge Prince Leg. Xiao Gu whispered. I know what to do. Danny said and went forward to take the scimitar from the boy's hand. The boy held it tightly and still wanted to struggle. After that, she personally carried him down from the horse's back and went to the river to clean his wounds. Ding ding dang dang, when she moved his body, the the 5 or 6 bronze bells on his braids shook lightly. The girl on the horse also stopped crying. She was like a wooden stake, with lifeless eyes and a helpless expression, sitting on the saddle in a daze. You were stabbed in the chest and lost too much blood. You can't live, Danny said to the boy. The boy's chest injury was indeed very serious. He was stabbed from the right shoulder all the way to the left side of his abdomen. Under the skin of his chest, the cracked ribs and the internal organs in his lower abdomen could be faintly seen. Because of the excessive blood loss, his body was soft and had no strength at all. Oh. The boy replied, there was no fear on his face. I killed too. There is no blood on your scimitar, Danny said. I used a bow and arrow and pierced their throats. The boy said. You're going to die. Aren't you afraid? Danny took off the painted vest and silk pants on his body and asked curiously. What is death? The boy asked blankly. You've killed people before. Don't you know what death is? Danny's tone became more and more strange. I don't know, but I'm not afraid. My mother said that I'm riding the steed of the world. There's nothing that can scare me. The boy's face was pale. The pulled wound was so painful that his gums clenched and his body trembled. A pair of large almond-shaped eyes unconsciously flowed with tears. You're crying, and you're still saying that you're not afraid. Danny laughed. I'm so cold. I don't know. I'm cold. The boy's voice gradually weakened, and the light in his eyes disappeared bit by bit. Danny sighed and began to extract the thin spiritual essence in the world. She chose a type B active spiritual essence and merged it with the Holy Mother's divine power to create the holy healing art. Boom! A ball of milky white flames appeared out of thin air and enveloped the boy who had been washed clean of blood. The white ball of light had a holy and majestic aura, but it also had a kind and holy aura. The Dragon Queen held the boy with both hands as if she was holding up a bundle of firewood that was burning with white flames. The wound on the boy's chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The temperature and power that he had lost gradually returned to his body. However, he had lost too much blood and was still unconscious. Calixi, you're... Xiao Gu was dumbfounded. This is the holy healing art, Danny explained. I know it's the holy healing art. However, isn't the holy healing art not supposed to be used on people other than believers? Moreover, it's so huge, Xiao Gu gulped and said with difficulty. I'm different from others. At this moment, Danny had already given the holy healing art to the high-ranking believers. There were already many holy disciples who could use the holy healing art in the Westeros. They could obtain a certain number of spell slots through praying. 1/3 to 1/2 of the power of faith would be used as Blackie's reward. The rest would be converted into the Holy Mother's divine power and stored in the pool of faith. When needed, they could extract it at any time and convert it into holy healing art. Unlike in D&D, where mages had to memorize and could only memorize one spell slot every day, after using this spell, they could not use it again today unless they had a special specialty. The holy priests of the 7 gods were like saving money and depositing it in a bank. For example, Big Sparrow had the highest salary and could accumulate hundreds of holy healing arts every day. If he could not finish using them, he would continue to accumulate them. Although the interest was 0, after 3 to 5 years of accumulation, he could almost support a small war. The only thing was that they could only heal devout believers of the 7 gods. This was a restriction that Danny had added to save costs. Apart from the Holy Mother's divine power, the holy healing art also required spiritual bestowment. Type B spiritual substance would not distort one's will and was safe and harmless. Only when it combined with the Holy Mother's divine power could it produce the miraculous holy healing art. Devout believers were connected to the 7 gods through the channel of faith. They could bestow spiritual substance to the other party through the channel of faith. It was similar to pouring water directly into a bottle through a pipe. The spiritual substance could be used up 100% and there was almost no additional loss. If there was no channel of faith, for example, Dani was healing leg in her arms now. She could only use the crude, outside-in, spiritual bestowment method. It was similar to putting a bowl outside the house to catch the rain on a rainy day. When the bowl was full, who knew how much spiritual substance would be wasted? That was why the scene of Dani healing leg was so exaggerated. It was like a downpour. He's Jake's son, Jogo reminded with a frown. It's the custom of the Dothraki Sea to take in the children of the defeated Khalasar. From today onwards, these 2 children will join our Khalasar. Oh, someone's coming. Dani placed the boy on the grass beside the river and looked into the distance. Thud, thud, thud. Rumble, the silence of the grassland was broken. The sound of horse hooves rumbled. It was as if an army of thousands of men and horses was approaching from afar. The earth began to shake. The surface of the river rippled. The stalks of grass that poked out of the river swayed gently. They were getting closer and closer. The galloping of thousands of horses was like thunder, echoing through the vast and desolate starry sky. The neighing of horses, the shouting of battle, the clashing of swords, the wailing of anguish, the maniacal laughter. After crossing a line of low hills, large numbers of torches suddenly appeared in Dani and Jogo's vision. It was as if a wildfire on the grassland was spreading from afar. With the help of the moonlight, Dani could see that in front of the cavalrymen holding torches, there was a small group of knights that was being nibbled away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The pursuing cavalrymen stood on their saddles, let go of the reins and drew their bows to shoot arrows. The fleeing cavalrymen in front were not just taking the hits without retaliating. They lay on the backs of their horses and loaded their crossbows. Then, they turned around and shot down a few cavalrymen holding torches. There were about 2,500 cavalrymen chasing after more than 50 fleeing centaurs. Django, Glies. The white horse that the little girl was riding was very eye-catching under the moonlight. She was quickly noticed by the cavalrymen in front. Horse God, it's you. When they got closer to the white horse, the leading cavalryman in front also saw Dragon Queen standing there with both hands on her sword. He recognized the Dragon Queen. Ah, Calixi. Dani Glies of the Sea of the Setting Sun. Dragon Queen, most of the chased cavalrymen in front recognized her and shouted out in shock. There were all kinds of names, but most of them were Calixi. She was indeed their Calixi. 4 years ago, these people were still the roaring warriors of Drogo Khalasar. Ha, horse God bless me, for me to meet you at this time, kill kill kill. When the leading centaur saw the queen's smiling face under the moonlight, he was so shocked that he stopped his galloping warhorse. But in an instant, he whipped his horses but, pulled out his scimitar, and charged over. Dragon Queen stuck her sword in front of her, one hand on the hilt and the other pulling down her visor. She did not dodge. Jogo carried the crying little girl down from the horse and placed her beside the boy. He held up a large oak shield and squatted in front of the 2 children. Kill kill kill. The cavalryman was getting closer and closer. She could even see his blood-stained, twisted face and his red eyes that were shining with madness. Scram! When the cavalryman was within 10 meters of Dragon Queen, she spoke. 5 dragon spirits, imitating the soul-destroying blow of the dragon slayer horn. Hiss hiss. Bearing the brunt of the attack, the cavalryman's eyes rolled back. His warhorse's hooves trembled and fell to the ground. It slid 7 to 8 meters and stopped right beside Dani. And this was just one of them. The 50 or so cavalrymen who were running away were all thrown off their saddles and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Their warhorses lost their strength and fell to the ground. The few hundred cavalrymen who were the most anxious at the back were too close to Dragon Queen. As if they had stepped into a horse trap, their horses lost their footing and the cavalrymen fell. The remaining cavalrymen quickly pulled on the reins and tried to calm the warhorses that were out of control. Chapter 606. Horse deity above, what happened just now? Other than the centaurs who fell to the ground, the rest of the cavalrymen also felt a flash of fear. It was as if a flame had roasted their souls, or as if a devil from the Night Kingdom had grabbed their hearts with sharp claws and squeezed them. They were fearful, confused, and panicked. They pulled on the reins and hesitated until they saw a great swordsman in a blue robe and silver armor standing in front of them. They could not see her face clearly, but from the beautiful arc of her breastplate, they could tell that she was a female swordsman. However, the centaurs who had always treated the woman like a horse did not dare to show any disrespect to her, because they felt a real pressure from her body. At this moment, only Big Black had left the dragon spirit. Danny still had the fourth dragon spirit in her body. Their hearts were heavy, as if there was a piece of lead on top of them, or a weight on top of them. Even the air seemed to be as heavy as a wet cotton jacket. The centaurs' throats were dry and they wanted to pull on their collars, but their Dothraki vests did not have collars. They also noticed that all the centaurs and warhorses who fell to the ground could form a fan-shaped area, and the tall female knight who was holding on to her greatsword was in the center of the fan-shaped area. The centaurs had a hard head, but they were not stupid. They also had a wealth of common sense that everyone knew. They did not know what she did, but they were very sure that she was the one who did it. Which, some of the centaurs screamed. Release the arrows. Kill the witch. Call, who was 100 meters away, waved his scimitar and ordered loudly. Bang bang bang, buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the sky was covered by a rain of arrows. Like raindrops hitting banana leaves, they landed on Danny's body. Ding ding dang dang, the armor that was personally forged by the 7 gods of blacksmiths fit perfectly on Dragon Queen's body, not even leaving a gap for the arrows to hit. The armor was made of steel, so it would not be pierced by bone, bronze, or black iron arrows. Moreover, many of the centaurs' arrows were only sharpened with wood and bamboo sticks. You are courting death. This kind of behavior did not harm the Dragon Queen in the slightest, but it angered her. She planned to show off in front of her cheap son to subdue him. Wang Peng, behind the silver armor, a pair of huge pigeon-like wings suddenly popped out. They were made of white holy flames, and every feather was clearly distinguishable. There was a kind of heavy feeling of reality and scorching majesty. This time, she did not restrain the flame power of the fire wings. His angelic wings flapped gently, and the lush grass stalks around him were quickly roasted to a golden brown, withered, and curled up. Then, with a bang, they burst into flames. At this moment, the laws of physics were broken. Newton covered his face and walked away, while the Dragon Queen escaped from most of the gravity. Clang! She leaped forward and jumped 4 or 5 meters away. She also took out the sword in her hand and left the scabbard in place. The snow-white blade, 4 feet long and half a foot wide, reflected a cold light under the scorching flames. The light-winged birdman ran faster and faster. She, who had lost 80 to 90% of the gravity, was really like a galloping horse, graceful and graceful. The qin gong of the celestial dynasty Wuxia blended with nature and left no traces when he stepped on grass. The Dragon Queen's magical qin gong was vigorous and vigorous. Along the way, heat waves rolled, and the grass and trees were set ablaze, creating a path of flames on the ground. Wang wang wang. The snow-white sword that she dragged on the ground also started to spread bright red magic runes from the sword guard to the tip of the sword. In an instant, the iron sword became a burning and twisted flame. It took a long time to describe, but from the moment the Dragon Queen pulled out her sword and charged, to the time when she approached the 2,000 horse cavalry who were still shooting arrows, only 4 or 5 seconds had passed. After 4 or 5 seconds, she crossed a distance of 100 meters. The Dragon Queen also accelerated to the maximum. Magic power exploded, and the remaining 10% of the gravity was also turned into an upward force in an instant. Then, she leaped up, like a real bird, flying 10 meters high and spreading her wings of light to glide 30 to 40 meters. Under the shocked cries of the 2,000 horse cavalry, she landed in the middle of the cavalry. Kill! With the addition of the 5 dragon spirits, the soul-extinguishing strike rippled in all directions like water waves. Boom! The blacksmith's flame god power caused the king's sword to explode with heat, and the air was also distorted. Chi! With a wave of the Dragon Queen's hand, a few horse cavalry within a 3-meter radius were sliced in half. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from their broken bodies, and a ball of orange flame even rose up, igniting their clothes and hair. Hiss hiss hiss, ah! With the Dragon Queen as the center, the people and horses within a 100-meter radius were thrown off their feet. The horses fell over in fear, crying out in grief. The horse cavalry fell to the ground, howling wildly. Danny raised the blazing red king's sword and stood in the middle of the chaos in a daze. This pretentious act. The dragon spirit's soul-extinguishing strike was already enough to clean up the small fries, and the flame sword had instead become a useless dragon-slaying skill. SSSS, this group of horse cavalry was too weak, making her lose interest in acting pretentious. Danny directly called Blackie down. Ah, demon mother of dragons. Ah, Calixie. It's Calixie from the Sunset Sea. Immediately, the clear-headed horse cavalry recognized the identity of the person who was unparalleled just now. Many people called her Calixie. Jake's Blood Alliance guards and Kars came from Drogo's Khalasar. Many of the horse cavalry who were chasing after them were also Drogo's original subordinates. Back then, these horse cavalry followed Jake and betrayed Drogo. Now, these horse cavalry are still following the new call, chasing after Jake's orphan. You can't blame the horse cavalry for not being loyal. The weak are prey to the strong, and only the fittest survive. Following the strong is the social law of the Dothraki Sea. Who is the call? After Blackie burned a few hundred horse cavalry who were trying to escape, the remaining 2,000-plus horse cavalry all surrendered obediently. Dragon Queen raised a dragon flame fireball and looked around. Using the Dothraki language, she shouted, after Jake's death, there are 5 new calls. Stand out. The horse cavalry closest to her was 20 meters away. They all widened their almond-shaped eyes and looked in horror at the fireball that was wantonly releasing light and heat in the air. They looked at the inhuman Calixie under the fireball and the megalosaurus that flitted across their heads like a demonic shadow above the fireball. Dragon Queen, I am Terpukal. I admit defeat to you. A tall horse cavalry in his 40s had the word, door, painted blue on his face. His braids were half a meter long, and every step he took caused a string of bells to ring. When he was 10 meters away from the Dragon Queen, Terpukal knelt on one knee and pulled out the Iraq scimitar at his waist. Sticking to the back of his head, he cut off the greasy black braid and threw it at the Dragon Queen's feet. You're the only one? Danny asked. I am the strongest call after Jake's Khalasar. I have 3,000 roaring warriors. With me chasing after Call Jake's Blood Alliance guards and son, they will be at ease, Terpukal said. Where are your Blood Alliance guards? Tell them to come out, Danny said. Terpukal was puzzled, but he still waved to the crowd. A young and 2 middle-aged strong horse cavalry walked out. Danny raised her foot and kicked Terpukal's long braid back, causing the bells to ring. Under the shocked, angry and puzzled eyes of the 4-horse cavalry, she said, I don't want you to admit defeat. I want your Commissar. You're not Call. Terpukal shouted angrily. I'm not, Danny nodded and said loudly, I'm riding the steed of the world. I'm the supreme Khaleesi of the Dothraki Sea of Grass. All horse cavalry must submit to me. It sounds a little embarrassing, but Danny didn't want to compete with her cheap son for this embarrassing title. Riding the steed of the world was the original translation, but the real meaning was Heavenly Khan. It could only be said that even if Leg was really riding the steed of the world in the horse cavalry's prophecy, he could only be the second-generation leader. He had to wait for the Dragon Queen to retire. Terpukal was shocked, and then he became furious. He shouted angrily, You're delusional. You're a woman, and a woman can't ride the steed of the world. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows. His 3 Blood Alliance guards answered loudly. Everyone knows. The horse cavalry in a circle also looked at each other, and then there were scattered voices. Come on, this is Call's challenge. Danny pointed her sword at Terpukal and said, I'm Khaleesi, you're Call. We both have a Khalasar, and the winner gets everything. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows. Her blood guards drew their swords and stood beside her, shouting loudly. Big Black, who was above the starry sky, echoed in a thunderous voice, Great all-knowing Tao. The horse cavalry in the crowd trembled and looked up at the sky, most of their eyes popping out. Everyone knows. Black Dragon roared again. Everyone knows, everyone knows. The horse cavalry also shouted. At first, it was sparse, but gradually, everyone shouted together, and their voices spread far and wide in the wilderness. Terpukal and his blood guards' faces turned pale, and they looked angry and frightened. This was Call's Khalasar, easy to come and easy to go. Only strength was eternal. This was the custom of the Dothraki horse. Everyone knew that and no one would violate it. Okay, I'll fight you, but you can't use witchcraft. Terpukal was also tough. He had seen Danny's unparalleled scene, and still had the courage to draw his sword. Okay. Danny nodded and went up to meet him. Terpukal was not weak. The curved sword in his hand seemed to come alive, and his body was light and agile. A series of sparks flew in front of Danny's chest, shoulders, and back belt. These attacks were almost useless, except for making a few bean-sized cuts on his curved sword. They did not even forcibly reduce Danny's HP. The Dragon Queen's swordsmanship was grand and imposing. She had strength and speed, and after a stalemate of 7 or 8 seconds, she slashed the horse cavalry's shoulder with her sword. Like a worker chopping a tree with an axe, the horse cavalry was cut in half from the left shoulder to the right chest. He did not even wear leather armor, only a Dothraki vest made of sheepskin. Danny's steps were also very light. She calmly took 2 steps back to avoid the spurting blood. The whole place was silent. The roaring warriors were silent. Xiao Gu was calm, and the 3 blood guards' eyes were red. After that, Danny killed another blood guard, and Xiao Gu, who was wearing steel mail armor, killed the remaining 2. Khaleesi, ride the steed of the world. More than 2,200 roaring warriors uniformly knelt on one knee, bowed their heads, and offered their horsewhips to Danny. This meant that they acknowledged the result of the Call tournament and officially submitted to Danny. Danny smiled. She walked past the newly recruited horse cavalry and found Ma Gu, who was paralyzed on the ground and dizzy. This blood guard named Jake also noticed the Dragon Queen. He stared with his almond-shaped eyes, tilted his head, and shouted, Call your dragon over, eat me, and burn me to death with dragon flames. Do you still remember the name of that girl? Danny asked. This question came out of nowhere, but Ma Gu, who had always remembered the grudge between him and the Dragon Queen, immediately understood who the girl was. I never knew her name. I even forgot what she looked like. I only remember that she was a very old goat woman, ha ha ha. Chapter 607. During the high-speed charge, Mago and his mount were hit by a soul annihilation strike. The warhorse's soul shattered, and it died with blood flowing out of its 7 orifices. Mago had a strong will and didn't turn into an idiot under the soul annihilation strike, but he was thrown off the horse and broke his spine. His alveoli were also pierced by the broken ribs. In just a few words, dark blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Her name is Eloy, a 15-year-old shepherd girl. She's my maid. After Danny finished speaking, she raised her sword and stabbed at his crotch. She pressed down hard, it broke at the root. No, she's mine. You stole my spoils of war. Ga. Mago's body shook a few times like a sieve. He howled and spat out large chunks of black blood. His neck tilted, and he died. After that, Xiaogu ordered the newly recruited centaur subordinates to gather the nearby human and horse corpses together. He called Blackie to come down and burn them all. Yes, Turpkal and his Blood Alliance guards, even Jake's Blood Alliance guard Mago, all had their own special crematorium. Their warhorses and weapons from when they were alive also entered the Night Kingdom with them in the fire. You saw it all. Danny walked to the river and asked Leg, who was staring at the fire-breathing dragon with wide eyes. I saw it. It's so big. The boy nodded. The lip-like wound on Leg's chest had already healed, leaving only a pink mark. But he still lost a lot of blood, and holy healing couldn't replenish it. At this moment, his head was dizzy, and his face was pale. Danny laughed and shook her head. I defeated Turpkal's 2,500 roaring warriors and killed him and his Blood Alliance guards in the call tournament. You saw it all. The boy's round face was dazed for a moment. The peerless chaotic dance from before was too unrealistic and left an indelible mark on his young heart. I didn't know witches were so strong. The boy sighed. Danny's face darkened. Do you understand what this means? What? The boy was confused. You and your sister will follow them and join my colossi. Your sister will become my maid. You will be a stable boy first. When you grow up, you will be my roaring warrior. You will fight for me everywhere. Oh. The boy was stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded in agreement. Now, tell me, who are you? Danny repeated the first question she asked when they first met. I am Django, your stable boy. Who am I? You are my Calixi. Very good. Danny nodded in satisfaction. It's not that centaur children are easy to trick, but centaurs are simple and honest. For example, Jiki, Iri, Ricarlo, Jogo, Ago, and Quiro, Danny's 6 most loyal centaurs, were all prisoners of war that Drogo had plundered from the other Khalasars. Most of their parents had died at the hands of Drogo and his roaring warriors. However, after joining Danny's caste, they had never been disloyal, nor did they have any thoughts of revenge for their original tribe. This was the ecological environment of the Dothraki Sea. If not for this, Danny would have eaten too much. Would she be unparalleled in front of a mere 2,000 centaurs? She could just call Blackie down and the 2,000 roaring warriors would still surrender. However, Danny had to establish the image of a peerless powerhouse even without the Megalosaurus, subdue the roaring warriors, and also subdue the heart of her cheap son. Yes, tonight's performance was mainly prepared for Leg. Because she realized that this boy was unexpectedly mature. He was not even 4 years old, but he was neither servile nor overbearing. He spoke well, his mind was clear, and his thoughts were very organized. Look at that fool Thuglis who only knew how to cry and could not even speak a complete sentence. She was how a 4-year-old child should be. Since that was the case, she would use the method of dealing with adults to get along with him. Leg was a good centaur. He would be like Jogo and the rest, loyal and devoted to Calixi. That was enough. From today onwards, forget the name Django. I will give you a new name. Danny frowned as she pondered. What kind of name would have both meaning and not arouse suspicion? How about following his younger brother's names, Blackie, Little White, Little Green, Little Gold, Little Red, and then call him Little Silver, because his hair was silver, or Little Purple, because his eyes were purple, or Little Round, because he had a round face. Well, Leg was born a few days earlier, so he really was Blackie and the other's older brother. However, Leg was born by caesarean section. If one counted from the birth of consciousness, Blackie, Little White, and Little Green were older than Leg. No, Little Silver, Little Purple, and Little Round were too close. People might guess something. Danny shook her head and began to recall the historical figures of the Celestial Empire. It seemed that there was no emperor with Leg's experience. How about choosing one from Genghis Khan, Nurhaci, and Agutta? It would be too different among the centaurs, too rare, and even more eye-catching. Hey, you'll be called Simba. In the end, Danny, who had run out of ideas, had no choice but to choose the name of a little lion, Lion King Simba. After that, Danny pulled Xiao Gu aside and warned him seriously, not many people know about Simba's injury. Don't tell anyone that I treated him. If someone asks you about what happened tonight, just say that there was a blood plague in the Sea of Grasses. I was worried about the centaurs, so I came out to investigate. It was purely an accident that I met Simba and these roaring warriors. Also, immediately inform me of the person who asked about this. Why? Xiao Gu asked blankly. Danny frowned and thought for a while. Xiao Gu was not as intelligent as Kue Luo, but he still had some brains. At least, he had the talent and magnanimity to be a captain. Moreover, she needed someone to secretly take care of, protect, and nurture Simba. For safety reasons, Simba would continue to hide his identity and grow up among the centaurs. Xiao Gu had always been her choice to lead the Khalsa. Thus, she decided to tell him the truth. He is Leg. Who? Xiao Gu was confused. Django, the child of Zhuo Gu and me, Leg. Danny repeated. Xiao Gu widened his almond-shaped eyes and muttered, Calixi, you miss His Highness Leg too much. It's a little. That's not your child. Leg has black hair and a small head. Simba, Leg was born 2 days earlier. I purposely used a feather pillow to disguise myself as a big belly. After Lilith's child was delivered by the witch, I swapped Leg and Django. The real Django also has silver hair. I dyed his black hair because I wanted to make the difference between the two to prevent others from making dangerous associations. Danny told Xiao Gu everything that happened that day. The centaur's large eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Are you kidding? It sounds even more exaggerated than the legends of the dock singers. Xiao Gu stammered. This kind of trick was beyond the imagination of the centaur's simple-minded brain. What's there to exaggerate? How did Aegon survive? Danny gave another example unhappily. Varys used the leathersmith's son to take the fall for Leg, and Calixi used Django to take Jake's knife for Leg. Calixi was even more vicious. Django is Jake's son, Xiao Gu was stunned. What kind of place are the Westeros? Why are they so? Xiao Gu immediately retracted his disrespectful thoughts towards Calixi and said thoughtfully, Calixi, do you think it's possible that Prince Aegon is also a fake? Varys used his relative's child to take over Prince Aegon's identity and usurp the Iron Throne. Centaur Xiao Gu now felt that everyone was fake. It's good that you can think so deeply. Calixi praised her little brother sincerely and said, it doesn't matter if Aegon is real or fake. I don't care about the Iron Throne at all. But I am now the enemy of the whole world, and the world also views me as an enemy that must be killed. Look at General Wildfire and Aegon. Didn't they get assassinated the last time? I'm not afraid of those rascals, but Simba is too young and overprotected. It's like a flower in a greenhouse, which is not conducive to his growth. Let my enemies think that I only have Aegon as a relative. My enemies hate me, so they can only attack Aegon. Aegon is a target, but also a magnet that draws out my enemies, just like the regretful guest of Queer's last time. And Simba can be like an ordinary person, under the sun, in the rain, and without any worries. He can grow up without any psychological trauma. Calixi, you are so cunning. Xiao Gu also praised sincerely. Calixi was not angry and only sighed, don't blame me for being cunning, but the world is too difficult. Following that, she said, now that you know Simba's identity, you have to nurture him well. Teach him archery, riding, using the scimitar, leading the roaring warriors, managing the Kalalasa. Don't be too obvious. Choose a batch of outstanding centaur youths and let them grow together. They will be his future companions and also his cover. Don't worry, I will definitely teach His Highness Leg well and protect him well. Xiao Gu suddenly had a holy and great sense of mission. His fighting spirit was high as he said excitedly. Centaurs are simple. When you were in the Kalalasa, you took special care of Simba, and the centaurs did not find it strange. But when facing others, sigh, the people in the city are cunning and have many tricks up their sleeves. You have to be careful. If you don't know how to lie, try to be taciturn. If you don't know how to hide your expression, just keep a straight face. Calixi instructed the Blood Alliance guard earnestly. The excitement on Xiao Ji's face immediately disappeared. He said woodenly, got it. Also, don't tell anyone about this. Don't tell Agu, Kueluo, or Ricardo. Danny reminded again. Xiao Gu had just revealed a doubtful expression when he seemed to have thought of something. He immediately put on a straight face and asked woodenly, why? Sigh, you are all my blood. You are worth entrusting your lives to. Of course I trust you. But the three-eyed crow of the Westeros is too terrifying. He can silently steal secrets from people's minds. The night is coming. I will definitely go to the Westeros to deal with the deviant ghosts. The secrets you know will immediately be known by him. So, you will always stay in Slaver's Bay. In the future, only Agu and the others will follow me to the Westeros. Dany did not hide her truest thoughts from her Blood Alliance guard. She absolutely believed that the centaurs would not betray her. They had never betrayed Khal's Blood Alliance guard. As for the White Knight, Deshion, Barristan, and the others were also trustworthy in the matter of Leg. After all, Leg was the successor of the Dragon Queen. The White Knight had no reason to harm him. But just as she said, one day, the night would come. She would not let Slaver's Bay fill up the huge cesspool of the Westeros. But she would definitely lead the White Knight and Blood Alliance guard to guard Dragonstone Island. I understand. Xiao Gu said woodenly. Chapter 608. Simba had lost a lot of blood. Dany was a little worried that if he was allowed to slowly recover through food, it might damage the foundation of his body due to his young age. Even when Aegon was stabbed, she could think of secretly transfusing blood for him. Dany would not be stingy with her care for Simba. The dead centaurs were sent to the Night Kingdom. When it was almost 11 at night, the remaining centaurs did not return to their original campsite. Instead, they set up camp by the river and prepared to spend the night here. When they confirmed that Simba had lost a lot of blood, Danny and Mirine's little green dragon spirit had asked Little Green to secretly tell Yamot to pack up the witchcraft lens and blood transfusion equipment in her study. Only Yamot knew that the Dragon Queen had invented the blood transfusion technology, and only he knew where the equipment was hidden. When the simple animal skin tent was set up, Little Green also carried the things Danny needed and landed by the river. In the 10-square-meter tent, Idiot Glyce's face was red as she slept soundly. Joe Goop guarded the tent door while Danny conducted a blood test in the candlelight. Oh, Simba really was her child. His bloodline was 10 times purer than Tyrion's. In other words, judging by bloodline, Liga, Aerys, and Danny belonged to a completely different race. Tyrion had Aerys's direct bloodline, and his true dragon bloodline was already very pure. But Simba was simply, he had the feeling of a child of God. To be more direct, Simba was the most likely person to inherit the legacy of the great wizard Valeglia after Danny. Danny even speculated that he had the talent of a dragon spirit. But in this world, there was no blank Megalosaurus and his dragon spirit. Without a dragon spirit, no one knew if he could become a dragon spirit. When Danny hatched the dragons, every dragon had already had a dragon spirit with her before they were born. Unless she died, those 5 dragons would not have a dragon spirit with anyone else, and there would not be a second dragon knight who was willingly accepted by the Megalosaurus. Simba was not born at the right time. Of course, Mother Dragon's 5 dragons might give birth to dragon eggs in the future. At that time, the dragon mother talent would no longer be needed to hatch the dragon eggs. The live dragon eggs could naturally mature and hatch. If Simba really did have the dragon spirit talent, as long as he lived long enough, he might be able to compete with the new second-generation Megalosaurus. Perhaps Simba and his descendants could develop a dragon and magic civilization based on the Targaryen bloodline. The only question was, could Danny's 5 dragons lay eggs? This would take time to verify. At this moment, after testing Simba's blood type, Danny was surprised to find that his blood type was exactly the same as hers. Previously, she was prepared to choose a blood donor from the 2,000 Roaring Warriors. Of course, in the real world of science, direct blood transfusions between immediate family members were forbidden, because there was a high probability of transfusion immunity. Well, the plot that often appeared in TV dramas, which one of you is the child's parent? Prepare to do a blood test and give him a blood transfusion was wrong. The TV dramas only wanted to use blood transfusions to lead to a conflict in the plot of The Old Man Next Door or The Hospital Changing the Baby. Any doctor with a proper academic background would not say that. Danny's medical master's degree was not obtained through the back door. She knew this from the beginning, and from the beginning, she had used the witch lens to study possible anti-host diseases. She worried for nothing. In this world, status was divided into high and low, and bloodlines were high and low. This was not a boast by the nobles to flaunt their status. The power contained in their bloodlines was stronger than that of the commoners, and the blood of the king was especially domineering. Blood transfusion was not without rejection, but it had nothing to do with immune cells such as lymphoids. The attribute and energy level of the magic in the blood were the key. It was very unscientific, but very magical. Danny's blood contained powerful and ultra-high energy level magic, and others could not accept it at all. Simba was directly related to her by blood, but unscientifically, there was no rejection. There was even an additional benefit. In just 2 or 3 minutes, his pale and dim round face became rosy and lustrous. He also woke up from the dizziness of low energy, opened his eyes wide, looked curiously at the tube on his right wrist, and asked, "Calixi, what are you doing?" Danny raised her right hand that was also inserted with an iron needle, shook it gently at him, and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" The blood transfusion tubes between the two were not directly connected, and there was a pressure difference conversion device in the middle. Simba frowned and thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, Calixie is a witch, and she is using blood magic on me. Well, it's not wrong, Danny nodded and said strangely, you don't seem to be afraid. Simba opened his almond-shaped eyes wide, looked at the dark red blood in the light-colored gum tube, and murmured, it's very comfortable, hot and strong, not afraid. Danny rolled her eyes and quietly used the fire-gathering witchcraft in her body. Well, it was like using magic flames to roast herself. She took out a thermometer and inserted it into her armpit, waiting for the temperature to soar to 40 degrees dragon before stopping. How do you feel now? Is it hot? It's hot, not hot. Then Danny replaced the thermometer with an outdoor thermometer, raised the temperature by 5 degrees dragon, and asked, how about now? Is it hot? It's not hot. After that, Danny raised the temperature by 3 degrees dragon every time, until it reached 80 degrees. Simba's round face was fiery red, and he was sweating profusely. The true dragon bloodline was resistant to heat. This was not unusual. On the contrary, Simba could only persist to 80 degrees, which made Danny a little disappointed. But then, she had a trace of doubt. 80 degrees was already very inhuman. Did Jake and the others not notice any abnormalities? Impossible. Did anyone else notice the abnormalities in your body? Danny asked. Simba was at a loss, as if he did not understand what she was asking. Were you scalded when you were bathing or drinking soup? Danny asked. Scalded. Scalded, it meant that he did not have such a high resistance to heat before. Looking at the blood transfusion tube between the two of them, Danny was thoughtful. Perhaps, her blood could stimulate her cheap son's fire resistance talent. Simba looked at her blankly with round eyes. Her guess was soon confirmed. After Simba completed the blood transfusion, Danny tested it with hot water and found that he could now withstand a high temperature of 90 degrees dragon. Then, Danny did something very crazy. She drew blood from Simba's left hand and transferred it to her right hand, then drew blood from her left hand and transferred it to Simba's right hand. She wanted to help him exchange blood. Scientifically speaking, this behavior was no different from courting death. It could easily confuse the two's immune cells, and the rejection reaction would kill them both. But this world was very strange. The rejection reaction was not limited to immune cells, it was mainly determined by the magic power level and attribute in the blood. How do you feel? Very comfortable, it's warm. Simba's cheeks were rosy, and his eyes were bright. After about 2 rounds of exchange, the blood exchanged was twice the total amount of blood in Simba's body. Danny's face was pale, and her body was a little weak. She had lost a lot of blood. The ordinary blood she got from Simba did not have the anti-burning property, it could not withstand the calcination of flames at all, and it was quickly decomposed into basic nutrients such as amino acids and protein in the high temperature. It was like she ate a big bowl of duck blood soup, but drew out the same amount of human blood as the duck blood. Obviously, the duck blood she ate could not make up for the same amount of human blood, she lost a lot. After the ordinary blood was removed, Simba's body was almost entirely Danny's anti-burning blood. In other words, Danny had lost the total amount of blood in Simba's body tonight. She could not take it anymore. But the effect was gratifying. Simba's fire resistance had almost undergone a qualitative change, from 90 degrees to, the thermometer specially used to measure the outdoor temperature in Astapor could only reach 100 degrees. Anyway, Simba was no longer afraid of scalding his mouth when eating hot pot. Danny was not sure how long this state would last. After all, leaving her body, the anti-burning blood would slowly lose its magic power. Jogu would stay in the grasslands, leading the newly subdued howling warriors back to Myrene from the grasslands. After Danny helped Simba exchange blood, she rode Blackie and left alone. Yep, Simba stayed with the group, with the many centaur children. Dany did not want him to stand out too much, lest he arouse the suspicion of some quick-witted but evil people. Of course, the grasslands were in chaos and danger. There was the Borash blood plague, and the Colossus who had joined the Alliance army all over the grasslands. Dany was not naive enough to think that nothing would happen to Joe and the 2,000 people. When treating Simba's injuries, Dany left a soul mark on his chest. Little Green, who had delivered the witch lens and blood transfusion equipment, also stayed. Little Green would hide in the clouds, watching the group enter Meereen. When the sun rose in the east, Dany landed on the top of the Great Pyramid of Meereen. After a tiring night and giving so much blood to Simba, she slept until 2 in the afternoon. When it was time to eat, the centaur maid even brought the spearwoman Morona over. "Your Majesty, did you not find the Blood Oath guard Mago? Should I continue to search with Hogg and the others?" The spearwoman asked with concern. "No need, I found him." "Then, what orders do you have for me?" Morona asked curiously. "Don't bother about the Jade Sea mercenaries at the Raza River in the east. Focus on investigating and monitoring Borash. I need to know how much damage the Blood Plague has done to the Alliance army and the Dothraki Colossus. We also need to prevent those people from secretly sending the plague patients to us." Dany originally only had Borash, Gisela, and Morona, 3 shapeshifters. Later, she borrowed 4 from the Horn of Queen, making a total of 7 shapeshifters. But the 3 cities of Slave Bay had a wide area of air defense, and they also had to monitor the Alliance army. Their military strength was very tight, so they did not discover Jake of Borash early. Now that the blood plague had appeared, Dany had to strengthen the quarantine of the epidemic before she could create an antidote for the blood plague. She also had to prevent the plague patients from falling from the sky. Dany was sure that the slave master with no moral integrity would do such a wicked thing. After arranging work, Dany waved to Morona and called her to her side. She whispered, "Don't tell anyone else about me asking you to find Mago." "Your Majesty, I don't know many people in Meereen." "Who should I tell?" "It's best if you don't tell anyone," Dany said. Morona nodded and agreed. She then asked curiously, "Why can't I tell anyone?" "Sigh, chasing a small fry thousands of miles away makes me seem too petty and narrow-minded." The spearwoman's face was distorted. "If you say that, don't you seem even more petty and narrow-minded?" Looking at her expression, Dany guessed her thoughts. She asked, "Tell me, should I keep the sacred oath I made?" "Of course. 4 years ago, Mago raped and killed my maid, Eloy. I swore to take revenge. Last night, I used the king's sword to cut off his lower body. What do you think?" Chapter 609. "Your Majesty, you have fulfilled your oath," the spearwoman said hesitantly. "But you are the awe-inspiring Dragon Queen. Your every action is related to the future development of the world. A small character like Mago is not worthy of your oath." Dany loved to hear it, especially when it came from the lips of honest, simple freemen. Mago is not worthy of the Dragon Queen's concern, but he is worthy of the oath of the Calixi who was in distress. The me 4 years ago was completely different from the me now. I didn't have a dragon then, and I only had a few dozen centaurs under me. The other party was the Blood Alliance Guard who commanded thousands of roaring warriors. Morona was stunned. Wasn't that the case? Now it seemed that the Dragon Queen's oath to kill a Blood Alliance Guard was a little petty. But at that time, the weak and sickly woman with a bleak future swore to kill a general who controlled millions of troops. How heroic, confident, and brave was that? 4 years later, even though the difference in strength and status between the two of them is huge, because Targaryen's words are as heavy as a mountain, the queen risked being misunderstood by others as petty and narrow-minded to carry out her vow even though she was thousands of miles away. This spirit, Thinking of this, Morona looked at Danny with more admiration. Well, when the content was reasonable, Danny's whispers were really powerful. Your Majesty, I understand. I will keep the matter of sending ravens to search for the Blood Alliance guard Mago in my heart. I will not tell anyone. Danny nodded in satisfaction and said, I went to the Great Plains last night mainly because of the information you provided about the Blood Plague. I was worried about the epidemic in the Great Plains, so when I rode a dragon to check it out, I accidentally met Terpkal's Commissar. After being offended by Terpkal, I killed him and took his Commissar. Yes, I understand. Morona was already a few decades old, and she used to be in charge of a tribe. She was not stupid. After everyone's confession was agreed upon, Danny immediately began to arrange the epidemic prevention mission. In fact, after the Great Plague, Slavers Bay already had mature and standardized epidemic prevention measures. Myrene and Yuan-Kai completely shut down all maritime trade. Other than Slavers Bay's own warships and cargo ships, no foreign merchants were allowed to enter. However, Estapo made it easy for those VIP customers. Danny built a fake barbican between the port and the main city. A real barbican should be inscribed, but Danny's commercial city was circumscribed. The small trading city allowed goods to enter and exit at will, but strictly regulated the interactions between merchants and city residents. At this time, it still maintained a flourishing trade. Now, Danny simply closed the small barbican. In addition to the epidemic protection, Danny also moved her palanquin from Astapor to Myrene. Old Yamant, the mages, and the Minister of State all flew over on the pterosaur. No one knew when the war would end, but in the next 2 months, Myrene was bound to be embroiled in battles, both big and small. The final battle of Myrene would also take place within 3 months. 5 days later, the shapeshifters gradually came to understand the situation of Borash's blood plague. They didn't know the source of the infection, but nearly 1/3 of the mercenary groups were infected. But the collapse of the alliance that Danny expected did not come. The mercenaries had experienced too many blood plagues. Some countries had experienced too many influenza epidemics, so they treated similar diseases as common colds. Even if people died every day, they still lived happily and freely. The people of the Celestial Empire found it inconceivable, but they were used to it. Those famous mercenary groups all had decades and centuries of history. Similar to the Second Sons Regiment, they even had thousands of years of history. Even if they were wiped out by the Dragon Queen, a large number of mercenaries immediately rushed to rebuild the Second Sons Regiment. These old mercenary groups fought every year and every month. The number of blood plagues they experienced was really more than the number of colds Danny had in her life. If they collapsed after encountering a blood plague, their mercenary groups wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few years. How could they create a century-old mercenary group? Therefore, the Borash Alliance, which mainly consisted of mercenary groups, was very calm. They began to treat the patients according to the thousands of years of experience, isolated the areas where the epidemic was concentrated, and then continued to march and fight. The centaurs, on the other hand, were a little panicked. Once, when they encountered the White Cloud City in the Red Wasteland, everyone knew that there were ghosts in the dead city. They couldn't enter as they would be cursed. It was obvious that the centaurs' way of dealing with the plague was to hide. Stay far away. The 7 to 8 colossus that swarmed towards Borash were like frightened birds in the forest. They scattered in all directions and escaped into the sea of grass in the north. This made Danny very disappointed, because her original plan was to let the centaurs eat, drink and use the Alliance's food, and deplete the Alliance's resources. When they reached Myrene City, they would launch a surprise attack into the centaurs' camp and challenge all the cars to a call contest. They would seize control of the colossus, lead 100,000 roaring warriors, and attack the Alliance's waste like a flood. After half a month, they finally managed to drive all the centaurs in the north of Myrene to Borash. In the end, an unexpected blood plague caused all the centaurs to run away. Motherfucker. Dani was cursing motherfucker, but the Alliance was cursing even more viciously, and they were more frustrated than her. On the outskirts of Borash, under the mountains, there was a secret room that was modified from a cave. There was a chandelier with 8 candles, a 30-square-meter cave, and an oval-shaped stone table. There were 4 to 5 people sitting around it. At the head of the table was a beautiful young lady. She had long silver blonde hair, a white priestess robe with gold trim, a small face, big blue eyes, and a cute and sweet appearance. The few people sitting around her were intimidated by her majestic aura, and did not have any thoughts. Their attitude towards her was respectful and a little fearful. A middle-aged man with a triangular face said, "High Priestess Jenny." Col Bono was worried that he would be taken away by the pale mare, so he refused to come back. He wanted to go to the Horse King's city to pray to the Mother of God. Yes, Dani's guess was right. After Benny died, Jenny personally went to the battlefield. Now, she was here. The triangular-faced man was called Siberio, and he was one of the 3 archons of Volantis. He came from the Tiger Gang, and was proficient in the art of commanding large-scale battles. He had never fought in a real battle, but he had read a basket of military books passed down from his ancestors. According to the Alliance's original plan, there would be 4 armies on land attacking Myrene from the east, west, north, and south. The centaurs from the Sea of Grass to the north, the Alliance's main force from the Voleglia Avenue to the west, and the Jade Sea mercenaries and slave hunters from the Lazar River to the east. The south was prepared to take the ancient Silk Road, which was the ancient road that connected the Red Wasteland to Queers, White Cloud City, and Myrene. Later, because the Red Purgatory was too hot and lacked water, the plan to take the south was abandoned, leaving only the west, north, and east. Siberio was the commander of the west, and the Yuan-Kai war god Graz Dan was the commander of the east. The north was made up of centaurs, led by the strongest horse king in the Sea of Grass, Bono. Yes, it was Bono, the one who took away Zhuge's 20,000 roaring warriors. Call Bono. Bono was the most capable Banu under Zhuge's command, and 20,000 of Zhuge's 40,000 roaring warriors were taken away by him. It was like a dragon returning to the sea when it met the wind and clouds. After 4 years of hard work, Bono almost managed to recreate Zhuge's past glory. He had 35,000 roaring warriors under him, and was known as the strongest Call in the Sea of Grass. More importantly, King Bono had a blood feud with the Dragon Queen. Although Dani replaced Leg with Django, she did her best to ensure Django's safety. Before Zhuge died, she quietly arranged for 500 elites to escort the fake Leg out of the camp. Her plan almost succeeded. Jake and the others didn't think it would work, and didn't notice her movements. But Bono was shrewd and ruthless. Long before Zhuge died, he had secretly taken over Colossus' troops. The other bandits didn't move, as they were all waiting for Zhuge to die. He had also been closely monitoring the new world riding horse. It was also him who blocked the path of Kaholo and Zhuge's 500 guards. But he didn't kill the sons of Kaholo and Kal. He only crippled the 500 guards and let the other bandits kill the sons who were once loyal to Kal. Bono was powerful, and Bono had a blood feud with the Dragon Queen. Bono was chosen as the commander of the North. Now, the leader of the North had run away. High Priestess Jenny, Bono betrayed us. Can we teach him a lesson? A bald and short fat man asked. The fat man had a pink sarcoma the size of a plum on the tip of his nose. He was known as the Long-Nose King. He was a prince of Ko Chang Island, and also the commander of the Alliance's 5,000 elephant soldiers. There's no point. The ragged prince shook his head. Prince, you don't know that centaurs are stubborn. They don't fear death, so they won't be threatened. It's better to give Bono a gift to make him feel ashamed, and then persuade him to understand the meaning of this battle. Centaurs will feel ashamed. The Long-Nosed King said incredulously. Centaurs will usually complete what they promise. They are much more reliable than mercenaries. Accepting gifts, making promises, and completing missions, they will feel honored. They will add a bell to their braids and boast about it. The leader of the mercenaries, the Ragged Prince, said. The Long-Nosed King rubbed the sarcoma on his nose and smiled bitterly. But we don't have time to wait for the centaurs to change their minds. We must fight as soon as possible. Not to mention the 100,000 cows and horses, just my 5,000 elephants are enough to make people despair. Fortunately, the whole world is providing us with food. Sigh, it's hard to be fast. Tauros has been robbed, New Jis has been lost, the Dragon Queen is attacking everywhere, and the Alliance is having a hard time. Now, we have the Blood Plague. Sibirio's triangular face was almost drooping. What about Myrene? Did we throw in the plague corpses? The Long-Nosed King asked. We arranged 4 waves, but all of them failed. Before we even got close to Slaver's Bay, we were intercepted by the Megalosaurus. 5 pterosaurs died, and 3 were captured. Sibirio said dejectedly. Not even once. Isn't that too strange? The Long-Nosed King was shocked. There must be a traitor. Maybe we should form a disciplinary team to catch the traitor. Sibirio's triangular face showed a hint of hesitation. The Ragged Prince frowned and said coldly, when Tauros fell last time, we already caught a traitor in Mat Eris. Jack Harley, the young leader of the Spear Corps, was fed to the dragons. All the large mercenary groups were terrified and felt insecure. When New Jis fell, there were rumors of a traitor. The upper echelons of the Alliance gathered to catch the traitor. Prince Reese and Kazero argued with each other, causing chaos and panic. Now, we still have to catch the traitor in Borash. How can there be so many traitors? If they don't hate the Dragon Queen, who would come all the way to Slaver's Bay to suffer? If there are no traitors, why have we failed so many times? This doesn't make sense. Sibirio said. The Ragged Prince thought for a moment and said, could it be a supernatural power? Princess Jenny said that Dragonstone Island should be rebuilt with magic power networks. Everyone turned their eyes to Jenny, who had only listened and not said a word at the head of the table. Jenny frowned, and her beautiful face showed some confusion. The magic power networks can transmit information, but they can't eavesdrop. Ooh. Suddenly, the young priestess's expression changed. She turned to look at a stone puppet in the corner, her eyes sharp and cold. Chapter 6:10. Squeak. Following Jenny's scolding, a mournful cry came from the gap in the stone wall. It was the cry of a mouse. Even a counterfeit like Danny could add soul-suppressing and soul-destroying soul attack to her scolding. It was impossible for the real Grand Wizard ancestor to not be able to do it. With just a scolding, the mouse demon in the gap was scared out of its wits. It died with blood oozing out of its 7 orifices. Bitch, how dare you humiliate me like this? Jenny's face was pale. Her face was distorted, making people think of a devil that chose people to devour. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The prince in ragged clothes said carefully, "What's wrong?" "It's just a mouse. This is the outskirts. It's normal for there to be mice in the cave. That's a shapeshifter." Jenny suddenly stood up and walked out of the cave with quick steps. She climbed to the top of the hill and faced Borash's direction. She opened her mouth wide, and her blue eyes flashed with countless gold, purple, blue, old man, young man, and woman's pupils. Kill. She spat out a word softly like a lover's whisper, but it was like a girl's mouth. A detonated nuclear bomb. The transparent air in front of her was twisting and wrinkling, forming a ripple-like pattern. Further away, the white clouds trembled slightly and then exploded with a bang. Bang, 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 bang. In the Alliance camp 2 kilometers away from the hill, an eagle, 2 ravens, a cat, and a mouse had their heads blown up at the same time. Their heads exploded like fresh cow dung stuffed with firecrackers. Other than Gisela, who stayed in the Martyrs crow's nest, Danny's shapeshifter scouting team was wiped out in one wave. Myrene, the Great Pyramid. 6 shapeshifters died on the spot. Dragon Queen was immediately alerted. She quickly rushed to the 10th floor of the pyramid. As soon as she entered, she saw 6 people lying side by side on the carpet. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices and their chests were barely moving. Danny sighed. This is bad. We lost our information advantage. Shapeshifters could not split their thoughts. After their souls entered their animal companions, their bodies would lose consciousness. As such, Danny had prepared a safe and tranquil bedroom in the pyramid. The bedroom was divided into 7 separate rooms for the use of the 7 shapeshifters. Now, Gisela's eyes were filled with panic, and her face was pale. Her 6 companions were in miserable states, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Your Majesty, how are they? The spearwoman asked nervously. Don't worry, don't panic. This isn't the first time. Watch me use my saint healing technique to save them. Danny calmly comforted the female savage. Shapeshifters only had their souls scattered. The Dragon Queen specialized in this. As expected, on the morning of the 2nd day, the most heavily injured savage hog also woke up. Yes, it was that unlucky guy who used a rat's body to peep at Jenny. Danny didn't mean to blame him. How could one's shoes not get wet if they often walked by the river? As long as the shapeshifters were still monitoring the higher-ups of the Alliance, and as long as Danny was still planning to obtain secrets from the higher-ups of the Alliance, Jenny would find out sooner or later. Because he couldn't hide. It's not like you can avoid Jenny whenever you want. If you want to avoid her, you have to at least confirm her location, right? But as long as you look at her, she can sense it. Shapeshifters were very strong, and were like a bug to muggles. But the transcendent world was like a game. There was no transcendent profession that couldn't be solved. It could only be said that each profession had its own characteristics and advantages. As long as the mage's soul was strong enough, it would be easy to find a shapeshifter spying on them. If he also mastered soul attack techniques, then the shapeshifters would be very miserable. Rest well first. From now on, avoid Jenny's camp, and don't come online at the same time in the same area. Danny told the shapeshifters and provided them with new animal companions. Unfortunately, the Alliance's actions were stronger than she thought. Not even a day after the shapeshifters came online, another person was severely injured. Raven of the Polo District was caught by the Dragon Granny when she was investigating the battle plan of the Gisela guerrillas, on Jean Island. The savage's soul was contaminated by the evil energy, and the savage almost went crazy. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen's soul suppression was effective. Other than Jean Island, Toros, Mataris, Raza River, and other areas monitored by the Alliance also found a group of mages who knew soul attacks in just a few days. The Alliance didn't even need to go to Asia to find experts. Other than the Westeros, every city in the continent of Ursos had transcendence active. For example, the Dragon Granny had been hatching dragons for the Alliance in New Gisela. In fact, Bo Cheng and Tam could also effectively prevent the shapeshifters from spying on them. Previously, the Alliance didn't prepare these mages because they didn't think of it. It wasn't that they didn't have the means to deal with the shapeshifters. Without the shapeshifter's advantage of accurately stealing information, Danny was worried that they wouldn't be able to stop the Alliance from airdropping the Blood Plague victims into Myrene. So, she arranged for Blackie to loudspeaker above Borash to threaten them. "If you dare to drop another corpse into Slave Bay, I swear to transform into the wings of death and return 10 times the number of corpses of the Grey Plague victims to the Alliance." Borash's Alliance camp, Materis, Volantis Black Wall, Lys, Mir, and Tyrosai's wealthy districts, Kal's Black Goat Temple, Kel's Palace, LF Island, the above areas will be burned by the wings of Death's fury. Today, I hereby warn you, Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Danny also swore that she didn't want to use biochemical warfare against the slave owners because the slave owners were rich, had the best medical and health conditions, and had the strongest ability to prevent epidemics. In an epidemic, the ones who would suffer the most would always be the ordinary people. But if the Alliance really succeeded in dropping a plague corpse into Slave Bay, she would also open Pandora's box. Megalosaurus was faster than pterosaurs, and its flying height was several times higher than pterosaurs. Megalosaurus was a hybrid of magic and air, while pterosaurs could only rely on their wings to fan the air. No city could stop Megalosaurus from dropping biochemical weapons. Blackie's declaration was still very effective. After that, no pterosaurs entered Myrene's airspace. On this day, Danny was treating Morona, who had been shattered for the 3rd time. The spearwoman sighed, "The war here is so huge. The total number of free people outside the Great Wall is not even half of the Western armies. It's all so cruel. I never thought that the corpses of the dead could be used as weapons." Wild Boar Polo grinned and said, "This Great War has opened my eyes. If we want to attack the Great Wall again, we only need to smear the blood of plague victims in the ravens' beaks, fly to Dark Castle, and peck the chief of the Night Watchers." Hee, Danny was shocked. The simple barbarians had learned bad things in Slave Bay. Big Hog shook his head and said, "Too troublesome. We can smear poison on the rat's claws, and then let the goshawk send them to the other side of the Great Wall. Under the cover of night, we can kill one rat with each claw. In just one night, Dark Castle will become a dead city." Danny was shocked again. The barbarians had not only become treacherous, but they had also begun to innovate. If this group of veterans who had been nurtured by the Great War returned to the Great Wall alive and wrote a book, The Art of War, the Night Watchers and the Northerners would be in trouble. Just as she thought of this, Gisela said, "The Great Wall is so cold. There's no food, and there are also deviant ghosts. I don't want to go back." "That's true." Hogg took a bottle of cider from the table and took a sip in satisfaction. He sighed and said, "I never dreamed that I could drink to my heart's content every day, and it's always such good wine." The environment in Queen's Corner is similar to Slave Bay. You can fill your stomach with any sweet potato. Even if you can conquer the Great Wall, the northern region is freezing cold. What's there to fight for? Thorn, another female barbarian from Queen's Corner, said. Danny was stupefied. She had worried about the Night Watchers for nothing. Screech, woo, as they were talking, the loud howl of the Megalosaurus came from outside the house, followed by a long and sonorous horn. After many days, Little Green finally returned. The Colosseum behind the Great Pyramid of Myrene had also been transformed into a dragon cave. Danny's Megalosaurus and the others' pterosaurs would often eat a cow or sheep in the dragon cave. The Megalosaurus lived at the top of the Great Pyramid, while the pterosaurs lived in the dragon cave. However, during the day, the two little dragons, Little Gold and Little Red, would conduct flight training in the spacious Colosseum. They would throw missiles vertically, throw missiles in the air, dodge arrows, and fly in armor. Even the three big brothers, Blackie, Little White, and Little Green, would often fly 2 laps in the Colosseum. They needed to get used to flying in heavy armor and how to fight with the pterosaurs while wearing underwear. Therefore, Quayo's Megalosaurus guards did not disband. Instead, they expanded from the initial 10 to 100. They were all centaurs. Other than the official members, there were also many auxiliary police. They were the teenagers in Danny's Colossar. They were 8 or 9 years old, 11 or 12 years old. They were talented and had outstanding martial arts skills. However, because they were too young, they could not become roaring warriors, so they joined the Megalosaurus guards as trainees. Yes, the Megalosaurus guards were treated well. They had dragon essence to eat, which strengthened their bodies and made them Smart Quayo's nickname in Colossar. Ignoring the dragon essence, the Megalosaurus guards were also considered the Emperor's personal guards. Being in close contact with the Megalosaurus and the Dragon Queen was a very good job. At this moment, a round-faced centaur who looked 7 or 8 years old was holding a mop to bathe Little Gold, who was the size of a wild bull. Under the sunlight, the soap bubbles on Little Gold's body reflected colorful light. The centaur was tired and hot. His round face was red and he was sweating, but his expression was serious and he did not slack off. On the high wall walkway, Danny and Yimont held onto the railing and looked at the centaur working hard below. "You have been in contact with Simba for 2 days. How do you feel?" Danny asked with a smile. Dragon Queen was a woman of her word. If she said that she wanted Simba to be her stable boy, she would definitely do it. However, Dragon Queen's horse was the steed that rides the world of Megalosaurus. "It's very complicated," Yimont said with a complicated expression. "What do you mean?" "Simba is a good child. He is hardworking, honest, smart, and is especially talented in riding and archery. His silver hair also makes me feel close to him. However, when I think of his identity..." Sigh. Yimont shook his head and sighed. "Old man, I want you to open a bachelor's class. Choose the most knowledgeable people from the scholars under me. Literature, mathematics, history, politics, and economics." The first batch of students for the class were the most talented centaurs in Colossar. Simba was one of them. The others were all cover, but not really cover. They were all Simba's future subordinates. "Your main goal is to nurture Simba. You have to do it quietly and not arouse anyone's suspicion," Danny said with a smile. Yimont was not stupid. Danny had already made it so clear. If he did not understand, he would be letting down his 100 years of experience. "Who is Simba?" He widened his eyes and asked in surprise. Danny had a faint look of satisfaction on her face. She said faintly, Leg Targaryen. Leg Targaryen. Yimont frowned and thought for a while before he found the name, Leg, in the corner of his memory. Then, he thought of Varys secretly swapping little Aegon. 7 gods above. Yimont's face turned red. He trembled and turned his head to look at Danny. He asked in disbelief and anticipation, "Your son, Leg?" Danny nodded slightly. "Holy Mother." The old man's eyelids rolled and he fell back. He was too excited and fainted. Chapter 6:11. Yimont had always been in good health. He only fainted for a while before waking up. There were no after-effects, and he was even more energetic than before. However, while he was pleasantly surprised that Targaryen had a successor, his attitude towards Danny had changed a little. It was a kind of reverence towards a monarch. The old man had lived for more than 100 years and had experienced too many people and things. However, the act of the Dragon Queen swapping sons with the enemy still made him feel incredulous and shocked. After all, she was only 15 years old at that time. And under those conditions, the old man began to recall what the Targaryen ancestors were doing when they were 15 years old. They were either fooling around with women or playing with wildfire. If they were in Dany's position, what would they do? Perhaps, only someone with such shrewdness and scheming could succeed. The Targaryens were truly fortunate. Previously, they were on the brink of extinction. In less than 20 years, they were thriving and were about to ascend the throne of the world's greatest royal family. Or, as the Westeros proverb went, every time a Targaryen was born, the gods would flip a coin to decide whether he was great or mad. How mad the Mad King was, how irrational Legor was. For the sake of balance, how great would Dany be? After that, old Ymont began to devote all his efforts to Simba. He had already made grooming Simba his main task for the rest of his life. Simba had Jogo's guidance and Wen had Ymont's nurturing. Dany was completely at ease and focused all her energy on the upcoming battle in Meereen. On the third day of Simba's arrival in Meereen, news came from Dragonstone Island. A week ago, Aegon Targaryen rode the Black Reaper Balerion in a surprise attack and took down Storm's Rest fortress. Aegon and Tyrion's 2 swamp dragons were Dany's largest pterosaurs. Each of them weighed more than a ton. Aegon's knockoff Black Reaper was 2.5 tons. Because of that, they only needed one wave to lead 20 fully armed knights up the walls of Storm's Rest fortress. First, use kerosene bombs to clean up the ground, clean up the sentry towers and the external defense forces, then transport 200 knights up the city walls. Aside from the fact that he did not know magic, Aegon's method of conquering Wind's End Fortress was almost exactly the same as how Dany had conquered Dragonstone Island. On the other hand, there were only a little over 100 guards in Wind Rest Fortress. Because they hadn't received any news from Erlu for a long time, they had lost their fighting spirit and even lost the meaning of guarding the fortress. The number of casualties did not exceed 10, and Aegon took down the Windstop Fort. With the Storm's End Fortress as their base, the 10,000 mercenaries from the Golden Mercenary Group successfully landed in the Westeros. 7 nations. In the week since Aegon took down Storm's Rest Fortress, almost no nobles outside of the Stormlands had noticed him except for vague rumors and slanders. First of all, Aegon's speed was too fast. He took the castle in half a day and ended the battle. Secondly, the little devil was intentionally keeping a low profile. According to Tyrion's original plan, the first step was to reorganize the armaments and allow the Gold Regiment that had traveled thousands of miles to recuperate and recover their fighting power. The second step was to use the identity of Ilya's son to contact Dornmartel and reminisce about old times. The third step was to use the identity of the nephew of Prince Daolang and the nephew of the Dragon Queen to subdue the various vassals of the Stormlands and become the true ruler of the Stormlands of the 7 nations. The fourth step was to use the identity of Laegiazi and the Duke of the Stormlands to officially form an alliance with Dorne. The fifth step was to announce to the nobles of the 7 nations that he had the right to inherit the Iron Throne and rope in the vassals of the 7 nations who had a relationship with Targaryen and a grudge against Lannister. The sixth step was to form an alliance of Dorne, the Stormlands, and the Dragon Society. Aegon, as the leader of the alliance, would lead his troops north to the King's Landing and ascend the Iron Throne. In the dwarf's plan, at different stages, Aegon's identity as a guard of honor would be different. This was a step-by-step process. Step by step, he would obtain real strength and use it to stabilize his identity as a true dragon. There was no lack of idiots and fools in this world, but there were definitely smart people. When Aegon said that he was the son of Laegiazi and Ilya, Tyrion himself did not believe it. He was not sure if the Dragon Queen really believed it or if she had other motives. Then, the big crab was suspicious. Big cousin Quentyn did not believe it. Big cousin Elaine did not believe it either. Why would the nobles of the 7 nations believe it? But when he rode on a pterosaur and led the vassals of the Stormlands and the Golden Regiment to appear in front of the world, regardless of whether he was Lei Jiazi or not, he was still a true dragon. How should he put it? Tyrion's plan was stable and realistic, but the people involved did not accept it. Aegon felt that it was too complicated and a waste of time. Didn't we leave Slave Bay to seize the opportunity when Kevin passed away and the King's Landing is in chaos? If we want stability, we might as well stay in Slave Bay and wait for my aunt to finish her business. Aegon retorted Tyrion. Tyrion was speechless. He could not tell Aegon the deeper meaning of his plan. Whether he was Lei Jiazi or not, he could use his powerful strength to make this a reality. But in Aegon's heart, he was, of course, the son of Lei Jiazi and Ilya, the nephew of the Dragon Queen. There was no need for him to doubt it. Aegon's position of his identity was different from Tyrion's. This caused the two of them to have different plans for the future of Aegon VI. Once the Golden Regiment was ready, Aegon would send out letters and announce the fact that Aegon VI had arrived in the Westeros. Then, Dragonstone Island would know about it, and so would Dany. Of course, Aegon did not completely ignore Tyrion's suggestion. During the week he occupied Storm's Rest Fortress, he sent letters to Uncle Dowlord and the various lords of the Stormlands. The content of the letter was very sincere. I am the son of Lei Jiazi and Ilya. Count Varys saved me by swapping me for someone else. For the past 17 years, I grew up under the care of Sir John Clinton. In the past year, I went to Slave Bay and learned the art of governance by Aunt Dany's side. Dany wanted him to be the magistrate of Meereen, but he did not go. Instead, Ymond taught him the art of governance. When Aunt Dany made the vow, she did not know of my existence. That is why she and I cannot agree on the Iron Throne. But I am also unwilling to break her vow. I only represent myself. Aegon Targaryen and Dany Lys Targaryen are blood relatives of two branches. She acknowledges that my right of inheritance is above hers, but she will not take responsibility for my actions. That is why I need the support of my uncle, my lords. I swear that I will bring true peace to the Seven Kingdoms. I swear that if there is a long night, I will be at the front. I swear that I am not vying for the Iron Throne with a vengeful heart. I wish for justice to be served. I will convene the Great Council and use the Great Judgment to settle the grudges of the previous generation. I heard about this from Aunt Dany. Aegon told everyone about his life, his current situation, and his future plans. He was very sincere. When he handed the letter to Tyrion and asked him to help fix it, the dwarf suddenly had a strong wish. He hoped that he had guessed wrong. Varys and Illyrio did not play any tricks. Aegon was the son of Lei Jiazi and Ilya, a true dragon. He was not destined to be as great as the Dragon Queen, but he would definitely be a good king. At least, being his subject would be 100 times better than working for the Dragon Queen. Tyrion thought. Oh, the subjects did not wish for their king to be too muddle-headed, but they also did not like an emperor who was too smart. At the very least, they could not be smarter than themselves. Otherwise, how could they fool the emperor? It had to be said that the Westeros nowadays were too bad. Even sincerity had become a rare virtue. Especially for those old foxes who were smart. Tyrion felt Aegon's sincerity and passion and was a little touched. Prince Dowlang also acknowledged Aegon's character and was a little touched. He really hoped that Varys did not lie and that Aegon was really Aegon. It was not a loss to have such a nephew. Take a fast ship and go to Storm's End Castle. Help me take a look at that Aegon VI. Dowlang said to Elaine. Look at what? Even the Dragon Queen was deceived. I am afraid that I will not be able to tell if he is real or fake. Elaine said. Being real or fake is only one aspect that is not important. Dowlang's eyes flashed and he said faintly, what is more important is whether he has the temperament and strength to ascend to the Iron Throne. Father, you are willing to let a liar use the identity of Aunt Ilya's son to ascend to the Iron Throne? Elaine asked in disbelief. Dao Lang closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes had disappeared. He said firmly, Dorne needs to take revenge on Lannister. I hope that in the future, I will see justice for my sister Ilya. You also need a king husband who is handsome, brave, and righteous. Perhaps Aegon can satisfy all three requirements. That will be enough. Since they had entered the Pterosaur era, Elaine naturally did not want to drift on the sea for another half a month. She sent a letter to Tyrion and the two of them flew back to Storm's End Castle. This time, Princess Dorne did not fool around with Tyrion. Tyrion invited her to have sex with him, but she refused. She liked to play, but she was very principled. She knew how to be a good wife. My father intends for me to marry Aegon, she said. I've come to test my future husband. Little. The demon lowered his head resentfully. His cousin Elaine's arrival made Aegon very happy, but the Storm Lord's reaction made him embarrassed and angry. Boy, I am not stupid, nor am I stupid. I remember what Tywin did in the past. Lei Jiazi is dead on the wall. From Vulture's Nest Castle, a letter from Count Clinton, Jon's relative. After the old man was exiled, his title and castle were inherited by the side branch. Your madness does not prove that you have Targaryen's mad blood, fake. From Stonehelm City, Count Gillian Sven, his second son is Balon Sven, a White Knight. He is currently loyal to Lannister, but during the rebellion of the Four Princes, he was loyal to Renly and Erlu. Some were very impolite because of the interests involved. There were also neutral forces that intended to sit on the fence. They did not ridicule Aegon, but they said perfunctory words. There were also dragon partisans in Storm's End Castle, or nobles who favored the dragon partisans, who gave Aegon reasonable advice. For example, Count Aston Selmy, old Bart's nephew, of the Harvest Hall felt the sincerity in Aegon's letter, so he also gave a very sincere suggestion. Lord Aegon, since your actions only represent yourself and have nothing to do with the Dragon Queen, you need Count Varys. You need him to personally stand up and bask in the glory of the Seven Gods. Under the leadership of a person of virtue and prestige, he needs to explain in detail what happened in the past in front of everyone. After all, Count Varys was the instigator and the only witness. This was the wise and prudent words. Even Aegon felt that he should meet the elusive eight-clawed spider. He can be my chief of intelligence. Good idea, but don't ask me. I don't know where he is. Tyrion's eyes flashed as he shook his head. The chief of intelligence was nowhere to be found, but the Chancellor of the Exchequer came looking for him. Chapter 6:12. Uncle Finger had been waiting for Aegon like a drought waiting for rain. He had been waiting for him for far too long. It was said that the eight-clawed spider controlled the largest intelligence network in the Westeros. Varysman had the support of the royal family and Illyrio had invested a large sum of money into him. He also provided a large number of little birds that could read and write even though their tongues were cut off. However, Uncle Finger's intelligence network was not weak either. In some aspects, it was even better. Uncle Finger's intelligence network was made up of three parts: the brothels, the customs officials, and the spies planted in the various families. He was the largest procuress in the Seven Kingdoms. Most of the brothels in King's Landing were his property. The top bed slaves in the brothels had also been personally trained by him and were equipped with all kinds of skills. Uncle Finger started his career in the customs office of Seagull Town. When he became Robert's Minister of Finance, all the officials in the sea trade ports of the Seven Kingdoms were secretly replaced with his people. Uncle Finger also planted spies in the noble families that he had his eyes on. For example, the three brothers, Kate and Blake. The three brothers had almost reached the peak of espionage. 007, Mission Impossible, and the Ace Spy were all inferior to them. The three spies entered King's Landing as mercenaries. In just half a year, one became the garrison of King's Landing, one became a White Knight, and one became a trusted aide of the Empress Dowager. He even went to the Empress Dowager's bed. Thus, when Aegon had just taken down the Windstop Fortress, Uncle Finger received the news. However, Tyrion's appearance surprised him. He delayed for a few days to settle some loose ends before sending a letter to the Windstop Fortress. Tyrion, look, Aegon excitedly waved a piece of paper in front of Tyrion. It's a letter from Duke Baelish. He invited me to the Eagle Nest to discuss pledging my loyalty. Tyrion took the letter with a serious expression and read it carefully. Aegon excitedly paced back and forth in the room, muttering, "The seven gods bless us." Only the Valley and Dorne were spared from the rebellion of the four kings. The Valley's knights are second only to the River Bend, and they are currently the strongest power in the Seven Kingdoms. If we gain the loyalty of the Valley, we can join forces with Dorne and attack from the north and south. Even if Lannister and Tyrell reconcile, they won't be able to stop us. Your Highness, Littlefinger is the most untrustworthy person in the Seven Kingdoms. You should have known this long ago. Tyrion put down the letter and said with a frown. Aegon said seriously, "You told me that I can't completely trust anyone except myself, including Uncle Dowling, foster father Clinton, Aunt Dany. I've always remembered. Since there were no completely trustworthy people in the world, there was naturally no need to judge whether the other party was worthy of an alliance based on loyalty. Benefits were the strongest and most reliable link." Tyrion understood Aegon's unspoken words. His smile was bitter, and his heart was both happy and sad. "I didn't expect you to remember it all this time and even apply what you've learned." "Yes, I remember." The excitement in Aegon's eyes faded, and he said with a complicated expression. "I remember much of what you said, for no one had ever taught me those things before. Foster father and sister Lamore only wanted to nurture an ideal king, but you taught me how to survive in the real world. If that's the case, wait a few days." Tyrion entered his strategist mode, thinking of ways to help Aegon. Let the scholar send a letter to Bronze Yohn, telling him that Littlefinger invited you to the Eagle Nest, and earnestly asking him to be your guarantor. Bronze Yohn, who? Why do I need to earnestly ask? Aegon said with a frown. Tyrion explained slowly, "Do you know the Roose family of the Valley? They are the old nobles of the Valley, and their status in the Valley is equivalent to the Bolton of the Northern Territory, Hyder of the River Bay, Starfall City of Dorne. Bronze Yohn is the leader of the Roose family, and is worthy of the respect of any prince. He once formed an alliance of justice with the vassals of the Valley, and almost chased Littlefinger's wifeless son-in-law out of the family, but in the end." Sigh. Tyrion did not hide his disappointment as he shook his head and continued, "Bronze Yohn is an old-fashioned knight who values honor. As long as he agrees to be your guarantor, Littlefinger will not be able to do it even if he wants to learn from Wade Fry." "I see." Aegon rubbed his chin and thought for a while. He made a decision and said, "A letter is not enough to express the prince's respect. I will personally go to Runestone City to meet Count Roose." Tyrion was shocked. He looked at the determined Aegon in disbelief. He did not expect him to be so bold. Aegon's boldness also shocked Bronze Yohn, Uncle Finger, and the vassals of the Valley. That day, he rode on a dragon and landed in Runestone City. With the most sincere attitude, he told Bronze Yohn about his experience and his request. To be honest, Count Yohn had mixed feelings at that time. He was touched by Prince Aegon's sincerity and how much he valued him, but he also wished that he had never come to him. Because he also suspected Aegon's identity, especially when Aegon told him honestly that even Uncle Dowlang and Aunt Dany were kept in the dark about Varys's actions. Looking at Aegon's earnest and sincere eyes, Bronze Yohn wanted to ask, "Your Highness, do you think this is reasonable? If the Dragon Queen rode on the Great Guardian of Light, and landed in his house and personally invited him to be her guarantor, Bronze Yohn would see this as the greatest honor in his life. He would be willing to protect the rights of the Queen's guests with the lives of his entire family. Even if it was not the Dragon Queen, Second Brother Wei would still be able to do it. No matter how crazy Second Brother was, there was no doubt about his true dragon bloodline. But to ask him to be the guarantor of a suspected fake prince, fortunately, Prince Aegon did not want him to be the guarantor of his true dragon identity. Protecting the guests' rights from being violated was a very righteous and honorable thing in itself. Hence, Bronze Yohn reluctantly agreed even though he felt uncomfortable. When Littlefinger heard about this, he was shocked for a moment. Then, he nodded in agreement and handed the safety of the Eagle Nest's Moon Gate Hall to Bronze Yohn. "My dear, your husband is a brave, smart, and magnanimous man. He is a knight." That night, when Littlefinger was working, Littlefinger commented on Sansa's fiancé. When he said this, he was very excited. Sansa was also very excited. She had loved listening to stories about legendary knights since she was young. She had always dreamed of marrying the handsome and glorious knight prince in the stories. She had once thought that her Prince Charming was Joffrey. Emperor Joffrey, who loved his people like his own children, had used a hammer to shatter Sansa's pink crystal maiden heart. Then, she met the tall and mighty Tyrion. Her already shattered maiden heart was almost crushed into mud. The series of misfortunes in her marriage had caused her to give up on herself. She learned how to seduce men and even became the secret lover of an old man who was neither legendary nor brave. If this had happened to Sansa when she was 13 years old in Winterfell, she would not have dared to imagine herself now. Perhaps, after going through so much misfortune, the Holy Mother finally took care of her. When half of her body sank into the mud, a tall, brave, an extraordinarily handsome prince appeared in front of her, riding on a rainbow-colored, the legendary Black Death god Balerion. Sansa was very satisfied with Aegon. Aegon's appearance was not to be doubted. His silver-blonde hair shone under the sun. His eyes changed color according to the light, between dark blue, black, and purple. What moved Sansa even more was Aegon's temperament. His bright smile made him look like the sun god. It was as if he was about to enter her heart. However, his long eyelashes added a feminine aura to him, a maiden of the 7 gods. The figure in her dreams when she was young had walked into reality from illusion. More importantly, he had a dragon. What a huge black dragon. Sansa had never seen such a huge and ferocious creature. Why does the Black Death god's mouth look like a bird's beak? Sansa was a little surprised. This was different from the Megalosaurus that Master Luwin had taught her. However, Master Luwin had never seen a Megalosaurus before. Perhaps he had remembered wrongly. After all, seeing is believing, and hearing is false. Sansa followed her father Duke Baelish in the Ares open-air garden under the identity of Elaine Stone. She received Prince Aegon and his 3 servants who had arrived on a dragon. Tyrion did not come. Black Death god Balerion alone took up half of the garden. He could only stay outside. Aegon, accompanied by his guards and Bronze John, entered the Moon Gate. It was located in the main castle of the Eyrie. It was a hall with a suspended door in the middle of the floor. Yes, it was also the place where Lisa fell to her death. Your Highness, I am relieved to see you. The 7 kingdoms are saved. The people of the 7 kingdoms are blessed. Uncle Finger's smile was gentle and his tone was sincere. Aegon had a good impression of him. My lord, I also have the ambition to change the current situation of the Seven Kingdoms. However, I do not have the power to realize my dream. I hope you can help me return the Seven Kingdoms to the right track. Aegon smiled humbly and his eyes were confident. Of course. That is the main topic of our discussion today. Uncle Finger's eyes flashed. He had a higher opinion of the young man in front of him. This was Aegon VI, not the Mad King IV. In the hearts of Westeros, Joffrey was the Mad King II and Cersei III. Uncle Finger was such a smart man. Why was he not worried about Aegon's identity when everyone else was suspecting him? He had a spy. The spy on Dragonstone Island did not manage to find out the Dragon Queen's core secrets, but he confirmed one thing: the Dragon Queen completely recognized this nephew of hers. That was enough. Even his aunt did not suspect him. Who was an outsider to poke his nose into other people's business? This is my daughter, Aegon Stone. After some pleasantries, Uncle Finger introduced Sansa to Aegon. Sansa was beautiful to begin with. She had exquisite cheekbones, delicate facial features, smooth skin, big and charming blue eyes, and thick red hair that fell behind her head. Today, she dressed up for Aegon. She wore a dress made of ivory and silver thread. The edges were trimmed with silver satin. When she lowered her arms, her long sleeves almost touched the floor. She looked pure, elegant, and very girlish. However, the deep V-neck corset and her slim waist created a strong visual impact. It showed her mature and seductive womanly charm. Aegon was stunned. He had seen beauties before. He had seen Aunt Dany. However, among the women who had given him sexual hints, Aegon was the most beautiful, charming, noble, and elegant. She really looked like a princess. Aegon thought. However, Aegon still had his manners. Clinton and Ashera were both direct descendants of great nobles. Their earnest teachings made it so that Aegon did not lose his composure today. There was only admiration in his eyes. There was no lust. He kissed her hand like a gentleman and said, "Lady Aegon, you are the moon in the sky above the Eyrie." Sansa was like a young girl meeting a man for the first time. She blushed and smiled sweetly. Uncle Finger also smiled in relief. There was a high chance of a marriage alliance. He did not feel uncomfortable at all about his woman marrying someone else. Instead, he was very happy. Look at how sincere his smile is. Chapter 6:13. There was a long table in the hall. Aegon and Uncle Finger sat on the left and right respectively. Elaine did not sit at the table and Bronze John sat in the middle. Outside the hall, there were 3 of Aegon's guards and the family knights led by Bronze John guarding the place. After the greetings, Aegon and Uncle Finger began to get down to business. Well, Bronze John was only a guarantor and would not participate in the negotiations. Uncle Finger went straight to the point and said, "I am only the guardian of Duke Robert Arryn, acting as the guardian of the valley. As for the matter of the valley pledging loyalty to Targaryen, we can only reach a preliminary agreement today. I will not make the final decision for the nobles of the valley." Bronze John nodded in satisfaction. Littlefinger was very sensible and did not consider himself as the master of the valley. "I will not hide my intentions. I need the support of the valley. With your cooperation, I am confident that I can take down the King's Landing within 2 months and completely quell the turmoil of the 7 countries," Aegon said confidently and sincerely. "To be frank, when the news of the Dragon Queen first reached the valley, I discussed the future of the valley with the various vassals. The Knights of the Valley are not afraid of battle, but meaningless war is not good for us. It will only make the Westeros worse. Winter has arrived and the night is unknown. So, the valley hopes for peace, a piece led by Justice. Littlefinger looked at the youth opposite him and said meaningfully. Aegon frowned. At this moment, he suddenly missed Tyrion, who helped him manage the Storm's End fortress. Littlefinger obviously wanted to make a request and negotiate, but he suddenly realized that he could not guess the other party's bottom line and was not used to this kind of conversation. If only everyone were as frank and honest as Aunt Dany. How good it would be. Aegon sighed in his heart and asked tactfully, Duke Baelish, as the guardian of the valley, what expectations do you have for the future of the 7 countries? This was to let Uncle Finger make the first request. I don't dare to have any extravagant hopes for the 7 kingdoms. That is a matter for the king to consider. You are the king of Loina, the Undulls, and the ancestors. As for me, I am Robin, Robert Arryn. Robin is his nickname, as adoptive father. My only hope is that he will be safe and sound, and that he will be able to preserve the legacy of his ancestors in the new dynasty. To put it simply, Uncle Finger's only request for Arryn Vale to join Aegon was for Targaryen to forgive Jon Arryn's crimes in the War of the Usurpers. Bronze Yohn nodded slightly, satisfied with Uncle Finger's performance. On the other hand, Aegon was a little surprised. According to Aunt Dany and Tyrion, Littlefinger was sinister and cunning. He had no bottom line and only wanted to climb up the social ladder. He should not be so selfless and selfless. Aegon trusted Aunt Dany and Tyrion's judgment more. Therefore, he believed that Littlefinger was saying beautiful words. As for the grudges of the previous generation, I will not directly announce who to forgive or punish. My aunt recognizes my right to inherit, but she has not given up on the grudges of my father's generation. On the day of the long night. If there is no long night, it will be in the 2nd year of the next summer. She will convene a great council. In the great council, she will openly and fairly judge all the dishonorable things that have happened since my grandfather ascended the throne. For example, my grandfather's atrocity of burning Duke Ricard and his son to death. You all call him the Mad King. My aunt and I will not distort the truth and deny his madness and brutality. My aunt once told me that she will give justice to Duke Ricard in the great trial, regardless of whether Stark is still alive at that time. She can forgive Stark's rebellious actions, let go of Jon Snow and Stannis on the wall, and will definitely not harm Duke Robert Arryn. Nephew Goo's information is outdated. Dany's aunt received the latest news that Ricard was the source of the War of the Usurpers and deserved to die. However, when the 3 people present heard Aegon's words, their reactions were intense. Sansa was so excited that her eyes turned red and tears almost fell. She no longer had to worry about being eaten by the mystic dragon. Her marriage with Prince Aegon had also removed the biggest obstacle, what she thought. Uncle Finger pretended to show an obvious expression of relief, joy, and respect. Bronze John praised sincerely, the Queen's magnanimity shames all the men of the 7 kingdoms. She was the only one who wantonly provided relief during the war in Hygin. 7 gods above, even Duke Tully has never provided relief to the commoners of Hygin. Not only Duke Tully, but all the nobles in the Westeros did not have the concept of providing relief to the commoners. Little Rose Marjorie was almost praised by the commoners of King's Landing as the Holy Mother. This was mainly because Gao Ting used her name to transport cheap food for King's Landing. The Queen's love bread that Marjorie sent to the streets every few days was free. However, the food provided to King's Landing was not free. If it was free, how could brown soup survive? Let the 500,000 commoners of King's Landing eat and drink for free. Even the Dragon Queen could not do that. I have lived for decades and seen many people, but I have never seen a ruler who is more just and benevolent than her. If she fights for the Iron Throne, cough. My aunt admits that my right of inheritance is above hers. Aegon reminded him again. Mention Aunt Dany more when you communicate with the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. This was the brilliant plan that Tyrion gave to Aegon. The reason that Tyrion gave to Aegon was that the Dragon Queen's reputation was resounding. Mentioning her would make your words more convincing. Actually, the dwarf's real goal was to confirm the fact that Aegon was the Dragon Queen's nephew. You kept saying Aunt Dany is so, and Aunt Dany is with me. You kept showing your close relationship with Aunt Dany. Anyone who had doubts in their heart would swallow them down. As a matter of fact, because of his sincere admiration for the Dragon Queen, Bronze John's head kept popping up with acknowledgement of Aegon +1 notifications. The notifications and whatnot were all illusions. However, the way he looked at Aegon was really more cordial than before. Duke Robert Arryn is not guilty. If he can pledge his loyalty to me and help Targaryen restore the kingdom, his title and fief will naturally be under my protection. Aegon gave such a promise. Bronze John happily announced that today's meeting had come to an end. Both sides reached a consensus on the grudge between House Arryn and House Targaryen. It could be considered as clearing the first obstacle on the road to cooperation. However, whether the alliance would succeed in the end depended on the outcome of the meeting between the Arryn vassals. Aegon was very dissatisfied with this outcome. He felt that Littlefinger had played him. He clearly had no right to make a decision on the Arryn Valley's matters, but he invited him to the Eyrie to talk about an alliance. If he could make the vassals in the valley take the initiative to pledge their allegiance, then what was the point of talking to Littlefinger? As if guessing Aegon's thoughts, when Bronze John proposed to invite the prince to a banquet, Uncle Fingers said, "Count, the matter between the valley and the prince is over. I still have some private matters to discuss with the prince alone. Can you go prepare the banquet?" "What is it?" Bronze John was a little dissatisfied. He suspected that Littlefinger was up to something. Littlefinger smiled and glanced between Aegon and Elaine. He said meaningfully, "It has nothing to do with the valley. It's about my daughter's marriage." Aegon was stunned. Elaine lowered her head shyly. Her pretty face was as beautiful as a flower. Bronze John's face turned red with anger. Regardless of whether his identity was real or fake, Aegon was now bearing the title of a Targaryen. He was his protector. How could he tolerate Littlefinger's humiliation? Well, in Bronze John's opinion, the intention of marrying an illegitimate daughter to a reserve king was an insult to the king. The Baelish family's foundation was shallow to begin with, and an illegitimate daughter, Littlefinger's ancestors were mercenaries. Similar to Bronn's experience, mercenaries were promoted to lords because of their contributions. If Aegon was really the son of Laegiazi, then Littlefinger's daughter was only fit to be his lover. On the other hand, the daughter of the Royce family was barely qualified to be married to Aegon. "Duke, you are now the guardian of the valley. Please don't do anything too disrespectful." John suppressed his anger. Understanding John's thoughts, Uncle Finger was not angry. He smiled and said, "If your highness is willing, I can announce that Elaine is no longer an illegitimate child." What he meant was that if Aegon agreed, he would announce Elaine's original identity to the public. Sansa Stark was qualified to marry any man in the world, even if he was a god. John thought that Littlefinger wanted to turn Elaine Stone into Elaine Baelish. Just like how Skinner was originally Rhaenys Snow, after becoming Rhaenys Bolton, he had the right to inherit the Dreadfort. John looked down on the surname Baelish, but he would not say it out loud. He only looked at Littlefinger deeply and stood up to leave. Elaine also stood up and bowed shyly to Aegon, who had an awkward expression. She then trotted away with John. There were only two people left in the hall. The calm Littlefinger and the restless Aegon. Uncle Finger smiled at Aegon and said, "Your Highness, I will be honest with you. I do want to make a marriage between you and Elaine. However, I am not so arrogant as to think that Baelish's illegitimate daughter is worthy of the king. Elaine is not my daughter. Her real name is Sansa Stark, the eldest daughter of Ed Stark and Catelyn Tully. She is the only heir to the North. Aegon was stunned. Dany had guessed that Elaine Stone was Sansa, but she did not tell anyone. This matter had nothing to do with her, but the last time Marvin reported that Littlefinger had sent people to Dragonstone Island to pledge their loyalty to her, old Kate and Blake, Dany asked about Elaine's situation, and did not have the chance to think of this person after that. Therefore, Aegon was really shocked. Duke Baelish, are you joking? I swear. Uncle Finger said seriously. Then, he began to paint a picture of Aegon. Your Highness, I am not Sansa's biological father, but I am her adoptive father. Sansa is also Duke Robert's cousin, the rightful heir to the King of the North. The King of the North, Rob's territory is not only the North, but also Hajin. In other words, if you marry Sansa, you will gain the allegiance of the North, Hajin and Valley kingdoms. A sacred betrothal is more secure than any oath. Aegon's expression was uncertain. Losing the North and Hajin are just burdens to me. Littlefinger was delighted. He did not refuse immediately, which meant that he was tempted. Sansa looked pitiful. She had nothing and could not even go back to her home. However, the truth was that Tywin and Old Rose were very fond of her identity. Your Highness, do you want to be the King of King's Landing or the King of the Seven Kingdoms? Littlefinger asked. What do you mean? The King of King's Landing only needs to take over King's Landing and only control King's Landing. The King of the Seven Kingdoms is like your ancestors, the King of the Undulls, Loinars, and the Ancients, the protector of the realm. Of course I am the King of the Seven Kingdoms, Aegon said. Littlefinger stopped smiling and said seriously, then you must solve the problem of the North and Hajin. Chapter 6:14. Littlefinger said, Bolton will definitely not join you, and you cannot accept the loyalty of people who violate the rights of guests. Fry in Hajin is in the same situation. Marrying Sansa will allow you to easily gain the loyalty of the nobles in the Northern Territory, and overthrowing Bolton will be easy. Yes, the situation in the Northern Territory is very special, the Northerners only recognize Stark. If your queen is Sansa, the vassals in Hajin who once pledged their loyalty to Robb will also join you. Aegon looked at Littlefinger and asked meaningfully, marrying Lady Sansa is beneficial to ruling the Northern Territory in Hajin, then, how useful is it to winning over the Valley? Littlefinger smiled and said, Your Highness, Lady Catelyn and I are childhood sweethearts, our relationship is extraordinary, my love for Sansa is no less than her father's. Your love for Sansa's body must be more than Ed Stark. Aegon sneered in his heart. He did not know that Sherdong and Elaine were Sansa, but he had heard from Aunt Dany's analysis that Littlefinger had participated in the Purple Wedding, Joffrey's death, kidnapped Sansa, and most likely cheated on Tyrion. For this, he had deeply sympathized with the dwarf. Now, Sansa was indeed by his side, so the dwarf was most likely cheated on. Damn it, it seemed like it was his turn to be the one to take over. Aegon was very upset, but he said calmly, Duke Baelish, forgive me for being blunt, but your power in the valley seems not to be of much help to me. Your Highness, you don't think that the previous meeting was the reason why I invited you here, do you? Littlefinger said with a smile. Is it only now? Aegon asked blankly. Littlefinger nodded slightly and said in disdain, Bronze Yohn is an old-fashioned knight who cherishes his reputation, and he is also very prestigious in the valley, but prestige and reputation do not equal power, or else Barristan would be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. You can influence the decision of the Alliance of Justice. Aegon said seriously. I can lead the valley to pledge loyalty to you, Littlefinger said confidently. Aegon did not ask him how he did it. He only thought carefully for a moment and asked, if I compensate you in other ways, can I not marry Miss Sansa, and you will immediately take the valley and pledge your loyalty to me? What kind of compensation? Littlefinger asked with interest. The eagle nest. Aegon's eyes flashed as he said softly. Littlefinger's pupils constricted, and his heart skipped a beat. He put on a puzzled expression and asked, "Aren't I in the eagle nest now?" Aegon smiled faintly. Duke Belise, living in someone else's house is completely different from living in your own. I've experienced it myself. In Slaves Bay, my aunt treated me extremely well, but I still felt more comfortable in Storm's End Castle. I didn't deceive you and Earl Royce before. Robert Arryn had nothing to do with the War of the Usurpers, and Targaryen was not Lannister. He would not harm an innocent child. But Targaryen had no reason to protect House Arryn's lands and titles. I can leave the grudges of the previous generation until my aunt's great judgment. But I will not help Arryn, Stark, Theon Bella, and Tully protect their endangered and even lost positions without any benefits. For example, if I take over Storm's End Castle, Theon Bella will forever lose his clan's lands. For example, right now, no matter who it is, as long as he can lead the valley to pledge loyalty to me, even if he uses dishonorable means to take away Arryn's title, I will still recognize his identity. Littlefinger shook his head and said, "Your Highness, you misunderstand. I have no ambitions for Arryn Valley. Duke Belise, there are only the two of us here. I've already been honest enough. Can you repay me with some sincerity?" Aegon said unhappily. Sigh, back then, after your grandfather killed Duke Rickard and his son, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He asked Jon Arryn to hand over Ida and Robert. What do you think Lord Jon should do? Now we all know that he was the first to rebel against the Iron Throne for the sake of his two adopted sons who had no blood relations. He was also the one who facilitated the marriage between Tully, Arryn, and Stark families. In the entire War of the Usurpers, Jon Arryn paid the greatest price, but he never thought of asking for any benefits. The safety of his two adopted sons is his greatest reward. Littlefinger spoke slowly as if he was telling a story. You want to be the Jon Arryn of Robert Arryn and Sansa Stark? Aegon's eyes widened in disbelief. Lord Jon is my benefactor. Uncle Finger rose to fame in Seagull Town and benefited from Lisa's pillow talk. Later, Uncle Finger rose all the way to King's Landing, which also helped him a lot. He is also my idol, just like how the younger generation of knights worship Sir Barristan. I'm willing to learn from Lord Jon. Littlefinger's eyes were clear, and his expression was serious. Aegon almost believed him. My daughter Sansa is charming, gentle, kind, and noble. Why do you keep rejecting her? Littlefinger asked in confusion. Aegon said, to be honest, even if we ignore her identity, Lady Sansa is the most charming lady I've ever seen in terms of appearance and temperament. However, I can't let down someone's loyalty. Who? Tyrion. He's my friend, and he taught me a lot of how to be a person. He's still my Hand of the King. His reputation isn't very good. He's the Prime Minister, but he doesn't have the title of Prime Minister. I can't steal his wife. Aegon said firmly. Littlefinger smiled and asked, is this the biggest obstacle between you and Sansa? Something like that. Aegon nodded and said hesitantly, actually, my cousin Elaine also wants to marry me. Littlefinger stood up and took out a craft paper bag from the cupboard by the wall. He returned to the table. This time, he didn't return to his original seat. Instead, he sat intimately beside Aegon. Under Aegon's confused gaze, Uncle Finger opened the craft paper bag and took out a piece of parchment the size of a certificate. Take a look. Aegon took it. The first thing he saw was a bright red 7-pointed star seal on the top left corner of the snow-white parchment. This was a contract written by a Seven Gods cultivator. It was a declaration that Tyrion and Sansa's marriage was invalid. It had the handprint of the Seven Gods Archbishop, Merabad, and the seal of his position. This is real. Aegon's eyes widened. He looked at Uncle Finger in shock and said, Tyrion and Lady Sansa's wedding was held in the great cathedral. How is it illegal? Lannister killed her father, brother, and mother. He took away her family's title, land, and castle. He destroyed the whole of Stark. Do you think Sansa will willingly marry Tyrion? Uncle Finger asked. With Archbishop Merabad's reputation, he has the right to deny the marriage officiated by the previous archbishop. After knowing that Tyrion was by Aegon's side, Littlefinger planned to find a respectable cultivator to annul Sansa's marriage. Sansa could also swear that she was forced. However, it would be more official if a cultivator was her guarantor. The most respectable cultivator around the Seven Kingdoms Valley was Merabad. The old cultivator was organizing refugees on the Crabclaw Peninsula to help Dragon Queen build a castle, which was the third line of defense. It was only separated from Seagull Town in the valley by the Trident River. At first, Littlefinger planned to bribe the old cultivator with food. This was because making a guarantor would greatly offend Lannister. However, Merabad only asked Sansa a few questions and readily agreed to annul her marriage with Tyrion. He understood the grudge between Stark and Lannister. He also understood Madame Stoneheart's attitude towards this marriage. She was almost crazy. Therefore, he could represent the seven gods to annul this unjust marriage with a clear conscience. The little demon still did not know. Who is that Merabad? What right does he have to annul the marriage officiated by the archbishop? Aegon asked. Among the cultivators of the Seven Kingdoms, he only knew the Big Sparrow. Do you know about Dragon Queen's disaster relief activities in the Three Rivers Valley? Aegon suddenly realized. So it's him. I heard from my aunt that Merabad rode a donkey to help the poor. He was persistent for decades. He is a true cultivator. Littlefinger nodded with a complicated expression. From the moment he received Dragon Queen's approval, Saint Merabad's reputation began to spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He has the right to annul Sansa's marriage. Saint Merabad. He has saved countless lives. Aegon's mouth twitched. Saint Danny, Saint Sparrow, and now Saint Merabad. In the thousands of years of history of the Seven Kingdoms, there was only one Saint Baylor. Now, there were three. However, they did not seem to devalue Saint. Then, should he also get the title Saint Aegon? Sansa complained to Bishop Merabad that Lannister forced her to marry Tyrion. The bishop also approved her complaint. According to the teachings of the seven gods, a sacred oath made against ones will not count. Therefore, your marriage with Sansa will not hurt anyone. Tyrion did not even consummate his marriage with Sansa. I swear to the Holy Father that Sansa is still a pure virgin. This can be witnessed by the Roseless Guard brain. Well, after Brittany became famous, she would ask everyone she met in Hajin, have you ever seen a red-haired virgin? And the famous saying also spread. Everyone knew that she was looking for Sansa, so they all thought the brain thought that Sansa was a virgin. Marriage is easy to annul, but Tyrion's feelings for Sansa are difficult to resolve. Aegon thought for a while, but still shook his head. Your Highness, let me ask you a rebellious question. Are you the monarch, or is he the monarch? How can a monarch's empire be controlled by his subjects? Littlefinger's face had a hint of mockery, but Aegon could clearly feel it. Tyrion is my prime minister. If you want to drive a wedge between us, you are wrong. Aegon sneered. Littlefinger waved his hand and said, you can trust the homeless Tyrion, and you can also support Sansa's marriage with him. The problem is, Sansa is not alone. She represents the power of the North, Hajin, and the Valley. In the future, will you still dare to sleep peacefully in the face of the king's hand that controls the West, North, Heartwarming, and Valley Alliance? The sneer on Aegon's face gradually froze. Tyrion will not betray me, he said in a low voice. Yes, with the Dragon Queen around, no one dares to betray Targaryen. But if you rely on her for everything, why return to the Westeros now? A king should control his power in his own hands, Littlefinger said faintly. Aegon hesitated. At least Littlefinger was right about one thing. Sansa represented power, and power should be controlled in one's own hands. Seeing his struggle, Littlefinger smiled and said, "You can choose another noble girl to marry Tyrion, and complete the friendship between monarch and subject. You are already so concerned about his feelings, and he should also think about your great cause." Aegon was somewhat convinced. But Dorne seems to have the idea of a marriage alliance with me. Chapter 6:15. Your Highness, do you have a marriage contract with Elaine? Pinky asked. We're still discussing it. Aegon replied. Actually, they were just inspecting him. Elaine was inspecting Aegon to confirm his identity and determine his chances of seizing the Iron Throne. Littlefinger smiled and said, Your Highness, this is actually a very simple multiple-choice question. What do you mean? Let's say a knight wants to hunt a shadow lynx in the mountains. At this time, he only has a valiant attendant and an experienced mercenary. The knight also has a golden sword, and both the attendant and the mercenary want it. Tell me, who should the knight give the golden sword to? Pinky asked with a smile. I'm not an item. Aegon said angrily. You're not, you're the king. Your marriage is the true sword. Pinky agreed with a smile. Aegon's internal struggle wasn't just limited to his heart. His expression was also very clear. Littlefinger saw this and felt proud in his heart. He said faintly, anyone would take out a golden sword to bribe a mercenary. Because regardless of whether an attendant is given a golden sword or not, he will still accompany his knight to hunt. This is the duty of an attendant. You're Prince Daolang's nephew, so it's only natural for him to help you, just like how an attendant serves a knight. However, the Valley and the North are hesitating. The safest thing for the Valley is to wait and see. Once you defeat Lannister and Tyrell and take the Iron Throne, we'll announce our recognition of your rule. Will you strip us of our titles? Aegon wanted to say loudly, if you don't listen to me now, you won't be allowed to surrender in the future. Even if you surrender, you'll be stripped of your titles. However, he couldn't do it. Not to mention the Valley was just watching. Even if the vassals joined Lannister's camp and surrendered after losing the battle, he would still have to accept them. Just like Duke Tywin's famous saying, when someone challenges you, you should resolutely respond with iron and blood. When they kneel and submit, you should personally help them up. Did Tywin not understand Prince Daolang's enmity toward him? Don't you know about Daolang's little tricks during the Battle of the Four Kings? Daolang was preparing to lead Dwayne to join Lon Lee's side and secretly sent people to contact Sonlu. Erlu then made a move on his younger brother. However, after the rebellion of the Four Princes was quelled, not only did Tywin not punish Dorne, he even approved of Tyrion's decision to marry Messai into Dorne. He even left a position for the Dornese in the Imperial Conference. One must know that Tristan was only Quentyn's younger brother. He could not even be considered as the second son. On the other hand, Messai was the eldest princess, the king's elder sister. Myrcella was marrying a man of low social status. You, who is half Dornish, ascending to the Iron Throne is equivalent to Dorne's success. It also represents the interests of the Martell family, so they will definitely help you. But what can you get from helping Valley? If there is no marriage, the benefits of helping you or not will be the same, but the price paid will be completely different. Let me think about it. Aegon sighed and said helplessly. Your Highness, you are a true dragon. No one can force you. No matter what choice you make, Aaron of Valley and Stark of the Northern Territory will not be your enemy. You can think about it for as long as you want. You can even reject me. There is only one thing. I swear, the day you marry Sansa, 10,000 knights and 30,000 infantrymen of Valley will pledge their loyalty to you. 40,000 elite infantrymen. It was enough to buy a few Dany's ants. Second brother Way and Illyrio sold Dany for 10,000 roaring warriors. Aegon wanted to agree immediately. However, Littlefinger stood up and calmly invited Aegon with a faint smile to attend the welcoming banquet held by the vassals of Valley. At the ball, Aegon and Sansa were like a couple that had walked out of a painting. The man was tall and handsome, the woman was charming and charming. The harmonious atmosphere and noble aura between the two of them made it impossible for the surrounding men and women to get in between them. As their ears rubbed against each other, he smelled her virgin fragrance, touched her tender and smooth skin, and was intoxicated by her charming smile, which was either naive, innocent, or seductive. Aegon suddenly realized that his heart was thumping. Tyrion, I finally met my first love. Back at Wind's End Castle, Aegon looked out of the window with a disappointed expression and sighed. Now I finally understand what you told me that day about the feeling of being with Tessa. Just by looking at her, it seems like the whole world is brighter. The air around her seems to carry the sweet fragrance of roses. Other than her, everyone else's image is fading and blurring. That's a good thing. If a person doesn't meet a girl who moves his heart in this lifetime, it's like a quarter of his life has dimmed. Tyrion was very happy for his little brother. But she... Aegon's face was filled with guilt. But she's Sansa. You're right, Sansa is really charming. Tyrion's face contorted. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Where did you meet Sansa? Sigh, Aunt Dany guessed right. Littlefinger kidnapped Sansa and went to the Eagle Nest with him under the identity of Elaine Stone. Aegon did not hide anything. He told the dwarf everything that happened in the Hall of the Moon Gate yesterday. My betrothal has been annulled again. Tyrion muttered in a daze. Should I agree to Littlefinger's marriage proposal? Aegon asked carefully. His voice was very soft, afraid that he would agitate the dwarf. He knew that this question was very hurtful to the dwarf, but if he did it behind his back, it would only hurt their relationship even more. He might as well be frank with him. Sansa is my wife. Tyrion growled. But she doesn't love you. She even hates you. She hates every Lannister to the bone. She told me this herself. Even Saint Meribad thinks that your marriage is blasphemy against the seven gods, Aegon said. Tyrion's eyes were red. He shouted, She cannot love me, she can break off the marriage with me, but not because of you. Even if Littlefinger fucked her, you can't take her. Let's talk nicely. This is not the Garden of Desire, and Sansa is not the Red Saintess. She is a noble and pure virgin. The roseless iron guard that my aunt conferred can testify to that. Aegon frowned and said angrily. Virgin. Tyrion raised two middle fingers at Aegon and sneered. Have you asked me about these 3 sticks? Aegon suddenly stood up and shouted at the dwarf, If you talk like that again, I'm going to get angry. The dwarf was really angry. He ran to Aegon with his short legs and pushed him hard in the chest. He said loudly, I almost betrayed the queen and left Slave Bay. I followed you all the way back to the Westeros and helped you come up with plans. I didn't do it to see you fuck my wife. Aegon took a few steps back and looked away from Tyrion's red eyes. He sighed. I like her, and she loves me. There's no fuck, only true love, maybe not now, but Sansa and I will definitely be a pair of immortals in the future. Our union is the gods' blessing for us, and also the fastest way to quell the chaos in the Seven Kingdoms. Immortals. He thought about how Sansa had refused to sleep with him on their wedding night. Actually, it was Tyrion who took pity on Sansa and gave up on smelting copper. Yep, Sansa was almost 13 years old at that time. Then, he imagined how she and Aegon were cuddling and cuddling, uncontrollably. A wicked fire rushed into Tyrion's mouth from the steel door. He said with a mouth full of fragrance, "You're just a weak stone. You can't even compare to Pinky's Pinky. Can you satisfy her?" What a shitty pair of immortals. The reason why Pinky was called Pinky was not only because his home was on the Five-Finger Peninsula, but also because he was small and thin. Being small did not necessarily mean that the person was small. For example, Tyrion was a mischievous child, but Pinky was not as talented as the dwarf. Aegon was filled with guilt and guilt. He turned into a raging wildfire. His eyes turned green. With a howl, he pounced at the dwarf. The dwarf was careless and fell to the ground. With a thud, his head hit the floor. Fortunately, the floor was covered with a thick layer of mire carpet. However, this also made Tyrion lose his rationality. He punched Aegon in the eye. Aegon howled. The little bit of rationality that had just returned to his heart turned into fuel again, making the wildfire in his chest burn even more fiercely. Bam 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 crackle, the two of them wrestled with each other like children in the mud. They dug out bird nests, pulled out ears, slapped their mouths, knocked their foreheads against each other's front teeth, punched their noses. One of them was the second brother of the Black River Pass, while the other was Zhao Yun, who competed based on looks. They met each other and exchanged blows. There was no clear winner. They fought wildly in the house. Soon, they were noticed by the guards and reported to the leader of the Golden Army, Harry. After a while, Harry brought people to separate the two of them. Seeing the prince beaten black and blue, Harry had already ordered the guards to lock up the dwarf. However, Aegon got up from the ground and stopped him. Coldly looking at Tyrion, who was looking at him coldly, Aegon rode the Black Death God and left the Wind's End Fortress. That's it. Dragonstone Island, the Magic Net Crystal Tower. A dejected Aegon was complaining to Aunt Dany about the grievances in his heart. Dany was in a good mood after eating a big melon. She did not show any displeasure to her nephew and spoke in a calm tone. "So, why did you come looking for me?" Well, this was the first time the two of them had spoken since Aegon left. "Aunt Dany, what do you think I should do?" Aegon sighed. "Kill Tyrion." In ancient times, when an emperor wanted to take his minister's wife, he would first arrange a suicide mission for his minister. Dany held back her laughter. Aegon shook his head and said, "But he didn't do anything wrong. If it were me, I would also be very angry. Any man would be very angry." "Then restrain your lust. It's not because of her beauty." A hint of awkwardness flashed across Aegon's bruised face. "Marrying Sansa is equivalent to controlling the Northern Territory. I can also subdue the nobles in the valley and Hajin. This won't do, that won't do. Think of a way yourself." Dragon Queen turned off the magic mirror communication. Aegon was in a daze in front of the light blue magic crystal ball for a while. He only came back to his senses when the big crab, Bronn and the others came over to greet him. "Where's Tyrion? Why isn't he here?" After exchanging some pleasantries, Bronn asked curiously. Aegon hesitated for a moment and said, "He's helping me manage the Wind's End Fortress. He doesn't have time to come." Bronn saw the wounds on Aegon's face, but would never have thought that it was caused by Tyrion. So, he started chatting with the prince about the dwarf. "When I first heard that he killed Tywin, I was as shocked as everyone else. But after thinking about what Tywin did to him, I could understand. Tyrion is a good person, but when he's pushed to the limit, he can do all sorts of crazy things, Bronn rambled on. Aegon was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly stood up and left. Chapter 6:16. Sansa, I'm sorry. I love you, but I can't marry you, Aegon said sadly. After leaving Dragonstone Island, he flew straight to the eagle nest. In the garden, under the twilight, he listened to the rumbling of Elise's tears waterfall in the distance. A handsome young man held the delicate hand of a beautiful girl with a complicated expression. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Why? Sansa's delicate face suddenly paled. She said pitifully, "Is it Dragon Queen?" She doesn't agree. No, my aunt doesn't object to this. Aegon shook his head and said hesitantly, "It's Tyrion." Little demon. Sansa's beautiful face instantly twisted. What does he want? My marriage to him was not voluntary. Brother Meribad was also willing to be my annulment. He doesn't object to annulling the marriage. Actually, he always felt sorry for you and always wanted you to live well. Sansa's expression changed several times. She wanted to tell the innocent prince not to be fooled by the little demon. But thinking about it carefully, the dwarf did not seem to have done anything bad other than looking at her naked body with lustful eyes. Then what does he want? She asked in a muffled voice. He can tolerate you marrying someone else, but the person marrying you cannot be me, Aegon said bitterly. Why? I will only be happy with you. Doesn't he want me to live well? Sansa said angrily. This is a matter of a man's dignity. He and I are, kind of friends. If I marry you, it will hurt his dignity more than anyone else. Sansa asked loudly, "What is this?" You are a prince, his lord. It's his business if he doesn't feel good. Does a king have to worry about every unreasonable thought of his subject? Or is it that in your heart, your lover is less important than the little demon? Is your relationship more than husband and wife? Tyrion is indeed different from the other subjects. He has helped me a lot. Aegon pulled Sansa to a flower bed and sat down. He looked at the orange sunset flowing through the cracks of the mountain and sighed. Every place has its own unique scenery. No wonder Tyrion wants to travel the world. Then let him go and see the world, Sansa said. He is the only one I can use. My cousin Quentyn, Targaryen's direct vassals Valerian and Settigadu, sigh, if I chase him away, I can only return to Slaver's Bay. Aegon smiled bitterly. You still have me, my foster father, Bronze Yohn, and countless nobles of the valley and the northern territory. Aegon shook his head and sighed. Tyrion told me not to lie to the one I truly love. So I will not lie to you. My cousin Quentyn, my cousin Elaine and the nobles of the Stormlands Arse nobles, are they Tyrion? In this world, other than my aunt and foster father, Tyrion is the most loyal person to me. I don't want to let him down, and I don't want to hurt you. The first part of the sentence made Sansa's expression darken slightly, but the last part made her confused. Hurt me how? Do you know why Tyrion killed Tywin? Aegon asked. Why? Because he loved his father too much, too passionately, but Tywin repaid him too little, too coldly. Tyrion was forced into a corner and went to extremes. I still don't quite understand, Sansa said blankly. Tyrion is very good to me, very loyal, but if I repay him with coldness and cruelty, I'm afraid that what happened to Tywin will happen to me. For example, after our marriage, you will definitely appear in front of him often. And every time you appear, it will be a provocation to him, like a slap to his face. Over time, he will be pressured to the extreme. I'm afraid that he will explode, just like how he killed Tywin with his longbow, killing you and me, Aegon said angrily. Sansa looked at the prince in front of her with a strange gaze. Is this person an idiot? What kind of strange things are he thinking? However, Sansa was no longer the innocent 12-year-old girl she once was. Although she was still young, she had experienced a lot in her life. When she saw Aegon, an honest and sincere young man, especially when he was as handsome as the Prince Charming that she had dreamed of when she was a young girl, Sansa was touched. She felt as if she was a 30-year-old prostitute who had met an innocent young man. Prince Aegon was not stupid. The reason he acted stupid in front of her was because he liked her. It was not uncommon for people in love to be stupid. She thought of herself. Back then, when she faced Joffrey, that scoundrel, did she not stupidly open her heart to him? At the same time that she felt sad, Sansa suddenly felt some true feelings for the young man. Such a sincere, brave, honorable, noble and handsome young man truly loved her. Wasn't that her wildest dream when she was young? She did not expect that after her dream was killed by Joffrey, the imp and Pinky and thrown into a cesspool, her dream could be revived like a sparrow. Perhaps, her meeting with Prince Aegon was the blessing of the Virgin Mary. You think too much. Time will only fade everything. My feelings for him are not as deep as you think. At this moment, Sansa's tone was exceptionally gentle and full of affection. It was enough to melt any man's heart. He is Lannister. Lannister, he has a strong memory. If he could not even remember, how could he repay his debt? Aegon felt that there was nothing wrong with his words. Sansa's expression also became serious. That's right, I can't be too wary of Lannister. Are you going to give up on our feelings because you are afraid? Sansa pulled Aegon's hand and placed it on her soft chest. She said affectionately, I can feel that our feelings are not fake at all. Although we have only known each other for a few days, it is as if we are destined to be together. I am not afraid. Aegon pulled his hand back with difficulty but determination. He stood up and looked at the vast valley plains outside the balcony. He sighed. I am not afraid of Tyrion. I just don't want to kill him. Kill him? Sansa exclaimed. My aunt told me that if a king and his subject have a conflict because of a woman, he should quietly send his subject to his death. If I marry you, before Tyrion's hatred for us reaches its limit, I will kill him first. This is the magnanimity of a king. I do not lack it. But I do not want him to die. If that is the case, I will not have a conflict with him regarding women. So, I am sorry. Aegon made his decision without hesitation. He summoned the Black Death God and climbed onto the dragon's back. He looked down at the pale and weeping Sansa and said loudly, Sansa, even if we cannot be together, I will still treat you as my best friend. I swear, even without the help of Arryn Valley, I can take down King's Landing within 3 months. Then, I will lead my army north and help you take back Winterfell. Looking at the shrinking black figure in the golden sunset, Sansa felt lost. Her eyes reddened and 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. That night, after learning about Aegon's decision from Sansa, Littlefinger's expression darkened. He cursed, this kid is too arrogant. If I had not interfered, with the 2 winged dragons and the allied forces of the Golden Regiment in Dorne, he might have been able to quickly take down the king's descent. But since you have rejected my good intentions, don't blame me for doing something. What should I do? Sansa was worried but did not show it on her face. Very simple. Secretly inform the Iron Throne and have them invite the allied army to set up an ambush. Littlefinger laughed coldly. Set up an ambush. Sansa's expression changed and she exclaimed, the allied army's winged dragons. Humph, the winged dragons are considered high-end goods in the Westeros. But in the war zone between the allied army and Slave Bay, just a small patrol team has 5 winged dragons. We only need to invite a small team of winged dragons over. There is no need for a battle. We can ambush around Storm's Rest Fortress and kill Aegon and Tyrion like chickens. Littlefinger laughed coldly. This. Sansa was worried for the elegant and gentle Prince Aegon. My dear, don't worry. Our plan will not fail. Littlefinger thought that his daughter was upset over Aegon's rejection. We are about to kill Prince Aegon, and the plan is not considered a failure. Sansa frowned. Who said that Aegon will die? If he dies, who will you marry? Littlefinger smiled and said. Didn't you say that you want the allied army to ambush him? Sansa was confused. I only said that I would give the Iron Throne a hint and ask them to invite the allied army to ambush Prince Aegon. But how can I let him die? If he dies, I can only deal with the shrewd and powerful Dragon Queen. She is not an easy person to deal with. She is not as easy to control as Prince Aegon. Littlefinger shook his head and said. What should we do? Let's send a message to our little Aegon. Littlefinger shrugged and said in a teaching tone, for the ambitious weak, the best environment for survival is chaos. Order represents stability. In the Westeros, under the stable pyramid of society, the weak will only be oppressed and exploited by the strong. They will never have the chance to rise again. Only chaos can provide us with opportunities. And the best source of chaos is at the top of the pyramid, where two strong people are evenly matched. Now, Aegon has the pterosaur. The balance between him and the Iron Throne has been broken. So, he can proudly say that he can take down the King's Landing in 3 months without the Valley's help. This is not good for me. When I use a little trick and call the allied pterosaur team over, Aegon will be killed instantly and the balance will be broken. This is also not good for me. At that time, I will help Aegon and warn him to be careful of the allied army. The Iron Throne and Aegon's pterosaur have been exchanged, so we can only rely on the army. And the Valley has the strongest cavalry of the 7 kingdoms. Together with the Northern Territory and some of the Hajin County lords, we have the strongest army. This way, Aegon will beg to form an alliance with us. Between victory and defeat, even if Tyrion is his uncle, he will be mercilessly abandoned. Once again, Sansa was enlightened by Littlefinger's teachings. But tonight, she still used the excuse that she was not feeling well and rejected Uncle Finger's physical enlightenment. Because the figure of that upright young man would appear in her mind from time to time. The next morning, at dawn, Sansa, who had been thinking about something and could not sleep well, woke up from the bed after a loud dragon roar. As if their minds were connected, she let down her fluffy long hair and put on a thin apricot yellow silk nightgown. Barefoot, she ran straight to the open-air garden beside the Moon Gate. Oh! Aegon was also sliding down the pterosaur's tough wings. When he saw the girl running towards him, he could not help but hug her and kiss her. After half an hour of passionate kissing and comforting, the two finally separated. Sansa, I want to marry you. Aegon held the girl's face, which was as red as a peony flower after the rain. A day later, Dany received a notice that her nephew was getting married. What did the dwarf do to make him change his mind? Chapter 6:17. That morning, Tyrion and Aegon had fought over Sansa. It was Guan Yu against Xiao Yun, and they were evenly matched. Both of them were bruised and battered, their faces swollen and bruised. As for Aegon, he went to Aunt Dany and cried. Then, he cut off his feelings with the sword of wisdom and prepared to give up on this love that was not meant to be. Tyrion also went to find someone to talk to. Yelaine was the only familiar person in Windrest Fort. Tyrion could only go to her. Actually, the two of them were comforting each other. Yelaine also knew about Aegon's plan to marry Sansa. How should she put it, Prince Daolang of Dorne was too steady and courageous. However, he sought stability all the way and did not have the drive to take risks. He and his younger brother, Oberon, one was gentle and the other was tough. One of them was scheming and astute, while the other was decisive. The brothers were of one mind and were perfect. Unfortunately, Oberon died. As for second brother Wei, whose identity was clear, Prince Daolang observed him again and again. His daughter was already in her 20s, but he did not send her to complete the holy marriage. In the end, second brother could not see any hope of reviving the country. He became more and more extreme and crazy. However, the more extreme and crazy second brother became, the more hesitant Prince Daolang was. He was even more unwilling to put his daughter and Dorne's future in danger. As a result, the promising Ocean Palace oath signed by Oberon and William Derry was reduced to a piece of scrap paper. When it came to Aegon, he had good looks and character. However, he had an unknown identity and an uncertain future. Prince Daolang wanted to place a bet, but he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he sent Yolaine to Wind Rest Fort to observe. In the end, Aegon was much more popular than Prince Daolang thought. Uncle Finger, the best godfather of the Seven Kingdoms, entered with his daughter. Yolaine was tragically raped by Sansa. Hence, Princess Yolaine was also depressed. They were both in the same boat. Moreover, they were old acquaintances. The dwarf and Yolaine talked about the depression in their hearts while drinking to drown their sorrows. Wine was the medium of sex. Heart to heart, body to body, Aegon rode the dragon back to the Wind's End fortress with a sorrowful and regretful heart. Suddenly, he saw Tesset spreading her wings and gliding slowly under the moonlight above the ink sea. On her back, a pair of adulterers were performing the difficult spring cry art together. They were chanting loudly, and they were extremely unrestrained. The dwarf dragon trembled. Aegon's mind was greatly shaken. Yolien and the dwarf were also greatly shaken. The three of them were greatly shaken. Aegon's eyes turned red. With a roar, he charged forward on his dragon. Tessa, run! The dwarf hurriedly shouted. At noon, Bronn was still wondering why he hadn't seen his old friend. That night, his old friend came. Aegon chased the dwarf all the way to Dragonstone Island. It was almost like a monkey's version of Broken Boat Cove Dance, P.S. Actually, Aegon had also just left Dragonstone Island. At noon, he told Aunt Dany about his troubles. In the evening, he made a decision. After bidding farewell to Sansa, he came to Dragonstone Island again to tell Aunt Dany about his decision. Aunt Dany was annoyed to death. Now, it was already late at night. This was the third time he came to disturb Aunt Dany in a day. Tyrion was helpless. Other than going to Dragonstone Island to find the Dragon Queen to mediate, he had nowhere to hide. He also didn't want to keep running. After chasing for a few hundred kilometers, Aegon regained his senses in the sea breeze. Seeing that Tyrion had landed on the top of the flying dragon tower, he didn't go down. He only shouted, "Just you wait," and left. Yes, he returned to the eagle nest without any psychological burden. In fact, he even felt the joy of revenge. He hugged Sansa, kissed her, hugged her. If they weren't in the eagle nest and Uncle Finger was watching with a smile in the corner, he would definitely have done something else. Seeing Olayne and Tyrion in disheveled clothes and panic-stricken faces, Bronn, who brought his guards over to check on the situation, instantly guessed what had happened. After Olayne staggered away with the help of her maidservant, Bronn sighed and said, "Sooner or later, you'll lose your life because you can't control second brother. You're doing well." Looking at Bronn, who was exuding confidence and arrogance of an old-school noble, then looking down at his unbuttoned shirt and shorts that revealed his hairy and deformed legs, Tyrion felt embarrassed. "Far worse than you." Riding a dragon and playing with the king's wife, TSK TSK. The stern expression on Braun's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a mercenary's lewd smile. He whispered, "How does it feel?" The familiar smell made Tyrion completely relax. He didn't care about his current sorry state. He shook his head and lamented, "Sigh, it's terrible. Drinking too much really messes things up." Braun stopped smiling and patted his old friend's shoulder. He said, "It's really your fault this time. You went too far." The dwarf shook his head. "You don't understand. Things between us are very complicated. Isn't it just Sansa Stark?" You know." Braun nodded and said with a complicated tone, "Everyone knows that the girl didn't marry you willingly. Although she tricked you once with Joffrey, think about what the Lannister family did to Stark. Aegon is different. Just like..." The dwarf gave a very inappropriate example. "If Loras was pregnant because of me, you would be even more unhappy." Loras was Braun's wife. Before marrying Braun, she was raped by dozens of thugs in King's Landing and became pregnant. Only then did she find the mercenary Braun to be her bodyguard. Slap. Braun slapped the dwarf. "Your mouth is even worse now." "Sorry." The dwarf wasn't angry. He rubbed his face and smiled bitterly. His words are crude, but his reasoning is not. He wanted to do my wife. How can I not be angry? He really should have done your wife. Unfortunately, the little prince isn't as shameless as you. After being beaten up by you, he went to the eagle's nest and rejected the marriage with Sansa Stark." "What?" Tyrion's eyes widened in disbelief. Braun nodded slightly and sighed. He rejected Littlefinger's marriage proposal. Tyrion's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Sansa and Aegon's marriage was a success. This time, even Tyrion didn't have the face to object. Olayne also left the Wind's End fortress awkwardly. After Prince Dowlang heard the whole story, he sighed and nodded in agreement to form an alliance with Aegon VI. He no longer cared about the authenticity of Aegon's identity. He only had one goal: to seek justice from Lannister. However, it was impossible to count on Uncle Dowlang to fully support Aegon. Dorne was willing to send 50 ships, 4,000 marines, 3,000 cavalrymen and 3,000 infantrymen. A total of 10,000 people would follow Aegon to the King's Landing. 10,000 people was already a lot. In the entire Dorne Hill, there were less than 500,000 people. To the stable Prince Dowlang, bringing out 10,000 strong men was no less than a 5-card stud. The only thing was that the people of Dorne could bring their own rations all the way to the Wind's End fortress. However, Aegon would have to think of a way to provide rations for the army. Dorne didn't experience the rebellion of the 4 princes, so they stored a large amount of rations. If Aegon was really Lay Juzzy and married Olayne, then Dowlang would be responsible for all the supplies in the war. However, Dowlang only treated himself as Aegon VI's ally. While he helped Aegon seize the Iron Throne, he also used Aegon's strength to complete his revenge. It was fair and just, and the goods and money were cleared. Aegon was very dissatisfied with this. "Isn't it natural for an uncle to help his nephew?" Tyrion stopped him. "This is the politics of the Westeros. He is not only your uncle, but also Prince Dorne. Think about Theon Bella, their ancestors were Targaryen's illegitimate sons. These 2 guys were fighting over a woman before, and now they're shamelessly reconciling. Prince Dowlang's support for you has already surpassed Dorne's support for Targaryen during Aerys' time." Because of the matter with Lyanna, Dorne was very dissatisfied with Legger. In the early stages of the War of the Usurpers, they only watched from the side and did not participate. Why was Dany and second brother Way able to escape from the War of the Usurpers, but Legger's child died in the King's Landing? Although the Mad King was crazy, he was not stupid. After the Battle of the Bell, he saw that the situation was not right. The first thing he did was to send his pregnant wife and second son to Dragonstone Island. However, he kept Princess Elia of Dorne and her children as hostages to force Dorne to send troops to deal with Robert. Dowlang, come and save me. Otherwise, when the King's Landing falls, your sister, nephew, and niece will be killed by the rebels. This was the message that the Mad King wanted to convey to Prince Dowlang. Isn't it annoying? Using his daughter-in-law and grandchildren as hostages to threaten his brother. The key was that his trick really worked. Dowlang pinched his nose and led Dorne into battle. However, Dowlang did not feel comfortable. Dorne did not use their full strength and both sides suffered a tragedy. Legger died in battle at the Ruby Beach, Tywin tricked the King's Landing into opening the city gates, and Targaryen was slaughtered. The Mad King's threat actually came true. 2 children died tragically in front of his eyes, and the princess herself was raped and killed by the Demon Mountain. Elia could be said to be the most pitiful crown princess. After Aegon reached a preliminary agreement with Dorne and the Valley, news related to him spread like wildfire. Legger and Elia's son, Aegon Targaryen, did not die. He had returned. Aegon Targaryen rode the Megalosaurus Black Death and took down Storm's End Castle. Aegon Targaryen was declared the Lord of Storm and called himself Aegon VI. Under Saint Maribad's witness, Aegon VI and Sansa Stark formed a sacred marriage contract. Aegon VI announced that Tommen I was a false king. Aegon VI announced the formation of the True Dragon Alliance and issued a declaration: since the War of the Usurpers, the people of the 7 kingdoms have withered, music has collapsed, etiquette has deteriorated, and people have become beasts. Following the will of the universe, we raise the banner of justice, purge the evildoers, restore the glory of the 7 kingdoms, and establish Targaryen as the rightful ruler. Dorne responded to Aegon's call and announced that they had joined the True Dragon Alliance. On the next day, Sansa Stark announced that she was the only successor of the King of the North, Robb. At the Eagle Nest's Moon Gate, she was crowned as the Queen of the North. She would lead the nobles of the North and Hygien who were willing to pledge their loyalty to the Queen of the North to join the alliance. On the 3rd day, Robert Arryn pledged his loyalty to Aegon and led the Arryn Valley to join the alliance. On the next 2 days, the nobles of the Stormlands announced their loyalty to the new Duke of Storm's End Castle. The king could also be a duke, and led their troops to Storm's End Castle. Aegon's True Dragon Alliance almost included 5 of the 7 kingdoms of the Westeros: Dorne, the Stormlands, Hygien, the North, and the Valley. Even the king's domain had nobles who were secretly siding with Aegon. It could be said that the marriage arranged by Uncle Finger for Aegon was much better than Tyrion's previous plan of using power to suppress others and confirm his identity. When Aegon had the full support of the North and the Valley, Taoiseach Lang did not care about his identity. With the support of the North, of the Valley, and Dorne, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms did not care about whether he was a true dragon or a false dragon. At this point, Aegon's influence was like the sun in the sky. The 7 kingdoms were terrified. My ass. The people of the 7 kingdoms were shocked by an even more terrifying news: Yuluin is fierce, and the roses wither. Chapter 6:18. Tyrion was a smart man. How could he not know that when the clan fought, the fishermen would reap the benefits? According to his original plan, the alliance between Aegon and Aegon, as well as the sacred marriage between Aegon and Sansa, were all top-secret information. His strategy was to keep a low profile, quietly gather allies, and accumulate military strength. In other words, he was building a high wall and slowly claiming the throne. This was because the conflict between Lannister and Tyrell had not reached its climax. Tyrion did not expect a war between Cersei and the High Court to break out when Aegon had appeared. His horse sister might be stupid enough to be willing to fight a civil war to warm up before a great enemy, but Rose was not stupid, and Lion was not stupid either. Yes, in terms of family prosperity and talents, Lion's family could look down on the sum of the 5 kingdoms outside of High Court. The great nobles of River Bend were all descendants of Green Hand Garth, and Beast Garth alone reproduced a kingdom. Lion Tywin, Kevin, Lion Tyrion, and Tiger Jaime were well known, but Lannister was not weak, but not famous, only not famous among readers, but also famous in Westeros. For example, the acting mayor of Casterly Rock City, Damian Lannister, was a collateral relative of Lannister, and no one, readers, knew him. But without thinking, if Damian did not have the ability, would Kevin have handed over his home to him? It was said that the Frye family was the most fertile family in the 7 kingdoms. Old Wade's descendants alone could form a cavalry squad. In fact, the Lannister family had the most clansmen. There was a saying, in Lannister Harbor, if you randomly grab 2 people, at least one of them will have the surname Lannister. It was not an exaggeration to say that Lannister's family had reproduced Casterly Rock City. Therefore, the Lyons did not lack talents. The talents of the Lyons also stood out under Tywin's rule and entered the military and political system of the Lyons. Therefore, even though Kevin was dead and Cersei was foolish, Lannister's foundation did not crumble. That was why Aegon could not wait for Cersei and Tyrell to meet on the battlefield, unless he did not show up. In fact, Tyrion had been prepared for a third party, such as Randall Tarley, to mediate between Cersei and Tyrell for the 3rd time. But keeping a low profile could numb Cersei and delay her compromise with Old Rose. By the time Aegon left for King's Landing, it would be too late for Cersei to work with Tyrell. His plan was very good, but he had neglected another person. Uluin. Uluin actually managed to wipe out High Court Tyrell's entire family all by yourself. Yep, I didn't even get to see the Dragon Queen once before Old Rose received a boxed lunch. Oh, I was about to receive a boxed lunch. Whether or not I received a boxed lunch would be up to the Dragon Queen. 2 days after the Gouting incident. What? Gouting is gone. How could it be gone? The Dragon Queen exclaimed. Dragonstone Island. The crystal tower that was the hub of the magic net. A circle of runes the size of a dustpan expanded on the surface of the light blue magic crystal ball. The blue light formed the shape of Dany's head, as if it was a 3D image of a blue light. Strangely, everyone in the hall felt that the queen's head was facing them no matter which angle they looked from. At this moment, Aegon, Tyrion, Marwyn, Old Crab, and Bronn were gathered together. Their expressions were indescribable horror and absurdity. Since the beginning of the War of Conquerors, Blackheart, Harrenhal family had been burned to ashes by Balerion, and in the past 300 years, thinking about it, it was really scary. The War of the Usurpers was still fine, but in the past 20 years, Targaryen, Theon, Stark, Arryn, and Tully had all been destroyed or were on the verge of extinction. Now, 7 Duke-level families had been destroyed, and they had all died so suddenly and unimaginably. It was easy to get addicted to power, and the Iron Throne was poisonous. Anyone who touched it would be unlucky. It is said that Gouting Tyrell was massacred by Uluin, but this news has not been confirmed. However, Cersei of King's Landing acted almost at the same time and arrested Prime Minister Mace Tyrell and Queen Marjorie for treason. If the rumors are true, then other than Loras, who is receiving treatment at the Great Cathedral, no one in the Tyrell family with thousands of years of history has escaped. Even though it had been a few hours since he received the news, Marwyn was still in disbelief when he spoke of this matter. His voice trembled with fear. "How did Uluin do it?" Dany asked in surprise. Marwyn turned his gaze to Tyrion and Aegon and said, "Gouting is still sealed by Uluin, so I am not sure what exactly happened." Dragonstone Island only received a few messenger crows from River Bend's vassals, saying that there was a huge change in Gaoting, and that they were not even sure if Gaoting had fallen. However, Varys knows more than we do. He has dealings with His Highness. Without waiting for Dany to ask, Aegon nodded and said, Count Varys contacted me once. The change in River Bend first occurred at the Shield Islands, and the Green Pavilion Island fleet was completely wiped out. Perhaps Gaoting is only trapped now and has not completely fallen. Varys told me to be wary of Yuluin's sea monsters and evil sorcery. Before the situation is clear, it is best to hide in Dragonstone Island. Even sea monsters came out. Tyrion had a complicated expression as he said. Varys said that it was a red octopus. Its tentacles reached out of the sea and were even taller than the mast. It suddenly came out of the sea and wrapped around Count Redwind's ship with a dozen tentacles, a huge warship with 400 oars. It was as simple as a clumsy servant breaking a baguette. Those were Varys' words. Unfortunately, Villa Tyrell was also on that ship at the time, and Gaoting lost its heir. Unbelievable. I always thought that sea monsters were just legends, Bronn said in shock. Marwyn shook his head and said, after the queen hatched the Megalosaurus, the magic tide surged, and the legendary creatures became active. Since 3 years ago, sea monsters have appeared in the narrow sea from time to time. Every time they appeared, a ship would be dragged to the bottom of the sea. However, no one thought that someone could control them. Sigh, with the Megalosaurus in the sky and sea monsters in the water, how can ordinary people live? The dwarf sighed. He also recalled that during the War of the Four Kings, when he was the hand of the king at King's Landing, he had received a report from a customs official that there were sea monsters destroying ships on the Five-Finger Peninsula. At that time, he had even ridiculed the official. There are still sailors in Lannister Port who have seen mermaids. Why don't you go catch a few and make Emperor Joe happy? My family has an ancestral horn. It is said that it can control sea monsters, the old crab said hesitantly. You're not even sure about your family's horn? Tyrion said in surprise. I haven't seen any sea monsters for hundreds of years. Also, blowing the horn requires a special talent. The old crab looked at the Dragon Queen. The last time I looted. Ahem, when Rhys was trying the evil slave merchants, I also got a sea monster horn. I've studied it, and the runes inside are really effective. It's true that it can control sea monsters, but... Facing the old crab's hopeful gaze, Dany shook her head regretfully and said, the dragon horn uses the soul of the old demigod dragon to intimidate ordinary Megalosaurus, just like how a wolf controls a pack of wolves. However, the sea monster horn only captures a part of the sea monster's soul and seals it in the horn, using the remnant soul of the sea monster to control that sea monster. In other words, one horn can only control one sea monster. When the sea monster dies, the horn becomes a decoration. Tyrion gave an unusually flattering smile and said humbly, then, Your Majesty, can you create a new horn? Snatch Yuluin's sea monster. Yep, this was the first time he met the Dragon Queen after the betrayal of the revolution, slave liberation. Sea monsters are useless to me, Dany said calmly. Communicating with the Dragon Queen through the magic crystal, everyone could see her face, but everyone's expression was different. Facing Tyrion, the Dragon Queen's expression was always cold, as if she did not want to talk to him. How can it be useless? A single sea monster can decide the outcome of a naval battle, he said with a mocking smile. If you have the time and energy to look for sea monsters, you might as well train. The sea was vast and deep. How difficult would it be to find a single sea monster? What kind of magic can deal with sea monsters? Aegon asked. The Megalosaurus feeds on sea monsters and dared to use the same method to deal with Qingting Island's fleet against Her Majesty. Her Majesty can easily teach Yuluin a lesson, the old crab said proudly. What about the pterosaur? Aegon hurriedly asked. This. Why don't you try? The old crab said uncertainly. Try. Try with your life. If you fail, you won't be able to come back. Aegon was stupefied. Actually, it's easy to deal with sea monsters, Dany said with a smile. When the sea monsters break the ship like a towel, let the pterosaur descend from the sky and throw down a few cans of wildfire bombs. I guarantee the effect will be excellent. Even if there's no pterosaur, store a few 100 pounds of wildfire and a few dozen bags of flour in the cabin. When the sea monsters attack, throw the flour all over the cabin and ignite the wildfire. TSK. In this fantasy world, even the Megalosaurus was not invincible, let alone the sea monsters. Tyrion thought for a while and said, it's worth a try. Aunt Dany, Yuluen still has evil witchcraft. Do you have any way to counter it? I can't hide on Dragonstone Island forever, Aegon said anxiously. The Storm's End Castle was built by the city builder, Brandon. It's one of the only 2 evil-suppressing castles in the Westeros. You're neglecting the essentials by coming to Dragonstone Island to seek refuge. Oh, remember to guard the sewers. Don't let the wizards sneak into the inner castle from the bay, Dany reminded warmly. There were so many aristocrats in the Westeros. Every aristocrat had a castle, but only Winterfell and the Storm's End Castle were protected by spells to prevent magic from entering the castle. The Storm's End Castle was built to resist the divine punishment of the Sea God and Storm God. Wasn't Dragonstone Island built with Veleglia's stone? It can't defend against evil witchcraft? Tyrion asked in surprise. Everyone has their own specialization. Dragonstone Island is impregnable, but its ability to suppress evil is far inferior to that of the Storm's End Castle. Of course, now that there's a magic net hub, I'll let whoever dares to cast blood witchcraft around Dragonstone Island know what it means to reap what you sow. Do you have a protective talisman? I have to get married, and I have to lead the army to war. I can't stay in the Storm's End Castle forever, Aegon asked. Dragon Queen thought for a moment and said, on the day of your wedding, I'll get someone to send you a set of enchanted steel armor. Actually, it's easy to defend against blood witchcraft. Prepare more alert hunting dogs, and equip the guards with steel weapons. Before his cheap son grew up, Aegon had to protect his shield well. And Aegon was extremely touched. He made a promise and said, after I take over King's Landing, I'll bring Sansa to visit you personally. Dany glanced at the dwarf. She thought to herself, you should bring Sansa to visit your uncle. Your Majesty, you see. The dwarf rubbed his hands and smiled sheepishly. Can you? No. Dany knew what he wanted to say and rejected him without hesitation. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.